That's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the beast. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the beast. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the beast. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the beast.
Sound of the beast.
That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast.
Yes indeed. Yes indeed. Yes indeed. Yes indeed.
That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast.
Hey, yo, Colombia, Caribbean girl them.
How you bad, sir?
Yes, girl, them a raise a day hotter than hot. Mavit and Baltimore pull up that. Selector is a hotter than hot. But I know dance and me love that. Big bumper Colombian. Big bumper Colombian. Big bumper Colombian. West Indies, Caribbean. Big bumper Colombian. Big bumper Colombian. Big bumper Colombian. West Indies, Caribbean. Wine up at 6:30. Wine up a body and no virginity. Can't come and eat and me some karate. Shatter style boca Colombian country. Some man Malagas, everybody crazy. Another style some man agonistic. Well done that again, kill you with it. Badness and the boca gringo city. Yell them a race are they hotter than hot. Mavit and Baltimore pull up that. Selector is a hotter than hot. But I know dance and me love that. Oh, big bumper Colombian. Big bumper Colombian. Big bumper Colombian. West Indies, Caribbean. Big bumper Colombian. Big bumper Colombian. Big bumper Colombian. West Indies, Caribbean. Fire band blazer. Every girl a wine up body they them rager. Teen and burning, bad man blazer. Bad man a wicked, enough of them fear that. Oh yo yo. Teen and blazer. Every girl a wine up body they them rager. Teen and burning, bad man blazer. Bad man a wicked, enough of them fear that. Yell them a razor, they hotter than hot. Mavit and Baltimore pull up that. Selector is a hotter than hot. But I know dance and me love that. Oh, big bumper Colombian. Big bumper Colombian. Big bumper Colombian. West Indies, Caribbean. Big bumper Colombian. Big bumper Colombian. Big bumper Colombian. West Indies, Caribbean.
Hey, only ladies, this is my dance all day.
All your bad stuff.
Good morning, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today is the 29th of June. It is a nice, cool 17 degrees here. It is much more manageable than it has been the past couple of days in the UK. I hope you are all well. Starting your week with some hot sauce. Wherever you are in this wide, wonderful world, whether you're going to bed in America, waking up in Europe, or you've already seen a full day in Asia. Where's the little puffy bit that goes on my mic? Hello, Lordy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Shake it to the max. There is so much stuff to discuss today. We are back to politics. So, one second, let me show you. So for those who don't know, we have sub goals, and when we make those sub goals, I do special streams. And yesterday we got the boy out. Look at him. Where is he? That's me. Not that boy. Not that boy. I need to grow out the back of my mullet more. It's like a bit poofy now. There he is. There's the baby. Where's the baby boy? I think that's him getting ready to poop. Yeah. Here he is. Is that yeah. Look at the baby boy. There's the baby boy. He being a big stinky baby. I love him so much. He was a little bit of a hot dog yesterday. Look at him, he's so perfect. But yeah, so we did the dog walk, and if you weren't there, because it is quite hard to get everybody together, then the VOD's up. You can see me dying against the sun as well. He's a very good boy. Oh, I love him so much. I love him. Yes, please pet immediately this pooper. Please pet immediately. Look, I'm running to give him snuggles, and he's like, oh my fucking god, leave me alone. I'm such a hot dog. I'm such a hot dog. Wait, where? Let me get it. Here we go. We're having a little trot. Where's Dad? I love him. I love him. Papa's needs pets. It's the law. It's the law. Sniffer, sniffer, sniffer. Sniffer, sniffer, sniffer. Sniffer, sniffer, sniffer. Whoop. Streaming outside is a bit wild, isn't it? But anyway, it's there. It's there. It's there if you want to watch it. So basically, welcome in, love. This is done by AI. I'm editing it myself because I like the design, but I'm gonna make changes and make it essentially my own art. But I was gonna pay an artist, but I want people to be really honest, by the way, about what I'm saying. And if you're like, I wouldn't buy this, you've just made some changes to AI, it's still AI, just say it. But I feel like the artists that I can afford are using AI anyway. I'll be really honest. So I'm like, why don't I just spend a couple of hours doing this myself? You know? Hold on, sorry. Just seeing this. Like, why don't I just do this myself? Because I don't trust that they're not essentially doing an AI anyway. I don't know. What do people think? Be honest. Would that piss people off? Would they be like, no, I feel like you undercut an artist there? But the things like this, that is AI art. Sorry, God, it's the opposite. That is art from before, and artists. Fuck me. Sorry, I need more coffee, I think. That is art that I had commissioned that's not AI, it's by an artist. And I could ask them again to do this. It's just, it is a bigger design and it will cost more money, and I don't have that money. And I don't think I have a big enough community to warrant merchandise. You could add a golden star. I could. You mean like a commie star? The reason why I guess I have a red flag is that it's supposed to be a bit more international. And checking the stats behind the scenes, I've got quite an international audience. With peace and love, it does still feel like undercutting artists. Okay, no, I want you to be honest, Replay. And I appreciate your honesty. A commie star? Okay, give me 1 second. I will ask... give me a second. I'm going to go through the DMs I have of the person who made me art before. Let me speak to them. They do it a bit cheaper, but they were actually wanted to give it to me for free, the work before, and I was like, no, I have to pay you for your labor, even if it's not a lot. Just on principle, you know? Let me find them and speak to them. And see... It's just been a while. It's been a while since I spoke to them, so... Okay. Lord, I'm going back through conversations I don't even remember having with people. Oh, does your... Shit. I can't remember who it was. No. Okay. Morning, Stephen. I can't fucking remember who it was. I think I remember there. Does Discord delete your messages after a certain while? Let me just check something. Whoa. Fuck. Okay, I'm not sure. I'll be really transparent as well. I commissioned, when I had money, I commissioned an artist who, I won't say who, because they had some stuff happen to them that is really serious. But yeah, I haven't had any artwork from them, and it's been like 8 months now. So I don't know whether to ask for my money back as well, because I'm so broke. But if anybody knows a cheap artist who could just take that design, I'll show you the design again, and replicate it. Like, there's a few small changes. Like, I'd like the community is in white and muscle in red. But in essence, this as an idea, and the Twitch name at the bottom as well, like twitch.tv/lesbian hot sauce. This as an idea is basically what I want. If anybody knows anybody, can they send them my way? Because I don't trust that the sort of Etsy artists are not just using AI anyway. And I have a bunch of commissioned art. The general design is kind of sick, awesome. Okay, that's cool, because what I have found now is a ethical place that won't be too expensive, where people from all around the world will be able to buy printing. It's just the central hub is a co-op like printing place. And stickers and stuff. So stickers and t-shirts, I think, at the moment. It would be cool. Okay, folks, we have so much to look through today as well. Thank you for spending your morning with me. For those who are new to the stream, we usually start off the first hour of our politics streams with fun and games before we get serious, and we're only a very, very serious people here. Strong LHS branding, thank you, Stephen. And I appreciate the honesty. If people are like, I don't want AI,
Activate.
oh my god, it's the mosques and Corbyn. Jihad, bitch.
Underscore no underscore some underscore stuff just activate.
underscore. Good morning, Owen McFace. Face. Owen McLove has a pretty face. Welcome in. Okay, so we start with Time Guesser, where we do daily challenges. Or well, you have to figure out the time and place. Usually you motherfucking history commies and gays are quite good at this. We do it together. Then we gamble. You have a lovely face too. Thanks. Yeah, being at Pride with my people, I could see the occasional femme being like, and I'm like, thank you for the confidence boost. I need it. I've been in my room for 6 months, 8 months now, you know, almost 9 months. Okay. Okay, so this is the breakup of Czechia, right? Yeah. Who knows when the Prague Spring was? Glad it's Monday, a chance to get away from the military bodies saying we're almost at war with Moscow. Is that, I mean, they haven't stopped doing that, but I guess, for me, all this shit is like World War I bullshit. No workers should be dying either in Russia or from anywhere in Europe or NATO for the interests of oligarchical classes. Fuck that shit. No war but class war. Like, no human being in World War I died for anything other than empire. Fuck that. What is this? Is this man? Oh, he's taking a photo. Yeah. What? Sorry, this is a great track. What's this? Subscribing to you. Bad boy beats. I love it. Didn't the Ukraine war recently pass the duration of World War I? I wouldn't be surprised. Wait, the timing feels... Oh, no. Oh, my God, yeah. 2026. Yeah, possibly. What a horrendous state of affairs. Ukraine needs to be suing for peace. When is the Prague Spring, guys? When was it? 91? Lenin was right in that argument. No worker should die for the interests of the bourgeoisie. Yeah, and I guess this is where I have some strong and impassioned but respectful disagreements with some other anti-imperialists of like, what... I mean, very clearly, global interests are like, we want a World War III. I think that nobody benefits. I'm not like going to be like, I support Russia because they're actually anti-imperial. No, they're not. No, they're not. Modern Russia is like, yo, I love Tsar Nicholas. I love Catherine the Great. I want to have me an empire. Here's nationalist fascism, you know, quasi-fascism. I wouldn't say it's fascistic yet. Like that's not a workers' country. Fuck NATO, 1,000%. That's the point that we massively disagree on. And because I'm in a NATO country, my job is to question and to try and challenge NATO supremacy as it was, which probably, unfortunately, won't change until the American empire collapses. But I still retain that it's important for us to discuss this, particularly because I want to extend psychological solidarity to the workers of Russia, you know, not to states. This is a banger of a track, but this is slow. Wobble wine. Bubble wine. I love this song. This song was like going big in Kenya when I was there. Oh. What year was it? No one knows. I think it's 91. Let's go here. The beat. 1968. Really? Prague Spring. Okay, I have to check that now. Welcome in. Bubble wine for me, bubble wine. Sorry. I'm sure so. My apologies. You're right.
I don't know why you ain't so cool, but I'm feeling deep down. The way you are down your back so cool.
Bam. Bam. Smashed it.
I don't know why you ain't so cool, but I'm feeling deep down.
Yeah, keep it real, chap. What's this?
If I turn around, baby, would you turn around? If I show you love, baby, would you show me love? Turn up and love me, baby, show me loving. I don't want nobody. I see where a freaky girl, my boo wine for me. Keep them all right, I feel control it.
Wine and go long, braces wine for me.
Bubble wine for me.
Wine
Yeah.
for me. I see we are freaky
The real enemy.
keep them all right, I feel control it. Wine and go
Hey, we're in
wine for me.
America?
Wine for me. Me, I do it so diligent. Got me freezing every night when you pop again.
Is this like a...
Like breezy, we a ball again. Now chats online, wanna see you bend. Yeah, when you pull up with the jeans.
Is this gonna be like Dallas? When was JFK shot?
Me, I know faces
On the grassy knoll?
If I turn around,
Baby, if I turn around. Oh no, it's Christmas, I think.
turn her up and love me, baby, show me loving. I don't want nobody.
Morning, I have a piss. Oh, I'm so sorry, love.
keep them all right, I feel control.
This conversation could go much further. Even for NATO members that don't export soldiers, having mandatory conscription and standing army is aiding imperialist interests. That's because the capitalists can use your unpaid labor and the soft power that the numbers create in order to sell whatever it be. And yeah, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You think 60s? I'm questioning myself just because this looks like this is Christmas. Decoration, and I feel like that this might be a street that is drugs. Just seeing if that Court Street. There's nothing that I can see that can help me determine. Like, there's a part of me weirdly that thinks it's LA. I don't know why. Did someone say drugs? Oh, welcome in. The site, right? Okay, that explains why I've got really like fucked over. Oh yeah, it's drag. Okay. I'm just gonna go for LA. I don't know. It could be Dallas. Oh, hold on. But Texaco's everywhere, isn't it? Fine. Fine. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one. There's no way I would have got that. An early 40th Street in Alabama with decorate. I mean, there's no black people there, so maybe it's like segregation shit. But I just assume that's the whole of fucking America. Someone's putting up a plinth. That's not English. Wiespelinzentrum. Is this the Netherlands? Yeah, I think it's Dutch. It could also be South Africa. The Afrikaans. But that doesn't feel quite right. Central, the CBD of like places like Cape Town, it feels a bit different, but I could be wrong. Right, let's try Amsterdam in sort of 40s or something. Or let's have before the war, like 33. Oh shit, okay. A crowd witnessing the memorial in Amsterdam honoring the elderly and chronically ill Jewish Residents who were violently deported by Nazi forces to their deaths during the Holocaust from the building that served as their care home. Wow. Did I come in on a rare LHSL? Oh no. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, right.
I don't know why you ain't so cool, but I'm feeling deep down.
Oh? Wait, let's play again. My apologies, you're right.
I don't know why you ain't so cool, but I'm feeling deep down.
Just me apologizing. Okay.
Sanca, 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 sanca. Tú tienes grande ese culo. Salta, 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 salta. Mami opiduchi vo sanca, sanca.
She looks fucking dumb with the heat. Also, hi Sir Yogi. Hope you're well, my love. Yogi, you're South African, right? Yogi, you're South African, right? If so, I watched the game last night and I'm gutted. Aussie? Alright, fuck you then. Top. TV. Okay. Thank God they scored before extra. Fuck Canada. It was a frustrating game. A lot of the games have people playing really deep. Here is my... So on Wednesday, I'm hopefully going out. Oh, Jesus, my muscles hurt so much today. Oh. I worked out really hard on the weekend. England are playing the Congo on Wednesday. Yeah, I'm wondering, it feels... I was literally thinking, I was like, there's not like advertisements everywhere, so it's either Yugoslavia or the USSR. Same brains. And I think you're right. I feel like the USSR, the Yugoslav, like the Winter Olympics was later, and this feels like it's in the summer. We scraped through. I hope you get knocked out. Fuck you. Fuck Australia. Fuck Canada. Here is my prediction for Wednesday. There is a possibility that England loses, and it's this. We were technically the better team, but the Congo plays super deep. It's really boring, and none of the I guess forwards that we have, even though some of them are some of the best players in the world, have the fucking creative flair to break a like 4-5-1 fucking just block of like parking the bus, and then someone fucks up, as might happen, and the midfield sleeps for a little bit, and our defense is so shit they break through and just score one. Luckily, the men suck. Women's, so Yogi, shout out to fucking Sam Kerr. Sam Kerr plays for Chelsea. I support Chelsea women. Yeah. When was Moscow? Yugo was 94. I was gonna say that's after the breakup. 84. Yeah, got you, pal. Got you.
Bad man, she love. Bad man, she love. Yeah. Bad man.
Okay.
Bad man, she love. Bad man, she love. Yeah. Bad man, she love.
I don't know when this is. Let's try here. Right. A scene outside the Central Lenin Stadium in Moscow during the 1980s. The stadium was later renamed Zudniki Stadium in 1992 following the dissolution of the Soviet Union. I was 2 years off. 80? Damn. I should have waited to listen to Stephen. Hold on, sorry. I'm going to just try and find someone in my server to see... I can't find the artist. Fuck. Wait, no, I found them. I found them.
And if you hear this song, then go on bend your back, go on bend your knees, baby, shake it to the max. Will the DJ please turn up the bass to the max? Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the
Okay, I'm paying an artist,
shake it to the max.
and they're queer and poor. Right. Right, guys. You gotta fucking buy a t-shirt now. You gotta buy a Hot Sauce t-shirt. Let's go Congo. Unfortunate about, yeah. I mean, look, there was some defending yesterday by South Africa that made me like scream. It was, the midfield was a bit weak, but some of the defending and the keeping was really good. There was genuinely moments. There was actually quite a few shots on target for South Africa. It really was anyone's game right until the end. And then the Canadians, boo, fuck you, Canada, put on some wanker I'd never heard of. You can, look, England, no. But you can support whoever you want. We have people who like actively hate the England team. It's fine, I know why. My only L is supporting the England in footy. Lots of good build up, just yeah. I mean, it was really close. There was a couple of phenomenal like assists and build ups, and it just didn't quite fucking get in the back of the net, you know. And that's the name of the game. Why do I feel like this is okay? Are we in southern Japan? Me though, me when I'm cycling. Okay.
Real bad.
Where's a mountain? Here. Can we see a mountain? This is total random. Right. Mount Nokubi. Let's try that. Let's try around here. And 90s. I have no idea. Oh, shit. In Hawaii. Okay. Cyclists powering up Heartbreak Hill, a notoriously steep incline in Hawaii during the 2005 Honolulu Century Ride. Okay. We didn't do too good in that, but fair. Okay. So, we're going to define the countries of Africa because I fucked up last time. Iran got screwed by Trump and VAR. Yeah, Iran just being treated like shit, basically. Really unfortunate. Very, very... Fuck America. Okay. How you doing, my love? So, start prediction. 100% in the map of Africa in 4 minutes or less. I did not get it last time. I have got this before. So we're 50-50. There's a genuine 50-50 chance. Folks, I'm going to pee quickly. Gamba, 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 gamba. Gamba, gamba, gamba. Ethical gamba. Ethical gamba. So that you can do things like activating the mosques, celebrating lesbians, saluting Comrade Tito, the badger. I'm going to lock in. I'm going to grab a bit more coffee, though, and I'm going to pee, so I'll be 1 second.
Activate the mosques.
Oh, my God, it's the mosques. Thank you, Doc.
Stock authority just activated Corbin Jihad.
Sexy baila suavecito, que yo quiero darte un besito. Y que no me busquen porque estoy contigo.
Sé que tú eres calle, que te gusta que te den detalle, que te toque suavecito y te guaye, que te venga bien rico. Quick, quick, pegadito, quick, quick, suavecito, quick, quick, ay qué rico.
Sexy, mami, dale, vamos a portarnos como animales, ey. Tú me sales y yo te jale, tienen booty pa' perdernos, dale, dale. Sexy, mami, dale, vamos a portarnos como animales, ey. Tú me sales y yo te jale, tienen booty pa' perdernos, dale.
Ella tiene cierto movimiento de cadera, aunque intente no encuentro la manera de que no me afecte el ver cómo se mueve. Sepa que espero una reacción que sea buena. Ay, nena, hay cierto movimiento de cadera, aunque intente no encuentro la manera de que no me afecte el ver cómo se mueve. Sepa que espero una reacción que sea buena.
Pero si la niñita quiere que un cantante se la lleve, ella se luce y la cadera me la mueve. Voy a sacármele pa' ver si es que se atreve. Esto a qué se debe, a qué se mueve. Ella domina el movimiento sensual, sensacional, vámonos a lo natural. Tengo un mar y un barquito pa' viajar. Dime si te quieres montar. Time to have sex, flex, te quito el estrés. Mami, préndete que nos vamos de una vez. No te demores, baby, just take off your dress. No te pongas mal, no get vexed.
Ruben, how we are gonna do this? Slow down. Well done. Yo, so me say again. Slew them up, their feelings them a carry. Them done go already and them can't say them sorry, yeah. Slew them up, their feelings them a carry. Who no want do them something again? When you want your weak name. Who them a coulda what that them a try. Them got this king Selassie, what you all of them die, yeah. Who them a me gossip them with them spell. Them this money well and them so gonna hell, yeah. Who them a coulda, who them Marcus. Them this Marcus, I know them all bite it dust, yeah. Who them a me go tell them this flirt. Tell them can't this mama hurt. You know see a dead man them. Dopey man them, in a dead man them. Dopey man them, in a dead man them. Dopey man them, in a dead man them.
Oh yeah, fuck FIFA. Fuck FIFA. Right. I haven't seen how you voted, lesbian.
Adora wants you to know they love lesbians.
Okay, big winnings available for the nose. Oh god, that means you got faith in me. You got faith in me, right? Okay. Burundi, Namibia, Egypt, Ethiopia, Sao Tome and Principe, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Eritrea, Sudan, that's Sierra Leone, yep, Chad, Guinea-Bissau, DRC is... Try getting some wrong at tourists. Shut up. It's that one, yeah. Gambia is this cool thing. South Africa. Equatorial Guinea, Republic. Kenya, Tanzania. Madagascar. Somalia. Benin. Comoros, yeah. The Gambia. The Gamba. Morocco. Liberia. Cape Verde. Mosey. Tunisia. Cameroon. That's Ghana, yeah. I'm really doubting myself this morning. Like Lesotho, I got no faith in myself. That's Algeria. Zim, Bots, South Sudan, Mauritania, Djibouti. It's here. Libya is here. is here. Guinea is here. Rwanda is here. Gabon is here. Senegal, you were playing the odds. Fair, fair, fair. That's what they all say. Mali. Angola. Ivory Coast. Mauritius. Niger. Togo. Burkina Faso. Eswatini and Malawi is the last one, yeah. What time? Absolutely smashed it. Under 3 minutes, mate. Under 3 minutes, mate. Absolutely fucking smashed it. Absolutely fucking smashed it. Absolutely smashed it. Right, thank you to those who voted. Oh wow. 99. Someone drew 22k. Okay, I don't think you get a lot of channel points, but they are there. Okay. Thank you so much. So, we'll finish with a bandle and then we're going to move on to politics discussions. There's so much to go through today. We're going to check in with the Ebola stuff. We're going to look at today and tomorrow, actually, we're going to look at the Venezuelan earthquake. The amount of coverage it's getting is concerning me less. I brought this up last week. It is concerning me for people now, but for people in the future of Venezuela in terms of disaster capitalism. I've got some stuff that we're going to continue to watch out for. Just give... you have to give it a second, Stephen. It's very strange. The Tito pill, it's just super delayed. I don't know why. We also have... hold on. We also have a long-form piece of content from Novara. I love it when they have economists on and stuff. Oh yeah, I'm gonna look at somebody punching someone and condemn it highly. So how to unfuck the economy. There is a sort of pro-China economist, Mariana Mazzucato, who what's with the Italian femmes being so based? But basically, they did an in conversation, I think in the boiling heat, with Novara. She's very based. My dream is to one day be able to bring people on of this caliber and discuss politics with them. Opinions on Varoufakis takes as an economist. He's a competent economist. Some people hate him because of what happened with the Greek government. He quit because that decision was made. So he does at least, I guess, have principles. In terms as an organizer, I don't know how useful he is, but as a theorist who presents alternatives to people and good Marxist analysis of the economy and the contemporary economy, I like it. Like, people will be like, his idea of like rentier capitalism, techno-feudalism, like, that's not novel, it's just capitalism. It's like, yeah, I know, we know, but this is more... Capitalism clearly goes through different cycles, and he's doing dialectics. He's literally, like, reading, I guess, and analysing forms in the modern economy and speaking about it. And I think he's right in doing so. So, kind of like, I think of him like I do Corbyn. Overall, net good. But as an organizer, I don't know. Some people hate him because he's not revolutionary, but neither am I. So, you know, for now anyway. Revolutionary in a Kenyan context, not in a UK context, because that's what I feel my Marxist ideals, or not even ideals actually, my Marxist understanding of both dynamics warrants. Hema, how are you doing, my love? So good to see you. Folks, Hema, so Bram is from Gaza. How are you doing? I actually have something prepared on Gaza today as well, which is discussion about women and girls in Gaza specifically. It was funny when he told Hassan he should run for office. Yeah, no. No. My day got better by watching you. Oh, my love, I hope you're okay. Sending so much love to your family. I think, yeah, you and Ahmed are in like the back of my mind a lot. I hope you're okay. If anyone wants to help me out and help Hema out, Hema is genuinely from Gaza. If anyone's got a spare gifty, would very much appreciate. You also have a fundraiser up, I think, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that. But have you been playing it? Have you been able to play any games recently? I know you're a retro gamer. A joke for sure, but it's cool what Hassan has been doing with socialist candidates. So last week, thank you. You've just reminded me of something, David. Last week, we looked at where is it? Here. The DSA stuff. So I am somebody who feels, look, TLDR. The DSA is a step in the right direction. The candidates that have won, some of them are shit. This is not enough. I think everybody I've spoken to in the DSA, we've had New York City. Decrepit, thank you so much for subbing up, Hema. Super appreciated. Thank you. Just work, sleep, repeat. I'm sorry. I know you love your retro gaming. I hope there's a time where you can get back to playing some stuff like Chrono Trigger, and I know you were going through the Final Fantasies. If you have your fundraiser on hand, please send it over, Hema. And we can pin it, folks. Usually the end and the start of the month means people have a bit of extra cash if they're at work, you know. If you got a spare bit of money. So because I'm not working at the moment, I can really only give very, very little, you know. I have a lot of very large bills. But I'm having a discussion with someone later, and there might be some opportunities in the future for me. I'm not sure. It's unlikely. But if I get some paid work, I can share the wealth a bit more, you know? So I'm sorry I can't help at the moment, Hema. I have no government support at the moment either. But back to the DSA. Every time I speak to people in the DSA New York chapters, they know that they see this as a big process that will continue beyond them. I think Hassan's correct on one side and very wrong on another. Hassan is putting a lot of energy into these candidates. Good. I wish that Hassan was more self-aware of the fact that just putting forward electoral politics is really limited. Yeah, we looked through her policies, and like I compared her to like the piece of shit that is Platner, and I was like, okay, no, she has some good stuff. And I would, if I was in New York City, I would spend some of my time on her campaign. But people power is more important. Like the Black Panther movement is about build stuff like this, or the equivalent for me would be queer liberation movements, is about building dual power and building it alongside people who are democratic socialists and revolutionary socialists together for the future, right? I've got an example of that. Let me give you an example of this. there is a resurgence of revolutionary socialism and Marxism in Spain. We're going to look at this. Like, this has been my point for a long time. Some people disagree with me, and they are entitled to, because I know that their disagreement comes from us making different analysis, and we're both trying to do a Marxism. But Spain is SOCDEM, and Spain is progressive, and the socialists are using that to build the movement, and it's becoming stronger. So for me, I'm anti-accelerationist. I live in a country that's had decades of austerity, that's literally killed more people than world wars in this country, and it's getting worse. This is a movement of like anti-imperialist socialists, and they are building off the successes of the current SOCDEM socialist government in government in Spain, and the weaknesses. And this is my point. This can be all of us. So I compliment Hassan for the efforts that he puts into candidates, right? The equivalent would be the Spanish government right now. And I critique him for saying he doesn't be like, this isn't enough. He has a massive platform. He has... Look, I got 77 people in here. I'm super fucking grateful for having one person in here, you know? I'm super fucking grateful, but I ain't got no motion, okay? I'm trying to build my platform. I am. I'm trying to build the platform. I'm trying to get out to more people. I go live in other places as well, on the Tube of You and stuff. And I'm trying to spread it. But, like, it's hard. I don't know anybody in the media. I'm no one. I'm literally a nobody. So, you know. Acceleration, exactly, Stephen. And there are a bunch of Marxist economists who are like, no, like SOCDEM at least allows a platform to build socialism off, unless you're in a country like Kenya with revolutionary potential. That's different. I'm not, right? Which is why I can manage these things. We did the fundraiser for the Marxist-Leninist like party in Kenya for their first Pride event on the weekend. But simultaneously, like, everything I understand about Marxism is to be, like, situational, you know? Okay. The parents of Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier were aura farming when they gave her such a cool name. I feel like I butchered her name. I'm sorry, Daria. I heard that people have been super fucking racist about her, but we can start with this topic as well. So we've got an ad break ending soon. Let's finish with a game. We're gonna do Bandle, and then let's go to the DSA stuff. Let's just get the fuck on it. Acceleration is genocide fuel. It can't just be about primary contradictions. I think in the country that you are in, no, it can't be. But the primary contradiction stuff is things that I try and use to explain dynamics in other countries and how we should be a bit less like Western Euro brained, you know? I think that Hassan has a very specific tactic. Support a progressive. People that voted realize that electoral politics can only get you so far, and people need to organize. I know some stuff. We've known each other for a long time now. I respect you. I would just like to see that step 2 explicitly spoken about more, because at the moment I see him mainly talking about how he's got a load of motion and it's more important, and I'm like, I would like to see more of that, right? While trying to hold a bunch of kids. Yeah, no, and like I retain that I think he's an overall net good. I do. But I would like to see that step 2 more. And again, I think as people who are socialists, we should be talking about the strength of community power way beyond just who people vote for. And again, so I have a YouTube, and here, I'll share it. We have a discussion on there with a member of the DSA from New York City. Wait, did I put it up? Maybe it got blocked. Oh, I think it got blocked. Fuck. Did it get blocked? I think it got blocked. That's so oh no! Hey Ice, this is it. This is it. This is it. Okay. There. But the kind of interviews we do, I like to put on YouTube. Hold on, how many subscribers have I have? I think I'm close to 200. Can anybody be the one subscriber to push us over to 200 subscribers? I would appreciate greatly. That's why people need to criticize the Sam more. Yeah. Getting his chat to dip their toes into phone banking was, yeah, definitely. Look, here's artwork that I had done by an artist. So I'm speaking to the artist behind the scenes, and I will commit 201. Thank you, you beautiful people. I'm gonna ring my mum, tell her I'm famous. I've made it. No, thank you. Okay, we're on it. I'm trying to grow the platforms as much as I can, you know. Okay, let's finish with Bandor, and then let's move on to the DSA discussion. I subscribed you like a year, I mean, thank you. Not a clue. Not a fucking clue. Is it a Bob Dylan song? Where's the harmonica? Oh. Oh! Fuck. 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 Oh god. It's I hate Bob Dylan. Is it Hey Hey with a Monkey? Oh, love me. I hate the Beatles as well, so I know. So please. Right, okay, thank you. Love me do. But well done, everyone. Well done. Well done. Right, let's put on some UK garage to get us going in the morning. Okay. Whilst we're talking about, I guess, politics and how you folks at home should get involved. Bonga card revoked. Happily. Oh no. I guess I'll just be Irish then. Okay. Right, before we look at Daria's discussion, I think to complement what I'm saying, look, violence is never the answer. Violence is never the answer, but you guys know Jake Lang, right? He's the piece of shit who was a Jan 6er and just goes around like harassing black people. Anyway, he tried to harass people at the Black Entertainment Awards in LA, and just, you know, sometimes you fuck around and find out. Is all I'm saying. Is all I'm saying. We'll try, Stephen. Yeah, I haven't watched it, so we'll see what comes up. Good morning, Lady B. Bonk. Where'd this go here? Fuck ice, but bonk. Yeah. I have been trying shorts. I got a live one on the capitalism is Nazis discussion, and they were like, capitalism can't be authoritarian, and I was like, yes it is, it's economically authoritarian. People basically do high school. In fact, we'll finish this and then we'll look at it, because we can have a discussion about their point. It's good for us to exercise our muscles. Remember, not really so you can change people's minds. They won't have their mind changed, but you can strengthen your understanding. Lol. Capitalism is authoritarian? I know. But they have a very liberal, philosophical mindset. And I don't. They basically like haven't read Adam Smith. They've read a summary of Adam Smith, and they think the invisible market is a hand of the market is like a thing. They haven't actually critically engaged with Adam Smith, who was a liberal that was not necessarily. Adam Smith is hard to break down, right? Because you kind of actually need to read Adam Smith with Marx to understand its place psychologically and philosophically in terms of discourse. But even Adam Smith is aware that there are different phases of capital and that there will always be monopolization that will occur just because of the accumulation of assets, you know? Check my comment above. Oh, you could abuse the new YouTube hype feature. You get 3 hypes each week, but if you upload something at the end, people can hype 3 times on Sunday. And oh, thank you. Okay. I will try and get a clip from today. I'll show you the sort of things that we do. And yeah, that's good. Thank you, folks. I'm glad that you're with me, and like we try to just like get the algorithm to work in our favor here. That's like literally all I've got. I've hyped people. I think it comes up. I'm guessing I have to allow you to hype it. Adam Smith hated landlordism. Oh, hold on. And monopolization. Landlordism. Photo of Mao Zedong. Landlord's rights has its origin in robberies. The landlords, like all other men, love to reap where they never sowed and demand a rent for even the natural produce of the earth. Adam Smith. Yeah, photo irrelevant. Ruhak! I love it. I love it. Base chatter. Lol, that's really funny. Yeah. Who is this guy walking around with signs? Anyway, Just, this is just an observation. I'm not recommending this. Just sometimes it seems that just like Nazis walk around and get punched, don't they? I've been doing that for the Reaction podcast. Oh, really? New creators get to be hyped more. Okay. So, let's take a look at this. So we looked at this last week, where basically the concept of privatization came from genuinely like Nazi, an economist's reading of the Nazi economy. And yeah, the comments are what we'll go through, but yeah. Let's use the term reprivatization to describe Nazi Germany's policy of selling off state-owned banks and industries. People will do horseshoe theory and be like, yeah, but under communism and Nazis, the state owned everything, and that's bad. Like, it is a lie. This is indoctrination. You do need to challenge it. The Economist used the term... So, let me bring up the discussion. Thank you to everyone who... Right, here. I think it's here. No, maybe not. Here, right. Yeah, 6 replies. Okay. So this person says, except that Nazi Germany could buy it back at any time they wanted for any price they wanted. That is not technically true, but the point being, did the government have a defining role in some price matching and mitigation in Nazi Germany? Yes. Do you know where else that happened? Literally every capitalist state ever. Literally. Because if it doesn't, you can have like mass influxes of cash and resources into your fucking economy that literally crash things. You would know this if you even understood like basic actual liberal economics. It's not private ownership if the real owner, the government, can take it up and put it down as they will. If this person believes that, A, this is a false paradigm, but B, there basically has like never been capitalism aside from a brief period of imperialist mercantilism, just I guess market. I don't even want to say producers, like traders in the 1700s. That's it. A very, very brief period of what you could consider a free market, because very, very quickly, and here's the key, after that, thank you so much, Maoist Cat Girl, and welcome in exactly East India Company. You're reading my mind, that kind of era, right? And that's a really great example, welcome in new chatter as well. The East India Company eventually became subsumed into the apparatus of the state, right? The Dutch state. How and why? Because this is what we know as Marxists and why we're better, but because the people who started to get capital, i.e. capital being the wealth that they can make for profit for themselves from abusing workers at a lower rate of what their work is worth, they started investing in themselves. They get assets. You get assets, you get land. You get more capital with fictitious and speculative capital. And importantly, you buy the British East India Company. I mean, there was the Dutch East Indies as well. But anyway, both apply here, actually, for the point I'm making. But the point being that the state became a capitalist state. It became predominantly owned by and controlled by what this person probably means private ownership is individuals, right? Individuals owning things. And when the government does that, that's bad. Whereas Marxists, we know that private ownership and the government, that just means all that this means is capitalist ownership. Because even in socialist states, of various iterations, private self-ownership of goods is still a thing. You can own a car. you can own a t-shirt, right? That's not what we're discussing here. Exactly. Personal property versus private property. Private needs to be understood as capitalist. And as Marxists, we have to look at history. This idea, or a toothbrush or a spoon, you know? Exactly, Chris. Welcome in. The British East Indian Company had its own private military. Yes, by whom? Whom owned that? The capitalist aristocracy. And I said, yes, it's authoritarian capitalism, and this is how it differs from liberal capitalism. Paradoxically, I guess liberal capitalism being an ideological approach that's never been truly realized, aside from these periods that we're talking about, right? The point is it's not socialized public goods for people, it's oligarchy. Can you click read more on your comment? Yes, I have. And here's what this person says. There is no such thing as authoritarian capitalism. Here's the ideological problem, right? Yes, there is. There absolutely is. We live in it. We live in the Epstein oligarchy authoritarian capitalism. What we need to understand is that capital equals power. Yeah, exactly. He's doing a, we can go back. This is what I'm saying. He is doing a, I've barely read Adam Smith and I don't understand anything. And I'm going to use a high school understanding of the free market. And like, if we just give people the right to become entrepreneurs, they will, and that's freedom. And to have a state that controls that is authoritarian. That's his paradigm. Whereas we say, okay, sweetie, let's deal with reality instead, right? The reality is that people exist. I'm going to use the UK at the moment. I live in an authoritarian capitalist state, where simultaneously the capitalist government is doing increasingly more authoritarian things in the name of capital interest, the interest of the capitalist class. And keep this simple, remember, guys. Workers, every worker is somebody who has to sell their labor to survive. Capitalists are people who own what? The means of production. Which en masse in the UK is fucking consultancies. I did another reading of the British economy last night. Look, I need a girlfriend, okay? I don't have one, so my Sunday nights, fucking wank, cup of tea, reading fucking OBS statistics and analysing it from a socialist perspective. Okay, help a bitch out, you know? But I like streaming and I like being informed for you guys. But basically, the point being, there are some conversations about like renationalization of certain sectors of the British economy. Who cares? It's like 5% of the British economy. Everything here is service orientated. Nerd. So my labor and the labor of a lot of workers in the UK has predominantly been essentially sold to capitalist class of things like people who produce media write-ups for energy companies and stuff, and websites to try and get people to buy certain energy contracts or phones and stuff like that. That's a huge amount of the British economy. And yeah, clearly it's selling your labor, right? You have a salary, the company has shareholders, the shareholders will extract profit. That is a class of people who then essentially buy up all of the land. This is in Britain as well. This is aristocracy, and simultaneously in the UK we have authoritarian, I guess, social measures by the government. They're cracking down on the freedom of speech that we have, and they're going to fuck with the web. They're going to fuck with the internet, which is why it would be really good for me to get sort of bigger and a couple of different platforms before they start really fucking with the internet. Because they lost the ball and they lost the narrative around Israel and Iran, and they're desperately trying to control that. Let's look at more of this person's. I've had a chance to listen to a bit from Wealth of Nations. The one thing I've gathered is that technological progress and economic process is driven by need. Yes, that's the point. That is a market economy, and this is why I'm Yugoslav pilled, right? Because you can have a huge chunk of the middle industrialization of your base, your base, right? Your base economies that are produced by the state for workers, and people work for the state, right? The NHS still just about being an example of that, which is I think it's the biggest employer in Europe, the NHS, right? Sadly, we're losing it. Blah, blah, blah. But that is a market that is, they are just talking about, Adam Smith is just talking about the conditions really of supply and demand and the production of new commodities. Marx, you can read Adam Smith and Marx together. This is what I recommend people, right? But you maybe should read Adam Smith with a very critical understanding of what he's trying to say, because some dumb fucking 19-year-old white boy will tell you it means government bad. And I'm like, okay, so I've actually read, so sit down and shut up. And what he's more talking about is relationships between economies, supply and demand, and monopolization. And how land is associated with the capacity for markets to reflexively provide people with goods and services. And how what is Adam Smith a Marxist now? He's like, inevitably, because the accumulation of wealth and land by, as he says it, scum, TLDR, scum, will result in monopolization. He basically, because he's not a Marxist, says, and therefore there needs to be efforts for the state to tinker at the seams in a sort of Keynesian model. He wasn't a Keynesian, obviously Keynes wasn't alive, but that's the framing. Are you Bukharin pilled? I don't think I know this author. On Tuesdays we often do like deep dives. Like tomorrow I have some reading from Chavez about the Venezuelan economy and socialism and stuff. But if you have any reading, so we have a Discord. On the Discord. Oh, Discord. Me very smart. Discord, there's theory sections. You may have read Adam Smith, but I've listened to a right-wing chud podcast. Yeah, oh my god. Oh my god, indeed. Okay, there is no such thing as authoritarian capitalism. Yes, there is. Capital is the extraction of wealth from actually people probably like this Zach into a class of people who then literally own and control the means of production and governments and increasingly social media and just everything. They're the rentier class. Bukharin and Lenin promoted the idea of the new economy. Yes, okay, then yes. Because I think that was a really important key in, like, I guess, Leninism adapting to the conditions of the time, which was the state being like, okay, we cannot just, like, ask, like, workers and peasantry, really, who had just fought and had loads of land stolen and burnt during the imperial wars around Russia to give us food through forced, really, like, a forced sort of appropriation of it, or we'll kill them, into the socialist part, like, projects, right? This has to be an incredibly long-term approach, and the way of doing it is they had fixed income that they gave peasantry. That came to a halt, as it were, or a head in terms of the power of new classes with the kulaks. And that this is one of, I'm not actually much of a Stalin fan, but I think that this is one of the decisions that was made under Stalin that was needed, which is that the power of that class of peasantry then got so high that it threatened the literal well-being of the state, and then there was collectivization. What didn't need to happen is the forced fucking labor camps of those workers, right? But regardless, it was very much an issue that needed to be dealt with. Yeah, wasn't Adam Smith part? Yes. Yes. They no. He is. Adam Smith is somebody who does have to be understood as a part of liberal philosophy. Yes, but what I'm trying to explain and emphasize to you is that he speaks about things that, even within liberal framing, demonstrate the absolute fallibility of capitalism, landlordism, assets essentially being used to create speculative assets in the future that are still further used to compound somebody's economic power, and monopolization. But the liberals will basically be more Keynesian, and the Marxists will say, okay, the problem is the capitalist class and what we do with the capitalist class. So this person saying there is no such thing as authoritarian capitalism is liberal and is trapped in a liberal economic mindset. So yeah, what authoritarianism is centralized control. Capitalism is the lack of government involvement in the economy. And as I'm telling you, it's like this is outside of a very brief period. This has never existed. So this is, funnily enough, this is complete fiction. This is complete fiction. I argue that current capitalism is inherently authoritarian and is less democratic because the only power I have is who I sell my labor to. And as a disabled person, I'm fucked on that mark as well, right? Control over the citizens of the economy and property. The only time where I become the sort of Rosa Luxemburgist is someone who's like, yeah, control over the citizens is not my vibe either, you know? And also, I just think fundamentally it didn't work. In these projects where people tried so hard to maintain, I guess, like psychological, including Yugoslavia, control over the population, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. We need to find, and I don't actually have the answer to this. We need to find a new way of buying people into the project. For a while, I didn't even know that there was a precise analysis of Adam Smith, and I majored in philosophy, but not econ. It's good to compare it to Marx. So I studied PPE, politics, philosophy, and economics at university, and I did a master's. So you can have authoritarian socialism, classic, banger, like with the USSR, because these two terms do not contradict. The only time in which you could call the USSR authoritarian was, I think that the USSR was economically very democratic. I think simultaneously it had traits of government overreach that were too far and ultimately failed to address nationalist and reactionary efforts anyway. Like, you're going to purge, and it doesn't work, then clearly we need to find a different way of approaching this problem, right? Where is music? Sorry. Oh, that's why. It's too loud. Oh my God, there's so much to go through. Okay. Nazi Germany was an authoritarian socialist state. Complete rubbish. I have proved, so socialism means, at least to a certain extent, more worker control of the economy. As proved here, the Nazi state privatized the economy. This person is categorically wrong. They are so deep in the liberal source that they are, without knowing it, a Nazi apologist. Liberal peer review likes to view things as non-changing, which ignores the accumulation of capital over time, when in reality things tend to be in motion and they have a direct, well, I guess the extraction of capital from the labor class is used for speculative capital to get assets, and those assets are used to offset debt, and that debt is used to get more speculative capital, and people literally sit and extract money from laborers and create wealth from it, and then create more wealth from it by renting things back to those people. So yes, it's very much the K-shaped economy. K? Help. The K? Is that going to do it for you guys? Yeah, the K-shaped economy. But they have Nazism in the name. Yeah, this guy is very stupid and philosophically wrong and unable to critically engage with my reasoning. He's probably trapped at basically a first year university, high school level sort of education around this stuff, where this is all ideological. Do you see none of this references history or reality? It controlled the property and the means of production and heavily influenced the distribution of resources. It literally didn't. It literally didn't. Like The Economist, famous socialist paper, lol. The Economist is like, no, this is like hardcore privatization. And there's something that we know that they had in similar as well with the American state. They used slaves, right? That's how Germany was able to be such a productive state, guys. It's not because the Germans have a good work ethic. It's because they fucking used the labor of Namibians, and then they genocided them during the German Empire, and then they did it during the period of Nazi control, and they did it with Jewish people and Poles and Roma people and queer people, and they put them in labor camps or they killed them. Lovely. It had due to the war and build up, because once again, it can be taken willy-nilly by the government. If it can be taken willy-nilly by the government on their own terms, you never actually owned it. Oh, baby, Elon Musk ain't ever gonna, like, he's never gonna give you reciprocal head, bro. Never. You're going to be selling your labor forever. Just because you put $100 onto Robinhood and made $2 doesn't mean you're a fucking capitalist. Am I wrong to understand that Chinese workers have almost no labor rights and party power? That is something that I think is a really interesting question. So the first thing that I would say is I am still learning about China. The Dengism, as described by the Chinese state itself, I've been accused of being a white Marxist by literally referencing the Chinese state. So I'll bring it up. China CPC website, mixed ownership model economy. Mixed ownership, essentially allowing the introduction of no. I want the actual Communist Party of China's website. For God's sake, not this. So this is how it's described in the Chinese state's terms, but I don't want. It's interesting that this doesn't come up, you know? Okay. International Department of the Central Committee of the CBC. So, I know this is about diplomacy. I wonder if... Right, I might have to do a trust me, bro. Maybe not. Okay. If in doubt, don't listen to your streamers, by the way, guys. Literally just search yourself and find the primary sources, which is from the yes, from the government itself. Okay. Okay, here we go. This is from the era of continuing reforms. This is sort of what I'm referencing. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to the other Western Marxists who tell you not to listen to me because I don't know. Who cares? Who cares? Listen to the CPC, right? And take it from there. Try and understand where they're coming from. So, this is the result of, there is the biggest communist party in the whole world is the Communist Party of China. There are large and broad factions, okay, of which the concept of individual workers' ownership with a more Yugoslav model in terms of corporations was proposed and was fought for by a contingent that I would, I guess, politically align with in China. Unfortunately, it hasn't won much, I guess, in terms of political power inside the various factions that fight for, well, and that, to be clear, that's, I call it fighting. It's also called democracy, guys. You know, that's like literally different groups arguing for socialism with Chinese characteristics and their own model now, right now, in China, which is much further ahead than I am. Now, there is unions in China, but they are, I've read a lot of publications from inside China, mainly actually, around the unions. They are very good at macro wins for workers. They are less good in terms of small, like, issues with, like, delayed pay and stuff. So I think if we see China as a very, very long-term plan, there is party control over the economy, either directly or over the mixed ownership models that they have, which essentially allows ownership by individuals, which produces a bourgeoisie class. And they know this. They are aware of this. They just keep them quashed very much under their thumb, right? They are power. The power dynamics are in the power of the party. If you lessen that right now, it is very likely that the bourgeoisie would try more and more efforts of liberalization and would put workers more at risk. We will just have to see long term how workers inside the country. So to answer Luca directly, there are two pathways. You can join the party and you can join a accredited union, right, to have more direct power in terms of workers' control. Democracy is when a guy with a knighthood burrows into the Labour Party and fucks it into the floor. Exactly. Political power in China seems top-down with a huge advantage to capital. That's where I slightly disagree. Political power in China seems top-down, absolutely. What I would say is I don't think it currently has an advantage to capital. There is an emerging bourgeois class. They're aware of that. They speak about it. That is very much subsumed legally and I guess in terms of actual power of the state and the crackdowns by the states of capitalists. Of people who are like, who's that Alibaba guy? And he tried to fuck with stuff and then he disappeared for a while because the central party was like, fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. You're here to make money for China, right? And you are Jack Ma, thank you. No, sweetie. Get the fuck back in line. So I do respectfully, Luca, disagree there. Look, it's not what I want for China, but I have, like, China is the biggest Marxist, like Leninist Maoist party in the world. If anybody can do it, they can do it. And we just have to have faith that comrades in China, of which there are many multifaceted approaches to Chinese development, tackle this, you know? But yeah, this is an explanation, by the way, of the kind of current approach to Dengist thought. gonna try to get a bit more sleep. Love you, lesbian communism forever. Have a good sleep, sweetie. Look after yourself. Thank you for popping in. Nothing says democracy like middle class pricks owning politicians. Exactly. Whereas the political class in China owns the emergent bourgeois class, right? And that is very much an important distinction. They are the largest party in numbers, but not in total. Oh, interesting. Tell me whom is. Let's take a look at. Continuing this and bringing it back, I guess, to exactly. Let's look at the DSA and the win over the weekend. So this is an interview with Daria. We looked through her policies. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here. 67. 67. Fuck you. You made me say that. I got. Shit. Welcome in, love. Thank you for being here, and thank you. I appreciate having an audience as per usual. And something I feel me and the mods and you, the chatters, have cultivated here that I really am so grateful for is respecting one another. Like me and Luca are friends. I think that we maybe have different viewpoints on the experiences of the political class in China, but fundamentally we're able to have this conversation without being like, do you know what I mean, mudslinging, it becoming very unpleasant. And this, to me, by the way, what we're doing is a democratic socialism here. We are discussing these things and trying to understand. We're trying to gain critical awareness, right? And we are open to being wrong and right. Me as well. I've been wrong on many things beyond just the England football team. And I will continue to be wrong and I will learn. And the only promise I can give you is endeavoring to learn about things together with you. The largest pro-capitalist socialist movement was Corbyn. Don't, that hurts. That hurts. Okay. So I looked through Doria's, I just want to understand, learn, and solve problems. It's almost like your brain's hardwired to do that, love. No, I appreciate you. Thank you for the food for thought. I would advise people to there are so many studies of the sort of mixed ownership model, the socialist market model in China. I just encourage people to read, as much as they can. Okay, let's listen to Daria's discussion on democracy now. In summary, again, guys, be respectful to one another. I think that this is a step in the right direction, and we'll look at Spain after, and then we're going to move on to economics in the UK. Right, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Democracynow.org.
Is that loud enough for you guys?
I'm Amy Goodman. Shockwaves have rocked the Democratic Party nationwide as progressives and DSA candidates endorsed by Mayor Zoran Mamdani win big in New York. In a major blow to the Democratic establishment, 3 candidates backed by Mamdani have won primary races in New York City and appear to be headed to Congress. Former New York City Comptroller Brad Lander beat Congressman Dan Goldman. The 32-year-old Afro-Latina organizer Daria Elisa Avila Chevalier pulled off a shocking defeat of 5-term Congressmember Adriano Espaillat, the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. And New York Assembly member Claire Valdez, who's a former union organizer, defeated Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso to fill the seat long held by Nydia Velázquez. Avila Chevalier and Valdez were both backed by the Democratic Socialists of America, which also played a key role in Mamdani's election. DSA-backed New York State Assembly and Senate candidates also swept their races, with 9 out of 10 candidates on the DSA slate winning the primaries. Democracy Now! Was at the DSA watch party for Claire Valdez and others in Brooklyn last night and spoke to progressive streamer Hassan Piker.
The decade of socialism, it's coming to a neighborhood near you. When I said we were going to let 1,000 Zoras bloom, this is what I meant. We got Claire Valdez and numerous other wonderful DSA candidates that are outperforming expectations tonight. And that's because the American people are tired of the same old business as usual politics, the corruption, the ineptitude, the feckless nature of the Democrats that don't want to fight back against the growth of fascism in this country. This is Americans fighting back. It's only the beginning.
Claire Valdez addressed her supporters at the end of the night.
My name is Claire Valdez, and I am proud to say that I will be your next Congress member. We haven't just won an election. We have declared that this movement is durable. That it is growing, and that it will not stop until working people are no longer asked to just build the table, no longer just offered a seat at the table, but will run the table. And make no mistake, this victory is not mine, it is ours. That's what organizing is. It's being asked to do something big, scary, unfamiliar, something that everything inside you says is not for you. It can't be you. But then you take the plunge, you find your power and solidarity. And let's talk about what that ask has now won. I will lead the fight against ICE's cruelty and stand steadfast.
Yes. Yeah, he is pretty shitty sometimes about that stuff.
Demonized, targeted attacks.
We're coming for you as a threat, lol. Let's go, Grand Platinum. I'm sorry, I hate Grand Platinum.
I will stand steadfast alongside our trans.
Grand Platinum has a shit platform in comparison to this person. And I think that he's a Nazi, and I don't support. Oh shit! I fucked up my fucking bollocks. I don't support Nazis. Hassan is platforming Democrats. He fell off.
Who are the beating heart in this community.
That's all right. Oh, right. Okay. Cool. Got you, Dream.
Liberation. We will stand up to the genocide. We will refuse to abide by apartheid, and we will use our money to improve lives here instead of destroy them abroad. And I will do everything in my power every single day in Congress to give the labor movement the tools it needs to be a fighting force for the entire working class.
Clara Valdez, Democratic nominee for Congress from Brooklyn and Queens. Tuesday's biggest upset was the victory of 32-year-old Afro-Latina Muslim organizer Darialisa Vila Chevalier, who defeated five-term Congressmember Adriano Espaillat, chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Mayor Mamdani addressed a roaring crowd of supporters at her watch party in Harlem last night.
This campaign began many months ago at the same park that we launched the canvas in today.
His hair's looking lush.
And at that time, I know that for many it may have felt like
if I know some stuff, if she doesn't, then the DSA project's over. If she doesn't AOC, the DSA's project is over. And then, yeah. I love him. Oh, I've got some candy for you after, actually. Right, guys, I'm getting the artist to work on the product. Let me show you something. 1 second. Just bringing something up. Yes, I love Hippo. I love Hippo so fat and happy. So fucking fat and happy. Okay, sorry. That's for after.
Like a fantasy that Daria Lisa would be here right now.
That fucking what the fuck, bro? Don't speak about yourself like that.
It was never a fantasy for her, and it was never a fantasy for all of you.
Yeah, Elron.
You have willed that dream into a reality.
Furious.
And I was asked time and again, why would I support this campaign? And I said then that I can think of no better person than the daughter of a single mother caseworker.
Thanks, love. How you doing, Leona?
Who has fought for working people her entire life. Who has stood up for New Yorkers unjustly detained by ICE. Who has called for a foreign policy of investing in babies and not
It's
bombs.
19 for me. It's okay.
I can think of no one better than someone of clarity, of conscience, and of conviction to be the next congressperson. And it is because you poured your hearts into this, because you poured your hopes into this, that we are showing there is a new path for politics in our city and in our country.
It's a possibility. The DSA is democratic, though. You can join. You can be a part of stopping them being libbed up.
We are showing.
All right, love to hear it.
June, a year ago tomorrow, was not an anomaly. It was not.
I'm okay, thank you.
It was the beginning.
Hello, song is out to lunch.
Join me in welcoming. And I want a fellow member of New York City DSA, an Afro-Latina woman, the first Dominican woman to represent this district, and the next Congresswoman from New York 13, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier.
He knows how to work a room, doesn't he?
Avila Chevalier then took to the stage and addressed her supporters in Harlem.
We're due to get another heat wave.
And to bring all of you with me.
I was sleeping like shit.
The fight that we have been fighting at the federal level. Because over a year ago, the odds were stacked against another young Muslim socialist.
Yeah, Leona, he wooed Trump. That was funny.
And so I'll tell you honestly, I'm not concerned about that.
For more, we're joined now by the Democratic nominee for Congress in New York's 13th Congressional District, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. She defeated five-term Congressmember Adriano Espaillat. Welcome to Democracy Now! If you could start off by introducing yourself to the country.
Oh, 40. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
Thank you so much for having me. I am a long-time listener, so it's such an honor to be here. My first interview after winning here at Democracy Now! I am an Afro-Latina Dominican daughter of immigrants. I am an organizer. I have been organizing my entire adult life around immigration justice, around ending mass incarceration, around Palestine. And it is such an honor to be able to have the privilege of having run a campaign that is centering working people in this district who have for far too long just been ignored by establishment.
I am, thank you. I hope you are having a good day as well.
It is such a surreal experience, and truly so excited to get to work and bring the values of working class people of color here in Harlem and Washington Heights and Inwood in the Bronx into the halls of Congress.
And talk about what you think are the most important issues that you've represented, and what did it mean to you to upset, to beat this 5-term Congress member, head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Adriano Espaillat?
You know, I am somebody who has had to think about whether I can afford to stay in the city that I love. This is the second poorest congressional district in the state, and by some measures, the country. And to know that we centered.
Oh, really? From LB? We love LB here. I'm really sad that South Africa went out though yesterday. There was a world in which they could have won the game. I'm gonna guess she's not. She's a bit sad today as well.
Where we are fighting for housing for all, to make sure that we abolish ICE and to have our tax dollars come back home to invest in our babies here and not in bombs abroad.
Been in his office for 10 years.
Truly at the heart of everything that our community really needs. We have another statistic that
could the establishment then trying to yeah. Even then, I think in New York it would unlikely to
for us to
split the vote in a way. Like Republicans are on like 10-15% or something.
Dignified childhoods would mean that we would be able to provide for every single person in this community. And you know, we have had representation in the past years.
Yeah, LB's a great streamer.
Where these crises have just grown.
LB is somebody as well who has done a lot behind the scenes for a lot of femmes in streaming as well, and I'm super grateful to that. Like, yeah,
and
very cool.
With so many organizers on the ground to build a grassroots movement that is responsive to working people here, that gets to the issues. And you know, this campaign was a lot of work. It was something that was built from the very ground up. And in the last few weeks, it was really a difficult one because we had so much money and so many smears thrown our way. We had over $7 million
LB
spending that was being spent to smear me personally and to use incredibly racist and anti-Black rhetoric.
I heard it got super racist, this.
Black residents in this district came out and supported this campaign in that context, in a context where Voting Rights Act is being gutted, where the rights of so many are under attack, to know that they came out despite the odds and chose these values really means the world to me.
Agreed.
If you can talk about the attacks on you by the Espaillat camp, around your background, questioning your Dominican heritage, of course, the Dominican...
Actually, no, I don't agree. Fuck Little Bear 36. Let's start some drama for engagement. No, I'm joking. I mean, I'm in chat a lot, so obviously I enjoy watching it.
Shares an island with Haiti, and talk about as if to be Haitian.
Yeah, all the femme streamers, I hate them.
We're saying this anti-Haitian rhetoric.
Fuck you, Star Girl. Yeah. Fuck you, LB. Fuck you, Jennings. Fuck you, Complaining Laney. I can't think of any more off the top of my head. Yeah, start a fight with me for engagement.
it was a
No, I can't. I love them all. Oh, sorry. Fuck you, LHS. Hi, Cat. Morning, love.
Inundated with rhetoric that was using the term Haitian as though it were a slur. I was inundated with emojis of monkey and gorilla emojis, of rat emojis. Of folks asking me and my family for proof of our birth certificate and where we were born. And, you know, I just think it was really...
Not even Bear. Yeah, fucking liar.
That I have seen in a really long time. It really reminded me of MAGA style politics. And it was just so shocking to see that coming in a heavily blue district and in a district where the sitting incumbent was a Democrat. And, I'm just so honored to have been able to fight against that with my team, with my coalition, and to know that voters here in this.
I'm just letting you into the Discord, by the way.
To know that we have turned a page on the politics of the past and a politics that is, in so many ways so divisive.
Sorry, hold on. Sorry, there we go.
Of just cynicism. To be able to turn the page on that and to bring forward a politics of hope, to center a message that is about a politics of life, has
popcorn.
Really been such an honor, and also showing that this is a politic that is popular and that will win. That Americans are tired of this politics of death, the politics of cynicism, and want to make sure that our resources are coming back to our communities and
She's
investing
munching on me manifesting. You wish.
Here.
If you can talk about your
Pride Month's over soon anyway. I have to go back to being straight.
Alum, you were part of, you protested.
I need my haircut.
The encampments you were a part of.
You thirsty motherfuckers.
Taught on the West Bank. Talk about your experience as a student there and how that influenced your positions on Palestine and Israel.
Yeah, I went to undergrad at Columbia University, and while I was a student there, I went to the West Bank, and it deeply formed a lot of my understanding of global politics, but even my own context here in New York, where I started to see and understand that the systems that were oppressing Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, all over Palestine, were also informing our systems here that we're having such a...
This is good politics. I'm sure I'd find something where I disagree with her, but I align strongly with this person on this.
Grow as an organizer, as a person.
Hi, Mama. Morning. Or afternoon. No, morning.
Systems, you start to notice that they're not just similar systems, they are the same system. They are systems that consistently put profit over people, that consistently deny people.
Hello, Ahmed. I hope you are well, my friend. On the concept of Palestine, if people may have just been paid, Ahmed's family is in Gaza and is looking for support if anybody has some spare cash. Let me bring up the... Give me 1 second. Is it in mutual aid? Yes. Don't worry, folks. This is guaranteed. Somebody inside, a family inside Gaza. So if you've got spare fiver, tenner, etc., you can chuck on chuck it into Ahmed's family, whose sister, I think, is was it sister or cousin, is getting married soon, which is exciting. But like, yeah, if you folks can contribute, that would be really good. As you can imagine, things are still very bad in the north of Gaza. My family and I live in a tent surrounded by the rubble that is the Gaza Strip. Life continues to be very difficult. I must walk to and carry back everything for my family and I to survive. People die doing that, by the way, guys, so, you know. The weather is very cold right now. The prices of food and water are high, although better than what they used to be. Despite everything, I will continue to dream of a better future for me and my family. This year, I want to raise not only to travel out of Gaza and find work, but also to continue supporting my family. Right. Yeah, so if you have some spare cash, please go give to Ahmed. It's important. Our goals are in common. I have a, but I don't get paid until this Wednesday. But I'll donate. Mummies and Lennon, thank you so much. I'll be able to donate more if this week I'll be finding out whether I have work for the next 3 months. I really hope so. I just think I think I'm against someone who's well and they're not going to pick me because I'm sick and I won't be able to prove it. But I have worked for them before, so I'm hoping it will make me so much less fucked financially, and I'll be able to share my wealth a little bit more with folks. But at the moment, I am not. Thank you, love. After the stream today, I have a meeting with the CEO. So, you know, fingers crossed. I can be like, I can start immediately. So if it happens, it'll just be 1 day a week less that I'll be streaming for a while. And I'm sorry that it sort of disrupts people's schedules, because I do quite like being here for the morning for you guys. But I hope you understand. It's only 1 day less, even though that probably will feel quite like a lot to me. I'll probably try and make up for it on a Saturday and do longer streams. But I hope you understand that if I have an opportunity to have a well-paid consultancy, I will take for it. If you worked for them before, it will help, because yes, and they gave me really good feedback as well. It is. I can show you. I wrote. Thank you, love. Impact. Yeah. Basically, where's the... No, we don't need this. Where's the... Publications it might be in. Good luck, understandable. Got to find a way to make it in this hell world. Exactly. It's not that this. I helped them write this. They also, I have like major problems with the organization I left. You have to earn a living and most people can't from streaming. Yeah, even though my stream is getting bigger, and I'm super fucking grateful, folks. Like, it's particularly as I have no current government support. Like, it's impossible for me to make ends meet, and I live with my parents now, right? Like, I could never move out on the money that I'm on. Thanks, love. Yeah, they're lovely. They also do a lot more like direct unconditional aid for groups, and they do it in a lot more areas, and they don't spend as much money on think tank bullshit. So I'm philosophically like looking forward to going back to more as anti-imperialist approach to development as we can in what is still a colonialist macro state, if that
human dignity for the sake of capital. And to know that we sent a very message yesterday.
Ask the people who are like
to continue to be the case.
So you can't really walk or look after yourself, but okay, go fuck yourself.
At the heart of our democracy was. It felt really full circle to know that we can say free Palestine at our party, to know that we can say what is happening in Gaza is a genocide and win.
Thank you for the
foiver. AIPAC, reject the politics of big money and corporations coming into our politics. It is truly, I think, a seismic shift that is happening in our politics.
Attendees at your victory party last night included
I'm not giving up.
The Palestinian activist.
I've got to send them some more.
The Columbia University graduate student organizer who was detained 4 months last year.
I don't think that they would take me speaking about being sick as evidence. I've got evidence from my doctors. You know, variable your health is. I've learned in this process, even though eventually when I took them to court, I took the government to court, I spoke to an actual doctor then. They can have that discussion about the variability. But before then, you can't say it's variable. You just say it's bad. Because they will hear the variable and they'll be like, you're fine then. Most days. And I'm like, no, most days I'm fucked up. And then I have like 1 day. Like, I can't sit up. Like, I have this for my body, right? Because sitting up is too much for my body. Imagine being so sick, like eating and drinking and sitting is hard, you know? Yeah. I've got lots of medical stuff.
Today's win is a
my
big
doctors.
win for New York, is a big win for the working class community in this country. To have someone like Daria Lisa actually representing them in DC.
Hi, love. Evidence barely gets you a PIP assessment. It all goes on the points. Yeah. I didn't have a face-to-face assessment, at least, because I'm immunocompromised. They are like so hard, Leona.
Since my first days at Columbia, and she's been always very supportive, even in my absence when I was in detention. She was there for me. She was there for my family. She was there for my community.
during lockdown.
Now I have no doubt that she will continue to do the same in DC.
Can you talk about your organizing around Mahmoud Khalil's detention, being held for months, and what he symbolized to you, Daria-Lisa Avila Chevalier?
You know, Mahmoud is a friend, but I would have fought for him even if he weren't, because I have been fighting for immigration justice my entire adult life. It is something that is deeply important to me. And when
Not my appeal. The appeal's in,
you know,
Kat.
there was the initial shock of it all.
They're waiting for some of my evidence. I'm going to try and post it later today.
And I just kind of went into autopilot where I just started writing to make sure that we were spreading the word about his case and taking control of the narrative as someone who knew him in that time, and making sure that we were really putting together movement work that could bring attention to his case. And I was already organizing with fellow organizers around civil disobediences, around direct actions, to bring more attention to his case, about court support, to make sure that we were showing that he has a community. And when the Trump administration said that he would be the blueprint of how immigration enforcement would be conducted going forward, I thought it would be very clear to all our representatives the stakes in his case, not just as an individual, not just on the fact that it was basically punishment for his engagement.
Technically, I know some stuff, yes, but the changes by Keir Starmer have meant that a lot more of the power is centralized in the Parliamentary Labour Party now.
In free speech around the
as opposed to the Democratic base.
But also because of the impact that it would have on every immigrant in this country, on the First Amendment rights of every person on U.S. soil, and to know that our representative, the one that was representing him in that moment, that all he could offer were two sentences around trusting Trump's DOJ at a time.
Sorry, I'm going to bring the AOC thing up afterwards, actually.
By detaining him in the first place was deeply troubling. And so, you know, when I was first considering whether or not this was a race I wanted to throw my hat in, I just kept thinking about Mahmoud and the millions of people like him and Noor who are so fearful right now, and what it would have meant to them to have a representative who was actually fighting for them.
See, she doesn't mention AOC there. AOC used to be a DSA member. This is important for us to critically contend with. She has some fine politics. For a long time now, I've been saying she essentially betrayed Palestinian liberation, actually, quite a few years ago. Started asking for like a two-state solution and all this stuff. And importantly, made a vote, what was it, last year, to increase funding for military assets for Israel. She's a genocider, right then, at that point. So she was thrown out of the DSA beforehand because of that. No, she wasn't with the Greens. She was DSA a long time ago. My point with the DSA is you need to ensure that you're vetting people, because if it's Grant Plattner and AOC, ultimately these people are betraying you. The Lenin liberals will always betray you, meme times a million. So I hope that Daria doesn't. It feels like she's convicted, and it feels like her background is a lot less for me, it's very clear the distinction between her and someone like Plattner. She's from the streets. Plattner's a rich kid, right? Who's a fucking mercenary of death and a Nazi. It just depends whether you think Iraqis are people or not. Whether you think he's a Nazi or not, I guess. She seems to be legit. Like, I know some stuff said, like, if she starts capitulating, that for me means that this side of this project is over. And here is where I kind of explain how I feel about these moments. So, in Spain, and again, Spanish politics, the paradigm at the moment is SOCDEM. It's progressive SOCDEM. you have a presidente who is more vocally and legally in support of Palestine, but when you scratch the surface and you look underneath, still kind of just like slightly better regulated capitalism and a couple of important changes, right? To like unionization laws and mobilization. And because I'm not an accelerationist, for a long time I have been saying, and I'm backed by empirical research as well, right? I've been saying, I think that SOCDEM is a place in which you can reach the critical point of what happened in Germany, and you can build, then you have your choice, right? You have either you do the revolution, you do the Rosa Luxemburg Spartacus gang, or you do the SOCDEM Nazi shit, right? We all of our lives are likely in the West going to be leading up to that point in the future. And we have to prepare for people in the future to make those decisions, right? My point being, a case example here is the Spanish anti-imperialist socialist movement is getting fucking massive in the way that the Belgian Workers' Party is starting to like critically expand on the contradictions and shit that's going on in Belgium, right? Mine and Dad's MP is Rupert Hook, don't know. Communism will crush you again, lol. Like literally there's revolutionary Marxism that's growing from this. In recent years in the Spanish state, the so-called socialist movement has emerged, a movement that brings together organizations of all kinds. Unions, youth coordinators, artistic initiative, students' organizations, women's organizations, tenants' unions, etc., under the banner of revolutionary Marxism with a common objective of rebuilding a communist party. Today, the socialist movement has tens of thousands of members throughout the country, is what they mean. Some of the principles of the socialist movement are political independence of the proletariat from parliamentary parties of the bourgeoisie, and the need for a mass revolutionary party that serves for the working class as a vanguard of the whole. Democratic centralism and as an organizing principle in the workers' councils and organization cells of the Communist Party. So I'm actually not a democratic centrist, but if that's the way that Spanish comrades want to do it, that's the way that Spanish comrades want to do it, right? Due to the concentration of bourgeois power in institutional bodies of the European Union, the socialist movement considers necessary for the Communist Party to organize itself at the European level, which is why it is already expanding its activity outside the borders of Spain to areas like Portugal or the south of France. If you're interested in European communism, stay tuned, since most likely the socialist movement will begin to act in your region. Yes. There has been like there has been like liberation movements within Spain for a while. I'm just going to show you something. Let me see if I can find it here. Late stage capitalism. Yeah, here. Okay. I feel that everybody here and the other streamers I know and comrades and friends who have different politics than me, but we have impassioned discussions, are respectful of one another. Why are you not... Why is this taking so long to load? I'm Portuguese. Our socialist party is Dookie. I believe, welcome in. You are not the only Portuguese here. Obrigada. Or obrigado, because I'm a woman. Obrigado. Welcome in. I think that this is a new party that's building off that. That's what I got from that as well. Okay. So... yeah. Hold on. Because you said the S word, they're cutting my internet, brother. They're cutting my internet. Nearly 2/3 of young Americans support socialism. W. Yeah, this is horrible. Even though we're against the Congo, I have respect for Congo. On Wednesday, England, the Lumumba being a very important like anti-imperial hero who was murdered by Belgian-backed mercenaries in order to control the assets of a country, because colonialism never ended, lads. The Lumumba symbol of the Congolese football team is a guy called Michael Nkuka Mblogadinga. Has been banned because America is a shit capitalist hellhole. Okay. Okay. I have to go back because this is. Oh yeah, yo, we got woke Pope. We got woke Pope. I got ahead to move out into a van and empty art school. Wanker. Congratulations on graduating, my love. Well done. Me is proud of you. I don't know why it was Jar Jar Binks there, but I have pride for you. Well done, my love. Everyone give a W for our friend Kat, who's been a lesbian here for a long time. Thank you, Kat, for the like many years of support, and congratulations. And I know you have additional needs, so getting through uni was challenging, and well done. Very, very proud of you. I'm trying to find the sections which they are talking about the election. So it's a couple of days old. Okay. The communists are making their move, if only Trump, hey? Sorry, this is them. I want to find an example of where I think bad discourse is. Around the thing that we've been discussing. A new paper finds rising housing costs as a major causal driver of declining fertility. Shock horror. Did they get rid of them? I wonder if they got rid of this. That's fine. That's okay discourse. I want to find an example for you of basically being like, fuck the DSA, they're absolute pricks. I'm infinitely better and I'm doing nothing to critically engage with any structures around me. Blah, 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 blah. I feel like maybe they've got rid of some of them. The bad empanada style stuff. I saw it a lot on this. When you had the election wins last week. $4,000 new DSA members in under a week. Let's fucking go. That's sick. Let's try searching for the DSA under it. Here. Oh, yeah, sorry. Reminder that DSA is not a socialist organization. The squad isn't a part of the DSA. See, that people are talking over each other. Disagreeing with ultra-left positions on things is not an expellable offense in a democratic socialist organization. Openly organizing with your ultra-left cult within the DSA is an expellable offense. What? Okay, that's stupid. I don't know what the DSA is on about there. How do I do it by past week? Okay. I think they've got rid of them, which is good, actually. So people were basically being really fucking rude, like really, really rude, and being like, anyone involved in the DSA is dumb and I'm pure. And it's like, no, this isn't help. Like you're not critically engaging with people. You're not using your big words. I don't trust you in a movement, you know? Every single member of the DSA I've met who is engaging with it at the moment is very aware of its shortcomings. And the shortcomings of entryism itself. Cult of Corbyn denied. I mean, Corbyn is different. Corbyn is actually a democratic socialist who wanted like legitimate things like land reforms and stuff in the UK, and pretty much an entirely different economic model. The left wing of DSA tends to tell the right wing. I wonder, then my thoughts are for people to join and make that left wing block fucking big. Thank you for sticking around for that section. That's kind of my operating philosophy. Please enjoy a dirty hippo being adorable as I grab some more water. And then we are going to move on to a bit of a deep dive into Economics Insider on how Burnham can unbreak Britain. He won't, but this will be very interesting for us, right? And it applies to a lot of post-industrialized states.
Such a dirty hippo. It's time to wake up and go.
Hi, baby.
Mars attacks, Mars attacks. He's had too many snacks, and he just wants to relax. Mars attacks, Mars attacks. It's time to get up. You can do that inside. Oh my goodness, the ear wiggles. Alright, you little baked potato. Can you get up? Listen, an hour ago, I saw you swimming in the pool. So where's that energy now? Where's that energy now? Can you get up? Mars attacks, Mars attacks. See if your legs work. They don't. Mars attacks, Mars attacks. Don't make me put you in air jail. Mars attacks, Mars attacks. He just wants to relax. It is the baby. Look at that baby face. Can you go be a sleepy potato inside? What? Let's get back you up into that corner. Oh, what? If he fits, he sits. I'm not crying, you're crying. You can't look at me with those cute little eyes. They're saying, please just put me in air jail. Please fly me inside. Mars attacks, Mars attacks. Oh, his legs don't work anymore. Oh goodness, what a big yawn. Oh my goodness. He's just a tired potato. Please. Attaboy. Those legs work now.
Hippo.
Those legs work now.
Hippo.
They work to back you into that corner.
That's the perfect form, the ultimate form of body. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, that's just reality. Is baby. Is baby. Is baby. Yeah. Yeah, he needs to be taken out of the hot sun. He'd be too baby. Too baby leg no work. Too baby leg no work. Welcome in, Bolshevism. Thank you so much. Cool. Okay. Holy shit. We got a big audience at the moment. Thank you for being here, everyone. Fucking hell. Thank you. If you're enjoying, please follow. If you're ultra enjoying, please subscribe. Subscribe with Fananan and Pram, etc. Hippos can swim faster than humans and run up to 30 miles an hour. Do you have to be really fast on a but? I think if a hippo is gonna fucking murder you, you're dead. Hi, Aiden. Welcome in. Hippos are danger fluffs. Hippos are danger fluffs. Like, completely.
Activate the mosques.
Oh my god, it's the mosques. Jihad, bitch.
_ no _ some _ stuff just activated Corbin Jihad.
One second.
Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian.
UE6969696969 wants you to know they love lesbians.
Right. Thanks, folks. I'm speaking to the artist.
Username modern is icon.
So, folks, I'm getting an artist to do from scratch the idea for the merch. I'll show you what this. So this is AI. This is the idea. It's now being given to a artist to do their magic, and this is a reference. This is the reference. So this will be on stickers, magnets, and t-shirts. And they are the artists who produce things like, you see the cool little nice, awesome. Yeah. Look at this. So this cool little chili thing here that you see, wait. Yeah, here is all of this is commissioned artwork. So, and that's cool. That's cool. It's not the person who let me down before either. If you want another, okay, cool. Yeah. This is AI. So giving it to an artist and they will do their interpretation of this. But I think that this shit goes hard as fuck. This shit goes hard as fuck. For the future, and if I get you keep losing it, L. If I get the job, I can do this because I can sort of offset the costs of things a bit more because I'll have an income outside of streaming. In addition, as a sticker, so it says Chief Moral Officer here. Again, this is AI. It should say Chief Morale Officer. But we've got an Othello sticker, and I can give this to the artist as well. The thing is, as a sticker, people are going to be like, "Who the fuck is Othello?" So this would be, I guess, maybe more. Do people put up stickers in their homes and stuff, like on a laptop sticker or something? But we've got our boy here. We've got our boy who socializes the cuddles. Oh, absolutely, by what the artist has done. Thank you, May. Yes, I am working behind the scenes. So the artist has said yes. We're working out payment. Go off to them, and they're using these as references. There are a few different types of stickers. Just please use someone who can do shorts in a shirts. Yeah. Oh no, they'll be the place I found it sort of prints it for you in the UK. They don't do big runs because they have so much going on. They can do a few limited runs as well. It might be a few dollars more expensive, but it's also more ethical. So yeah, I'd put the community sticker ups. Yeah, the community sticker one, I think in general would be a lefty thing. This is more for like the community members who've been here for a long time that love Othello. But I tell you what, let's start with the other one first and take it from there. Okay. People still put stickers on their phone and stuff. True. So yeah, sent it over to the artist, who is someone who's done work for me before, and they're great. And we'll take it from there. Yeah, luckily, yeah. I just had to find out people that made it in the UK, as opposed to people who basically had it shipped from like Vietnam or India or Bangladesh and abused women. Because I cannot do a socialisms by financially benefiting from the exploitation of women's labor in the global south. But there are still print shops in the UK. Why not Bangladesh? Shemin, because I actually like the women of Bangladesh. The NHS was... Wait, what? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. That's so frustrating. Ethical as I can, exactly. There's no such thing as genuine ethical, but there definitely is better, and there definitely is... I definitely am ensuring that I spend some time doing that as well. I'm sorry, Dan. Okay, this is an economist. I love... This is, for me, Novara at its best. You know, sometimes we have fucking Michael being a fucking lib idiot turf who we hate. And then we have them coming on with basically economists. Of some have been Marxist and some are, I guess, a contemporary development on Keynesianism, right? So this is a woman. This is Whammon. She studied at UC. No. Where did she study? She was appointed by a member of the Presidential Economic Advisory Council of South Africa by President Cyril Ramaphosa in 2019. Feels like maybe she wasn't listened to, but I don't know the specifics there. Thank you for the follow. So, she went to Princeton High School. She got a BA in Tufts, where she also did an exchange program with the National Autonomous University of Mexico. She then received an MA from, where's this? The New School in New York. Not heard of this, interesting. A university in exile. Her dissertation was 4 essays on evolutionary market share dynamics, a computational approach. Nice. She's been a professor for a while. She advises. She, I would say, is we have looked at, I guess, Marxist economists before. I would say that she's going to be as far a left as liberalism will get you. But she has very complimentary things to say about China. Remember, you can use a walk-in clinic if you need emergency care, but I'm sorry that you're being let down. Yeah, she's conceptually contributed a lot to, I think, of discussions around what we were hinting at earlier. Basically saying liberalism is an illusion and a lie, right? Let's listen to her. These Italians.
If I just go in saying, forget capitalism, communism is better, or whatever, it's not just communism, you ain't going to get very far. That doesn't
Some
mean
of us have made great careers out of doing exactly that.
Just to dismiss Queen. It and say capitalism is shit. We need a better system. This woman's just talking about how to get the market to work. Kind of also talking to myself because of course we know the system doesn't work. Of course it needs a complete radical change. But I personally, and I might be wrong, think that the most radical thing we can do is actually spend time on the very concrete everyday tools that every day are wasted, that every day are often the scene of corruption. This stuff is life or death.
No, I haven't. Socialism is when the government does stuff. I'm very smart, give me money. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Round of applause. I love the downstreams.
Hi. So, sadly, today we lost another Prime Minister. And you know what Oscar Wilde said? To lose one Prime Minister is a tragedy, to lose two is carelessness, to lose six is what the fuck is going on with your political system. And there are as many explanations for why we scroll.
So, on that note, this is a very well-timed discussion, right? Andy Burnham's coming in. Already, the very lovely Stephen in chat has shared us a bunch of the think tank wafflery and waffle around his proposals for regional redistribution of wealth. Absolutely none of it addresses the economic base in terms of manufacturing, in terms of the relationship between the citizen as a worker and the citizen as a democratic individual. Andy Burnham, anyone who believes in Andy Burnham, and I'm pissing people off online, come join in the conversation for a start. But also, I am right. He is not going to give you what he wants. How do I know this? How can I read the future? I listen to what he says. And he says, and look at what he's done. And what he's done is give greater controls to government to do capitalism and like the things like buses and stuff, just greater. And they've been a bit more, they've cracked down on crony capitalism a little bit. And in doing so, pushed out a massive class of working class people from Manchester because of gentrification. Nationalisation is like Edinburgh and West Lothian and East Lothian, who own their buses, and they make money. They make money, right? Because any capitulation to capitalism is a loss of wealth for us. Always, forever. Just doing it a little bit better, not enough, right? And that's their plan, is to build this regional distribution model with basically state control being a little bit better. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. They're just opening the door to fascism. I am right. Okay, I've been right so far about British politics. I will continue to be right because I do Marxist analysis here. I'm not lib-brained, right? And if that pisses you off, come and engage. That was for a clip. You probably, I can imagine Stephen watching in the background being like, this could be a clip. That was for a clip for YouTube, right? You guys say this shit like, fuck you dickheads, and you get engagements. Like that guy, and I knew the other day, if I was like, Nazis are free market economists, Nazis are privatization, you know, queens, I'd get people who are like, actually, Adam Smith said Stalin killed 8 billion people, sweetie. That drives engagement, etc., etc. Behind the scenes, I might try and find that clip. And unless anyone wants to make a clip of that moment there for me, I would very much appreciate. And then get that out on YouTube. And try this thing, which I know some stuff was saying, the boost thing. You said we can do it 3 times a week. But the whole, like, your buses are shit thing is important, right? Andy Burnham ain't going to be shit. He ain't got no nationalised buses. It's bollocks. He has better contracts. That's it. And that's what he's saying he wants for energy, rail, infrastructure. Americans think liberalism is leftism. We're not yet cooked, but we're roasting. Yeah, like Fahrenheit 100 and rising and being basted. Anyway, so this is the discussion about this is whether Andy Burnham could unbreak Britain. He won't. He won't. He won't. I'm right about this. He won't. Irritating. I know Scots works better. Yeah, it does. Better regional funding. Lothians in Edinburgh brutally mogs Andy Burnham with actual nationalisation. Exactly. Just look, I'm seeing like a lot of cope from the Andy Burnham left who are like, he wants to nationalise. No, he doesn't. Read what he said. Look at what he's done. Like, stop falling for the media shit. Like, do you want me to bring out the fell for it again badge, right? And be a dickhead? Because I'm taking off the kids' gloves. Like, stop it. You fell for it with Keir. Okay? There's some benefits to the regionalisation approach that they have planned. Okay? There is. There will have benefits beyond the immediate, I guess, political paradigm. Yeah, he picked a massive fucking Zionist, disabled, hating, anti-welfare chief of staff. Blairite. Oh, any time now, them's trickle downs is happening. Anyway, let's get back to this sort of longer form discussion. In it, Donatella, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. Maybe I need to do some proper critical reflection.
Through prime ministers in the way that we do, as there have been prime ministers in the last decade. So for some people, it's all about Brexit. For other people, it's all about first past the post. Or it's the bond markets, or it's some crazy compliment that, Epstein had and gave to the CIA that would make your eyes water. There's one thing which I think cuts through and under absolutely everything, which is that economic optimism is at an all-time low.
Because
So
we're
in the most recent survey,
we're in late stage capitalism. We are in pure monopolization, which, as Marx and famous radical Adam Smith always said would happen. We own nothing. We toil in the different way that human beings toil to survive. Fool me twice. What? Why's my king get fooled again? Now watch this drive.
8% of people in this country think that things will get worse rather than better in the next 12 months. And it doesn't matter who the government puts up, whether it's, Rishi Sunak or Jeremy Hunt or Rachel Reeves. It doesn't matter who the government of the day puts up to go on the telly and say, oh, look, line go up. It's all very good, actually. It doesn't actually persuade people. And for some reason, they never entertain the notion that people might have a better insight into their lives than a bunch of lines on a graph do. So our next very special guest argues that what the state actually needs is a sense of purpose that comes from the people. And that the economy is not a set of capricious forces to either be marshalled or to be kept in check. It is a project.
Thank you. Let me
achieve
sorry.
goals that we set.
Sorry, Ash. How do I find it? How do I find it? No, I didn't. Oh. It's okay.
Ourselves as a society
I'll do
or
it.
indeed as a species. Mariana Mazzucato is a professor.
Damn you, Dan. Stop seeing me and my ADHD. Mushroom. It's okay. It's okay.
In the economics of innovation and public value.
You don't have to
University
apologise.
College London, but if you're like me and you're a little bit long in the tooth to be hanging around a university lecture hall, You've probably read her work on the entrepreneurial state,
debunking
public versus private sector myths, or indeed her lacerating book, The Big Con, which took aim at the likes of McKinsey and Deloitte. We're here to discuss her new book, The Common Good Economy, A New Compass, a passionate and rigorously researched call for a new relationship between the state and capital, which puts the pursuit of the common good at the heart of everything we do. And is that Andy Burnham? I can see you taking notes at the back. Could be.
No. He takes his notes from the Epstein class. I really need a hug. Cuddle in my giant arms, Dan. Disability solidarity to you, mate. I am sorry. Thank you, I know some stuff. That's good to know. I will... Hold on, let's whack out a... Wank. A lefty thing. This... No, not this. Oh, shit. First and take it from there. Okay. People still put stickers on their phone and stuff? True. This is too... No. Discard clip. Hold on. Why not Bangladesh? Shemin, because I actually like the women of Bangladesh. Yeah, Shemin. Ensuring that I spend some... It's best. We have... Shut up, lesbian. Heard of this? Interesting. Nice. She is very complimentary things to I think am I loud enough for you guys? Is an illusion and a lie, right? Hold on. Start talking about Andy Burnham. You've been
communism is better or whatever.
Me, not her.
You ain't gonna get very far. That doesn't mean
Some of us have made great careers out of doing exactly that.
Just to dismiss
Queen.
It and say capitalism is shit. We need a better system. This woman's just talking about how to get the market to work. Kind of also talking to myself.
Loud and clear? Okay.
Of course we know the system doesn't work. Of course it needs a complete radical change. But I personally, and I might be wrong,
I'm going to do a clip, and then if we can try that thing that I know some stuff is saying.
On the very concrete, everyday tools that every day are wasted, that every day are often the scene of corruption. This stuff is life or death.
Very smart, give me money. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Round of applause.
Sadly, today we lost to lose all.
In chat has shared us a bunch of the think tank wafflery and waffle around his proposals for regional redistribution of wealth. Absolutely none of it addresses the economic base in terms of manufacturing, in terms of the relationship between the citizen as a worker and the citizen as a democratic individual. Andy Burnham, in anyone who believes in Andy... There we go. There. Sorry, I'm like clip brain now. It's when you start that Andy Burnham, because you have to vie for people's attention, right? Andy Burnham's a wanker and all that crap. Manufacturing citizen. No. Andy Burnham. In anyone who believes in Andy Burnham, and I'm pissing people off online, come join in the conversation for us. How do I make longer there? How do I make longer there? Oh. Never mind then. A massive class of working... Never mind then. Ah, shit, no! Never mind then. Sorry for wasting all of your time with that faff. Sorry. Open up history. Sorry. Yeah, how do I make it longer there? Where is... Here we go. Okay.
We're here to discuss her new book, The Common Good.
Hi, Void. Welcome in.
Compass, a
Recently closed tab. Thank you.
Researched call for a new relationship between the state and capital, which puts the pursuit of the common good at the heart of everything we do.
What's
and
this?
Is that Andy Burnham? I can see taking notes at the back.
A short respect on the... Oh, God.
Now watch this drive.
This is so silly.
Could be a Gen Xer dad, I don't know. Anyway, Mariana Mazzucato, welcome to Downstream.
You were desperate for that, Aidan. It's okay.
So, Mariana, what a fucking day in British politics.
Yeah, what a day to have this planned for.
A day to have you on. Before we get on to your new book, I suppose my first question for you was, where did it all go wrong for Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves? In some ways, they took a lot of inspiration from you. They talked about missions and they set all these targets. They had a new relaunch every 3 months. Where did they go wrong?
Well, so that's a huge question, and I think there's different places, but I think the first is that after saying the truth, which they did, which is that we had 14 years of misery, there was no need for austerity. Even the World Bank and the IMF, which are not known for their communist ideas, have said that was not a good idea.
Oh, I guess without knowing it, in like my early 20s, was doing a communism but being too right 15 years before. Folks, this isn't just an abstract idea. They've linked the death of 500,000 people in this country to austerity. It's not just slight little GDP go down, it's murdered British people. It is a genuine threat to the well-being of people in this country. Rachel Reeves is terrible. She's a super neoliberal-brained economist.
So
fundamentally, she believes that spending is bad. We're silly. We're not silly, sorry. We are silly. But we're not silly, and we know that productive spending is very, very good for the economy. Productive spending for workers. I'm trying a little bit of socialisms in that, right? Do you have the links? I must warn my country to research about austerity. There you go. This is literal class war on people. This is literal class war on people.
They explained that this hole had been created by creating a very problematic economy. What should have happened next was a strategy, a vision, an upbeat view.
Exactly, Elrond. No worries.
And that didn't come. What we heard very early on were the negatives, right? So the disability allowance being taken away, the winter fuel payment being taken away. And there was this constant talk about the whole. And the problem with the economy, or not the problem, the truth is that it's a function of what we do. There are no economic pressures and market forces coming from Mars. It depends on what you do with the economy. So one of the key problems which they never talked about was the private sector. We always talk about, right, public debt, and we need to constrain it, and I'm sure we'll get to that later. If you don't actually have a private sector that invests, if you have a private sector of the Thames Water kind, of the Carillion kind, and many other private companies kind, where when they do have profits, they don't reinvest those profits, then the economy doesn't grow. So it's not just about fixing the hole with some...
Yeah, but the shareholders' wealth does, as does their access to assets to rent to the best of us. When were austerity measures imposed on the UK? Margaret Thatcher is the change, a far deeper actually changing of the economic paradigm from the sale of the post-war era government assets, water, everything really, actually, housing, everything apart from the actual sale of the NHS, that was done by Blair. And can someone remind me who the healthcare minister was under that era of Blair? Anyone in chat know? I'm sure you guys do. I've spoken about it before, and you're all very smart here. All very smart, lovely people. It was Andy Burnham. It was Andy Burnham, the guy who's about to come in. I'm sure it'd be different, bro. I'm sure it'd be different. It should be different. Shit, was it me? Yes, it was you guys. It was you guys. You did it. Austerity is 2010 era onwards that they're talking about is huge, politically, ideologically driven cuts to the public sector in every feasible way, whether that be nurses, train drivers, disabled people, people on welfare, etc., etc. Huge cuts to investment, huge cuts to regional investment strategies, like everything.
Some public money and then saying, oh, but there's not enough money, so we'll do it a bit less. It's how do you get the private sector to do their job, to invest and to innovate and to work with the government around problems. And that's what the whole point of mission economy was. We would have never gotten to the moon had NASA not been really confident about its role, put really important clauses in the contracts, no excess profits, not no profits. You need profits as capitalism, fine, but not in excess, not gambling, not rents. Marx, Adam Smith, and people you've read and I've read, no one else has read them,
Okay. Come on, guys. You gotta trust hot sauce here. I'm sorry to like blow smoke up my own arse, but like this is what I was saying when I'm arguing with very, very, very silly men online. Like genuinely, these people are into such ideological fuckery that it's almost better to ignore them, but it drives content, so you know. I won't. I won't ignore them. Drives engagement. But like that's what I'm saying. This is what I've been saying. Now she's not a Marxist, so there are forms of her analysis that I make that she doesn't, but she is correct in the trends here, right? And the great free market Adam Smith man that everyone apparently loves to reference and nobody reads is accurate, right? In that it never was a do whatever you want capitalism. It was that markets as forces are best placed to distribute certain commodities in the economy. I forget her name. Hi Mo. Mariana Mazzucato, right? And as she's oh wait, Ash, you mean Ash? That I'm literally a communist, you idiot. Yes, yeah, she's amazing. I love Ash. Ash is very cool.
Distinguish between profits and rents.
I just want to get you on this point about getting the private sector to do its job, because I suppose
so, as we would argue, and I hope Ash brings up, the private sector is doing its job for the capitalist class, for the bankers, for the financiers, for the Epstein pedophiles, because this is actually class war and we're losing. But let's see where it goes. So far this seems like a very well educated can I be a mod here to keep an eye on Mo? We got mods. You can be a mod if you would like. But if you start modding Mo for no reason, I'll come at you. Okay? The moderating rules are simple. Just do TOS stuff, and if something fucky happening, let me do it first. Unless it's like slurs, blah 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 blah. If it's like a man coming in being like, "Sweetie, I think, don't you know, government bad. Let me cook. I got this. Do you know what I mean?" But also we love Iraqi Mo here. Iraqi Mo is our troll. Who, yeah, definitely. Oh, it's mod. Okay, sorry, I'll put this on.
In many ways, for people in this audience, that's the most provocative part of your book, The Common Good Economy. How do you get the private sector to embrace a version of the common good?
Well, it's not about brainwashing. It's just about making everything basically conditional on investment, right? So whether it's a procurement contract, this is very loud, whether it's a subsidy, whether it's a bailout during COVID, where EasyJet got 600 million, no conditions attached. Whether it's a water contract, right? The state owns water rights, and when they give water, licenses to Pepsi-Cola, Anheuser-Busch, and so on, there should be conditionality that the private sector is investing towards some sort of good outcome. So, for example, 80% of industrial wastewater is not recycled. That's crazy. So the Common Good book is all about how do you put the good results that we talk about. And I don't say what those are. There's goals out there, right? There's the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. How do you put climate, inequality, biodiversity loss, which is hugely problematic around the world, the water issues at the center of how all the different actors interact? So the state, which, in democratic societies has a lot of, well, actually has more power in dictatorships, but anyway, we're here to talk about how to actually reform states and democratic societies. How do you make sure that it sees its role not to fix markets, not to de-risk the private sector, not to be business friendly, but put the objectives, inequality, climate action, reducing the digital divide, at the center of all relationships? So that relational value, the how, we all relate to each other, matters as much as the what. But the book doesn't just talk about public-private, it talks about capital-labor relationships, the role between the state and civil society. How do we make sure that citizens who've really experienced the results of bad policies, they were talking about social care before, how do you get care workers to help design better outcomes-oriented care policies? So the lived experience, this is why I actually began with some conversations I had with Pope Francis. I'm not religious, but he always talked about the principles of the common good. So the principles of subsidiarity, where the lived experience at the most local level informs how we change what we do. The preferential option for the poor. By the way, both these principles, also Pope Leo just talked about them in terms of his AI encyclical.
So you're big in the Vatican?
Well, actually, it was funny. I was attacked in the Vatican because the very conservative folks in the Vatican were not happy that Pope Francis brought me in. They said, she's a communist. She must be an atheist. She must...
She's not a communist. There are parts of what she said that could work within a Yugoslavic socialist market economy. Noah Calm Poopgate? No, I don't know this. Who the fuck are you? I don't care about that. Be not weird. You can hang, otherwise go away. Yeah. Most economists aren't. She's not a Marxist economist. The really important thing there is that she siloed capitalist labor relationships. That's the underlying structure that we know. She's not wrong with what she says here, right? She is an incredibly intelligent human being, and she's landed on, I guess, a notion of, and this is probably where her approach to China is positive. We live in a capitalist economy globally. That's where we need to start, and that's where we need to work from. The difference being, capitalists have power in Britain, the Communist Party of China have power in China. I think that there is a fundamental contradiction that prevents what she is saying of capitalism saving itself from itself. Because capitalism isn't innovation. Capitalism isn't this noble idea of investors doing a NASA. Capitalism is the stealing of wealth from us, workers, to the accumulation of goods and assets by rich people, of which we are reaching a critical conjuncture of. Common folk in Britain own less, rent more, and are fucking miserable and rioting because of it. I think that there is such a paradigmically... So this is the Burnham model. This is what I was saying earlier. We can ensure that contractually the underlying private shareholders can still make money from buses in Manchester, but we ensure that it's done for the public good. I think once you get to the point beyond buses and light infrastructure, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. I don't believe that there are good, well-meaning entrepreneurs in this country, because they are all of the aristocratic class. They come from inherited wealth, and they will, at the bottom line, defend their rights and their interests when it comes down to it. I think that the UK is so fucking cooked as well. We are in a uniquely problematic situation where, as I was explaining earlier, and she'll know this, so I am really interested to see this discussion. They will always seek profit, exactly, and seek profit for shareholders, right? And never for social investments. Why do we use the term socialist? Why do we use the term socialist versus capitalist? We place at the center of our philosophical and moral underpinning the society which is predominantly workers, right? And exploited classes, not capitalists. She, unfortunately, I think, is going to say that Burnham can do a quasi-Keynesianism through regional funding that strengthens the return on investment for people, that will stimulate a better outcomes that are just for the public good. My fear, it's great though to critically contend, this is an intelligent woman. This is an intelligent woman who is critical of the current paradigm as well, but we are approaching, and my Marxist analysis, I'm coming to slightly different conclusions, right? We have 6% of the economy industrialized. So much of our economy is service oriented to places all over the world, right? Let's say if we brought nationalization models into that manufacturing base, that is 6% of the economy. That is nothing. We are still fundamentally tied into import consumerism. We have a strong currency. We don't need to do that. We literally don't need to do that. I think that the political will of capitalists to fundamentally change that underlying base in terms of how we produce goods, beyond, we have a small, basically it's steel and it's food production that are, so I mean like light industry food production, sort of your like Hovis factories, right? You can't build fucking towns on that. You can't. The point is that whatever's been that they don't owe shareholders. Exactly. And if you are going to introduce capital and shareholders like the mixed ownership models in China, you need a country that has a strong grasp on that. And laws and rights in a central authority that go, the second a cunt steps out of line, they go to jail. Straight to jail. The assets are seized back into the state for the public good. That's it. Straight to jail. No fucking conversation about it. And until we have a China, we won't be able to do that. I find it funny when they say capitalism creates things when almost every innovation comes from public investment. Folks, the amount, basically almost every single pharmaceutical good begins its life in public investment. It is a scam. If you are not doing a Cuba, you are getting you're getting fucked. End of conversation. Rich cunts are doing nothing other than expropriating a bunch of wealth from a model. The USSR created the... Really? I did not know that. That is super fucking interesting. I knew they had video games. What is there? You know what would be a fun stream? And maybe... So, folks, I'm going to try and get the tip bar back up. I'm going to bring this up. What could be fun? So, at this moment, for now, hopefully this changes by later. I need to check. I think it's 3 or 4. I have a meeting to see if I can have some paid work for some time. And it will only affect the stream a little bit by one day. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I'm meeting at 5 p.m. today. Give me 1 second, folks. Okay. Hi, Project. Welcome in. So, what we could find is USSR video games online. That could be a fun. If we meet the tip goal, we do it. No. Hold on. What games are there? Okay. USSR video game console. Activate the Moss is out of stock. Sorry. Okay, tune it. Let's do this. We'll play. Okay. Play Tuner online. I think it will be so look. No, not Tuner. Tuner. No. Fuck. Okay, ignore me. Thanks, love. I'm going to try and find this behind the scenes and bring up the tip bar as well. Okay.
Love abortion. And then they found out I had 4 kids. They're like, okay, well, maybe she, doesn't do too much of that.
Through the net.
But they're extremely conservative in the Vatican. That's why Pope Francis brought his own cook from Argentina. I mean, he, could have very likely been killed within the Vatican because he actually was quite radical.
Woke Pope. Woke Pope. Woke Pope.
Back to the book. The idea of the book is that even though I wrote these other books like Mission Economy, The Entrepreneurial State, my own experience around the world with governments, including the Starmer government that took the word missions, but then didn't change how the economic structures were not fit for purpose in order to be mission-oriented, a book that was purely dedicated to basically arguing that we don't even know how to do good in economics because even words like public good, sounds good, 2 words, one is good, is just a correction for something the private sector is not doing. It's not an objective. So Aristotle, back in the day, he talked about the telos, the goal, and the polis, not the police, but the polity, right, community. So how do we actually build community? How do we value each other for real, not just talking about that? How do we embed that relational value in a pre-distributive way so we don't have to overly rely on governments doing what is also important, which is redistribution. But when you really mess up markets as much as we do, then you have to over-rely on redistribution. And by the way, that takes so much time and energy and money to redistribute. So getting relationships right from the start instead of fixing markets and then redistributing later.
I want to talk about how you arrive at a definition of the common good. I mean, you cited Aristotle, and you cited these ideas around telos and purpose and what are you driving at. But how did you define the common good?
Good question. So what I don't do in the book purposefully, not because I didn't want to, was who am I to tell everyone what the common good is, right? Health for all, housing for all, combating climate change. We know what the goals are. And there's been so much discussion, and leaders globally, including here, think of the net zero mission, very important, driven by Ed Miliband. There's so much talk about what good outcomes we're trying to achieve. What the book says, and the definition of the common good in the book is, if we want an outcomes-oriented economy, assuming we do, so it's a book that's talking to those who talk the talk about achieving goals, then we better get serious about achieving that good along the way in the interrelationship. So a common good economy is one that is outcomes-oriented, focused on achieving really difficult, complex challenges. And, I name them, but I'm not the one to tell the world what those good outcomes are. I always go back again to that every country signed up in 2015 to the Sustainable Development Goals. No poverty, no hunger, life below our oceans, climate action, gender parity is like, duh, those are the goals. Okay. But if we don't have an economic theory...
Yeah, I'm sad about South Africa coming out.
To fix a market, so we wait for things to be bad, and then we correct for them by correcting for negative externalities, say carbon taxes, positive externalities, clean air, clean water, defense systems, basic research. I won't go into the economic theory, but just the fact that these problems in the economy are seen as externalities, like, oh, whoops, we screwed up along the way, let's put some bandages here and there. It's not surprising then that we get an economy full of bandages.
Okay.
Too little, too late, very reactive, and definitely not solving the problems on the ground. And the key point in the book is that those problems, what the problems are that we need to be solving, need to be informed by the people on the ground who've really been, can I just say it, screwed along the way because of how we've decided to structure our capitalist system.
Shall I channel my inner Catholic conservative for a second? I'm actually a communist Muslim, but deep inside me is a sort of...
Shaman! Shaman, it's you!
The 16th century who loves scheming. But to channel my inner Catholic conservative, one of the things that you said is, that economy or economists operating without a concept of the good, it gets you to sort of like shit in limited places. But I suppose what I'd throw back to you is, when you're saying, who am I to define what the good is, a philosopher would say, well, if not you, who else? And is this maybe a little one of the problems of trying to hinge an idea around an idea of the good?
Okay, folks, today's little tip goal will be, I'm going to find us some commie games to play. I'm going to see how much in the USSR catalog that I can find online will allow us. And if we meet the tip goal, I'll play some games and we can hang out. It should be fun.
When we live in a secular, seemingly post-ideological age, a Christian Marxist like Alistair McIntyre would say, well, what you've articulated is a series of preferences, whereas when you talk about the good, you're making a moral claim about what is good and what it means to live a good life, or indeed the good life.
So,
Oxbridge, we've got badly informed wankers running the country. Yeah.
So, when I said, who am I?
It's funny how they all come to the same conclusion in the same fucking paradigm. When I studied PPE and became a Marxist, and then studied global development and strengthened my anti-imperialism, I suppose.
It's not
try and
that
continually learn
from what I think is good in the book.
It's almost like they have a financial interest in just justifying the status quo.
We should be doing. That's not what's original in the book. It's not original in the book that I look at housing as a fundamental human right, which we've turned into a commodity to be bought and sold. To the point, by the way, that in this country, 80% of our finance...
Politics, philosophy, and economics.
Real estate. So finance, and a lot of that is the real estate market, creating a housing bubble out of what should be seen as a human right. So I talk a lot about...
Oi, cheater.
Life should be.
So, folks, anybody got any spare cash? I found something. Look at this. Video games. Ah!
in terms of, again, climate action.
The new serfdom. I've read a book. It's got an entire chapter on
actually being felt by some of the poorest communities around the world.
The Labour Party's captured.
I talk a lot about issues
around,
Stephen,
exactly.
Energy access and cost of living, and why we should be thinking about not just sustainable growth, but inclusive growth. They have to go hand in hand. In fact, the whole SDG dashboard, if you solve one...
Exactly. She tried to push Corbyn out, remember?
Then you always...
The only threat to capital in this country.
And then with another hand, create it. Just think of electrification, which requires critical minerals. Currently, the way critical minerals are being extracted from the ground is very unsustainable and very exploitative of the labor force. So you actually need leaders who, at least in theory, are talking about what good looks like. Think of Boric in Chile, who said, we want to lower inequality, we want to achieve sustainability, but we also want an innovative economy, and that's why he then put conditions on the lithium extraction to be less wasteful on water, to be more respectful of indigenous communities who had to have a say on the ground of what those sustainability practices look like, and again, working right. So these are issues that the labor movement has fought for so long. You know, you don't need an economist to go telling the world that there's inequality or that there's climate change. What you do need is an economist to say, guess what? There's no way we're gonna achieve those good outcomes that we're talking about, there's so much talk about it, unless we understand how the economic theory and practice is a huge part of the problem. So again, what the book tries to do is go back to political philosophy, which has had a much bigger debate than economists around this issue for the reasons you said, but also, and here I'm going to provoke you a bit, and I do think this is a problem of the left in general, is we can't then just say, oh, the problem is the market, or the problem is commodification. Because then what happens, and you also see this in political philosophy, you have someone like Michael Sandel, really good political philosopher, saying care should not be commodified, care should not be in the market. We should think about care outside of the market. But then what happens is the market itself gets left intact. And we continue to have this dysfunctional capitalism in terms of how we have decided to allow market mechanisms to work. So a big kind of, I'd say, innovative part of the book is to say the common good needs to also not only be at the center of how we structure the market itself. Otherwise, you're letting, you know, all those who love to talk about whether it's bond markets or any market off the hook. And so I think that's where I go beyond even people like Robert Reich, who's written about the common good, definitely people like Jean Tirole, who's a very mainstream economist, very smart. He also won the Nobel Prize. He wrote a book on the common good economy, but again, it was very much framed in terms of fixing market failures, and then somehow just after the fact, we should do some good stuff on the ground. And so it's really in some ways an accusation of economics as having been pretty, how do you say, empty in terms of how to put good at the center of how we structure the economic mechanisms themselves.
This is a really interesting question. This question is what happens, I guess. Genuine question, are there many decent economists who'd be classed by others as right-wing? Depends what you mean by decent. You know? There are many, the Austrian school variety of fucking nutters who are like, yeah, we've just never had like actual capitalism, right, bro? And the government's bad all the time, bro. Hi, King. Welcome back. Yeah, they are disgusting. They're competent, they are educated, and they're wrong simultaneously. Okay, I just have to pee and grab a snack.
For putting the common
This is
good
interesting.
at the centre of private activities, which is contracts, right? What's the stipulation in a contract? What are the other mechanisms that are available, in your view, to put the common good at the centre of market practices?
Sure. So first of all, the word contract doesn't mean much. So let me just first make it very practical. Think of so first of all, procurement, which I mentioned, is often 20% of government budgets. So any government that tells you there's no money, sometimes there's no money because literally it might be like a small island state and it's been, forced into all sorts of problematic ways of structuring their economy from the international financial architecture. But countries like the UK that have their own sovereign currency, A, and B, are in the global north, and C, the governments have so many different levers from procurement, which, as I said, is 20% of the government's kind of, space of action, public loans, subsidies, and so on. Most of these tools are wasted. Most of these tools end up just being handouts. They just end up, I mentioned during COVID, we bailed out or helped companies just to stay alive during the lockdown, like airline companies, but also anytime you think of a sector, so an industry as being really important, whether it's renewable energy, AI, the life sciences, what ends up happening when you think in terms of sectors is those sectors, the steel sector, end up asking government for support. Whether it's because they're going down, so the steel sector, oh dear, they need help, should we nationalize, should we not, should we give them a public loan, or a sector that's seen as the future, AI, how do we, kind of like really subsidize this sector so we end up with an AI nation? And that's what leads to lots of parasitic contracts. In the book, I begin not only with philosophy and social Catholic teaching, but biology. Biologists are so much more rigorous than economists when they talk about ecosystems, partnerships, relationships. They actually have mathematical models that differentiate a parasitic predator-prey relationship versus a symbiotic relationship based on mutualism and reciprocity. So what does it look like for any contract like procurement, 20% of the government's budget, to create a reciprocal relationship with the private sector where you're not just giving them a contract, that's just money, but actually there's a relationship where what you're trying to achieve is a really ambitious goal. This, by the way, is what I wrote about already in Mission Economy. So let's say you want to make sure that every child has access to healthy, sustainable, and tasty lunch at school, and also school breakfast. How do you work with the private sector, local manufacturing, to deliver that ambitious goal? How do you get government to wake up and work interministerially? We sometimes call it the war room, right? During COVID, there was the war room because you had the education department, finance, the military, all like thinking together how to deliver what needed to be delivered. Well, in this case, you would need Department of Agriculture, Environment, Health, Education, Finance, working together to actually achieve an outcome. So you'd have outcomes-oriented budgeting. But again, I already wrote about this in Mission Economy. What the Common Good book does is to say, well, then what is the underlying economics and theory of good that along the way would make sure you don't resort to this idea that government's just filling the gap, just putting in some extra money, right, to fill the problem that these important kind of public goods are not funded by the private sector on their own. So the idea that you're not filling the gap of finance, but rethinking the structure of finance, whether it's a national wealth fund that was talked about, whether it's a public loan, whether it's procurement, how do you design them from the beginning to be outcomes oriented and make sure that not a penny, not one penny goes out the door to private industry unless they are willing, I talk about picking the willing, not picking winners, to work with you to achieve those outcomes. And ultimately, I mean, you're saying what besides contracts? That's already huge. None of that gets done in this country, right? So we have bailouts, subsidies, loans, tax incentives, which ultimately, if you look at the effect of most tax incentives, even the ones that in theory are good, like R&D tax incentives, the literature, the empirical literature has shown they have increased profits of the industry, because the tax incentive basically is reducing your tax liability, but whether you then reinvest the higher profits from the lower tax back into the economy or not depends on a much more kind of proactive, confident government. And this is something we worked on with the Biden team. With the CHIPS Act, we made sure that the close to $300 billion subsidy to the semiconductor industry was reliant on, one, the industry reinvesting their profits instead of share buybacks. Over $7 trillion has been used for share buybacks over the last 10 years when you just buy back your shares to boost stock prices, stock options, and executive pay. So reinvest your profits, improve working conditions and worker pay, and use energy-efficient supply chains. And that's just basic. I mean, it's quite incredible that even sounds
nice, healthy dinner,
but
lunch.
In the UK, where there's so much talk, both amongst the Tories and later with Labour, I think Keir Starmer didn't change this, coming back to where they didn't do too well. The idea that you need to be business friendly as opposed to work well with business
Cheetah, by
in
the way.
an outcomes
Hope you're
way
well, love.
based on symbiotic contracts. The point of the book is that has to be accompanied with a different theory of the common good, where the point of government is actually to achieve outcomes, and all the relationships along the way, including, by the way, with civil society, which we haven't talked about yet, has to be embedded in the how you reach it.
Okay, I agree. I don't think you can do that under a capitalist state. I agree. This woman is fantastically intelligent. The common good is impossible in the current setup. The common good is impossible in the current setup. Corbyn, in his election manifesto, was promising not just this sort of approach, right? But was fundamentally changing, essentially, the relationship between the worker and the state and the means of production, by doing a couple of things, bringing a bunch of things in-house into government ownership and then direct employment, and a lot of commodity production in co-op models. There is simultaneously, I've read an excellent paper on the breakup of the USSR. Here's where I differ, I guess, from some, MLs. I'm not an ML. The era of post-World War II in Stalin, so briefly Stalin and then other actors, saw, I guess, the worst parts of the introduction of the market back into the USSR, and created a class which we can call the red bourgeoisie, right? Getting the civil service to implement such reforms would be challenging. Fire them and hire new people. But we know that Corbyn is completely a wet blanket, and unfortunately probably didn't have the cojones to implement what we so desperately needed. But the white papers, the ideas exist now, right? We at least have that, and we can use that as a discussion. Yes, I will do after. Thank you. So that is the extra candy which we get from tip goals, of which I've made nothing today. I've made about £2.50 today from streaming, maybe a bit more because of ads. But yeah, if anyone wants to subscribe or tip a hot sauce, she would very much appreciate that. What was I discussing? The point being, at a fundamental level, under Corbynism, there was a notion of changing the economic production and base, right? The relationship of a worker, the producer of wealth, to the means of production. In a way that's wasn't even brought in under the welfare reform of the 50s. The USSR could have introduced internal and external markets. It tried to a certain extent, that basically did what Tito had in his heydays before he actually did a Chavez and used it to build welfareism as opposed to development, where you have cooperative market socialist economies. Markets do allow for the effective distribution of commodities. What we can change as socialists... Thank you so much for the 420, Biden. Super appreciated. Thank you. 420. What we have control over is the relationship of the worker and the market. W. Biden, first time I've heard that in a while. Ahmed, do you mind if I do it at the end of this section? I know that you're struggling at the moment, and I'm sorry. I wonder if instead of me just occasionally sort of discussing it, I wonder if me doing a themed fundraiser in like a couple of weeks would be a better use of time to get you more focused money. Are you on Discord, Ahmed? Are we able to talk on there? If not, can I whisper you, please? Because I think it would be better if I did a targeted fundraiser for you, as opposed to just speaking about it every stream, because I don't think that works, to be honest. Let me know how I can contact you. Anyway. Thank you, Biden, again for the 420. Appreciated.
Let's talk about the politics of it for a second. You mentioned the CHIPS Act.
I'll take a look after. Thank you.
Fascinating piece of legislation in terms of who did it take to get on board to get it passed. Yeah. So there was obviously, the sort of progressive and more social democratic aspect of the Democratic Party, but there were also China hawks. So it was the way in which it fit into Americans' foreign policy priorities at the time. So when you think about something like the common good economy, do you have in your mind potential allies on the right who you think you could get on board?
So it's interesting, actually, because after I wrote The Entrepreneurial State in 2013, I actually went to present it in D.C., in Washington, D.C., and there were so many Republicans and CIA kind of hawks in the room, like, yeah, that's right. We need an entrepreneurial state, and we need to kind of get our competitiveness back. And Marco Rubio.
Oh, 3 hours. Fuck
later,
that.
I pronounce it like he's Italian, but he's not. He's
you really.
Marco Rubio. He had actually in 2019. I met him. His team had asked me, so I was there actually meeting with AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Elizabeth Warren, and I got this invitation from the
Stage Fright is a paid actor. Lol.
These guys want. And they had read both The Entrepreneurial State and The Value of Everything, and had written 2 papers, one on China. Remember, this is 2019. This is pre-Biden, IRA, and CHIPS Act, saying the U.S. was going to go under unless they learned the lessons of what they called the Chinese kind of, entrepreneurial state, and said, basically, China has learned from this book more than we have, and they're going to, outwin us.
Which would be accurate.
Industrial strategy. So
again, the weakness is her conceptualization of power and what democracy looks like.
It was sort of a call to arms on the U.S. needs an industrial strategy.
I love the idea
under
of socialism with American characteristics.
Yeah. And then a different book, which is all on
Lex, fuck that.
Being hurt by the way that corporate governance was structured, and that cited my book, The Value of Everything, which was all about how extractive our corporate governance systems have become. And I was like, hold on a second. I just talked to Elizabeth Warren. I'm talking to you. You guys.
Hi, Rushka.
You're a Republican?
Hi, Angry Bull as well.
It was actually very strange. They said, well, we believe in family values. And I think what they meant, right, because one could just laugh at that, like, and, roll your eyes. But I think what they meant, which later Trump
don't worry at all, May.
Went after during the election, and I partly think
hopefully I get this job later and I can sort of go back to having this being the thing that like tops me up. Like, being a streamer for money is hard, guys, particularly when you're chronically ill like me and you have like no help from anywhere apart from my parents, who I'm very grateful for. I don't like doing the subscribe now all the time thing. It does not come very naturally to me. Like things like, if I get this job later, I'll probably find out later in the week. It's like 3-4 months work, maybe with continuing work, and it would just be really helpful. I am so fucked financially, and then I can start, instead of doing it this way, I can tip is this. Instead of doing it this way, I can actually be somebody who helps pay for fundraisers. I could only give like £10 to my own fundraiser, like, yeah. Thank you everyone as well who came on the weekend for the fundraiser. It was so much fun. I spoke to Susan, my mate from Leha, and they've been having a really good time at Pride, and they're having a rest. I'll get the money to them I'll get the money over to them soon. Just takes a while. Cheers, mate. Like, for those who don't know, I'm really disabled. For now, there will be a time, I swear, I'm speaking about this with my therapist at the moment. There will be a time where I'm in remission again, guys, with you. There will be. And you'll come with me and we'll go to like Vietnam and China or something together. We'll visit Malt in Malta. Fuck fucking autoimmunity. If I keep that in my head, I can stay sane. But applying for like random work online, I can't do that. The reason why, thank you, my love. The reason why, basically, I did some consultancy for this job before, for this area of work before. They've messaged me saying they might have more work. That's it. I haven't looked for work. I can't. I'm too sick, you know? So fingers crossed. I know that there are other people looking for work as well. I could really use the money.
We're actually about not just like top down, you know, telling everyone what to do, but we believe in the worker. Obviously, this was just propaganda, but the fact that so much of then the rhetoric, you might remember that when they were interviewing in Trump too, people in the US on why they were going to vote for Trump, a lot of people said, you know, if I meet Trump, he's going to respect me, he's going to understand me. I'm sick of, you know, basically the elite on the left. And there's just something about how that then didn't get, you know, well understood, if you want, on the left, but the fact that the right knows, the smart right, so not the purely ideological and populist right, but the military and a lot of, you know, conservative military folks know that in the US, the competitiveness came from the military-industrial complex.
So, you realize...
Is that a weed? No, this is a crayon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anonymous. I don't know who that could be. Thank you for the 69 dudes. Support. We'll fucking play video games after anyway. See, I'm really bad at this. I'm really bad at this. We'll just fucking play some commie video games after this because I'm genuinely intrigued. We'll do it at the end of the... I've got some more stuff to go through. I wanted to just check in with like Ebola and stuff. But yeah, we'll take a look at, we'll do the extra content now as well after, which is the looking at, oh my god, communism games. My part-time gig is even in question. Money doesn't bring happiness. Oh yeah, money doesn't bring happiness, but abject poverty brings immense suffering.
You know, everything in your iPhone, basically, internet, GPS, touchscreen, Siri.
Thank you, Anon. Very appreciated.
Military problems. How would these satellites communicate? The internet. How would the Navy...
Sorry, what I was saying is...
what I talked about in Mission Economy is why...
She's literally saying, like... Chuds know that they can bend the state to capital's will. And some chuds are like... No, we actually need to use the government more effectively, right? This is actually, for all the bollocks that's out there, the Elon Musks of the world, who takes fat stacks. I hope all your rockets explode, you bitch, with no one inside, because I don't want astronauts to die. But fuck your fucking astronauts, you dickheads. Can't even get a rocket in space. L. USSR did it fucking decades before. Go fuck yourself. What is a racket? Like, literally, she's limited. Honestly, her analysis is really rich, but she is limited in that she's liberal.
Why is it? Why is it that we only know how to do that for military problems? If we know how to do it for military problems, it's then a choice. It's a choice that we decide not to do it for health issues, for environmental issues, for reducing inequality at the regional level, because government is smart with war. It's stupid. It chooses to be stupid. And so I think, you know, the point, though, with the kind of rhetoric of taking bits and pieces of the entrepreneurial state, even Trump's current policies of taking equity stakes in Intel, people have said to me, oh, he must have read your book. the entrepreneurial state, mission economy, and the common good
I was thinking that, is it smart with war?
And saying, oh, we're going to...
Sorry. Iran just absolutely fucked America. I know the peace deal's fallen apart. We were going to look at it. Where is it? Where I have to, yeah. US and Iran exchange strikes, and oh no, the racket's continuing. I'm very, very shocked by this. America got fucked because of like $20,000 drones versus missiles that cost $1 million. Yeah, yo, project. Somebody brought that up earlier. Alex Aguma, and I want to read it. I would love. It sounds like it would be such a good movie, but it will have to be an independent movie that made that. You know?
Theory. It's saying that you can't do one thing without the other. So in the entrepreneurial state, it was about not only state investments, not only making sure those state investments were smart on our social problems, not just the military problems, but also socializing the rewards so that people benefit instead of it just going off.
Socializing wages and goods and services, yes. Mama, thank you so much. Holy shit, 3 months in a row, god fucking damn. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the subscription. That was me with all the money I've made. Thank you. Does not socialize, control power, etc. Each THAAD firing is a space rocket launch.
What we then saw in Silicon Valley, the tech companies. That bit, the right never even touched, right? So it is, and the reason I also wrote The Common Good is that concepts like missions, the entrepreneurial state, and the common good can all...
My question is, these people who feel that they can go back to this time, my question is, capital accumulation is so substantial now. Asset accumulation is so substantial. What makes you think that the people who have made a fuck ton in the UK, not America, from speculative finance, by being landlord scum, what makes you think they'll do a single thing for the common good when they have shown demonstrably they operate exclusively for their good? And maybe you can find some dickheads actually like Keir Starmer who are like, we're going to have a few small manufacturing projects for munitions. We will not produce our own pharmaceuticals in this country apart from one change, which is the production of plasma because of donations. Go donate plasma, guys. Sorry. Excuse me. What makes you think that they're gonna just like, oh, the government's told me to do a thing and I'll be good now? I don't think it's gonna work. Sorry.
Be just used for propaganda. They're slow.
Oh God, I really need to sneeze and I can't sneeze.
So the reason I created that compass, right, with the 5 elements, is how do we hold to account anyone?
Are you in Australia?
Trump or Keir Starmer or Andy Burnham,
or New Zealand,
who even pretends or genuinely is interested in tackling these good problems. How do we keep them to account? Because if you don't do each and one of every one of those 5 elements, which I'm sure we'll get to,
I don't know.
Personally, I don't think you can.
Repossess their properties and give it back to the state and people. Valo, welcome in. Great first chat. Corbyn found a law. I forget the name of the law. Corbyn found a law that showed that we could do that if you could prove that assets had been mismanaged and misused. Yeah. Give me a second. I'm dying.
And dare to call it that you're doing good for people.
I want to come back to the 5 points of the compass in a minute, but I just want to stick with the military-industrial complex for a second, because something you said to me was really interesting, which is the state's smart when it comes to war, it's stupid when it comes to everything else. I would maybe suggest that part of
capitalists,
the
come on,
reason
Ash.
why, as you've pointed out so well in your work, the Apollo missions and NASA, the Cold War is really central to that. You also want to think about some of the progress that has been made with climate and renewables, a lot of that being driven by a sense of competition with China. I mean, you'd want to think about, the atomic age. I mean, that's really because of World War II. Is that because, war's this magic thing and suddenly a government that's stupid is clever when it comes to war?
Please say the capitalist class and their interests, China.
Instead of choice, a different C word, which is class interests, which is private interest.
My queen, my queen. Thank you, Ash. You literal communist. Mandatory Yugo clip insert? Oh God, what's our Balkan brother done now?
Seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer.
And we only recognize this because now we are the weak ones. Bad now. It is very bad to bully other people now that we can get bullied.
But they must. And this aphorism...
It's your boy. Yeah. You guys gonna have to find something... I should clip this and send this to him. You go find something that we can disagree on. Because I fucking need to stop blowing smoke up your ass, you dickhead. I'm sure you have terrible takes on football or something. Although I want Bosnia to win. Let's find a really obscure leftist principle. Let's argue about Maoism. England sucks, ban that chat. No, I'm joking. Guys, it's Bosnia against America. It's Bosnia against America. Fuck you, America. I hope Bosnia shits on your fucking entire motherfucking existence. I hope American children cry because the defeat is so great.
Sort of a gay hero.
No, I'm joking. Welcome in. What a well-timed follow. I hope American children cry and their dads have to console them because Bosnia destroys you so completely. Uncritical support to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Hell yeah. And look, I know it's England against the Congo, and I know that you guys feel the same way about Congo. It's okay. Look, actually, this is really fucking unlikely, the way we've been playing recently. There is a possibility the Congo could win, but still. Oh, guys, when you actually listen to this song is about how we don't win. Throw it away. Cause I remember 3 lines on the shirt. Jewels remain still gleaming. 60 years of hurt never stop me dreaming.
So many jokes.
Yeah.
So many sneers.
My one problematic take is supporting England in the football. Get fucked, everyone else. Simon Stockton. Guys, if you want to watch, I mean, I might go out with my friends to watch it. There's a showing outside. So I'm immunocompromised, but basically with a mask and my plasma therapy and as long as it's outside, I can go to places. So I might go out, but the Discord's there. If I don't end up going out because I feel shit or something, then you have the option of watching it together with me on Discord. Fuck off, Dan. No, I'm not. Stop it. I just like England in the football. I hate England and everything else. Sorry, Scotland. Sorry, what happened to the Scottish team? After your your brave 1-0 defeat of the Titans of Haiti. What I got told is I'm not allowed to talk about Scotland, right? Because it's just good that they made it, okay? It's just good that they made it, and that's all I'm allowed to say. Okay? At least I can be real. My mum's Norwegian. I watched the Norwegian-France game. I felt like I was physically assaulted by that game. France was so good. France is so good. I don't know what to tell you. We ain't the same Viking territory no more. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What have I said that's stupid? I hope American children cry and their dads have to console them because Bosnia destroys you so completely. I 100% behind that take. That lesbian with a mullet is completely fucking right. Base take. I agree with her. I'm with her. Oh no, now it's me saying something stupid, isn't it? Thanks, Stephen. America. Fuck you, America. I hope Bosnia shits on your fucking entire motherfucking existence. I hope American children cry because the defeat is so great. No, I'm joking. Welcome in. Hold on. Right, let's edit it. Let's send this out as a clip. Thank you, Stephen. Perfect. Getting rid of the end, though. I ain't joking. I'm not joking. Okay, I got a YouTube. Add captions. Yes. Bosnia against America. Fuck you. How do I make it? Okay, you can... share it to YouTube. Okay, I'm sharing it to YouTube. We're back to the me swearing. I hope American children cry. Okay. World Cup football. It's Bosnia against America. Fuck you, America. I hope Bosnia shits on your fucking entire motherfucking existence. I hope American children cry because the defeat is so great. It's Bosnia against America. Okay, shut up. You, America. I agree with you, but just shut up for 1 second, please. Okay, Schultz, America, World Cup, lesbian. Football. What are the fucking American men's team called? American men's team. The Wankers of Wankdon. What are they called? What are you called? What's your nickname? The Stars and Stripes? God. Come on, Bosnia. Come on, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Right. Okay. I will ask you to like and subscribe and share around. Thank you for helping me try and get viral moments as well. Fight me IRL. Yeah. Still with her. Welcome in, Sarah. What I didn't like with the Norway philosopher said he didn't even care. Probably, you could say that's a sucky attitude. Having a lot of Norwegian family members, I'd say they're just very straight. And that's true. That's true. Like, France murdered Norway. The dog got upset. He left the house. Me and Dad was so upset. Rage bait? Yeah, thank you, mate. Thank you. Oh, shit. Hashtag mullet. Damn it. I missed that one. Okay. USMNT. Stars and wanks, apparently. Norway, yeah. Oh, no, they did. They, genuinely did, because the Norway match is really soon. It's Norway-Senegal. Is it Norway? Yeah, it's Norway-Senegal. Senegal are a good team. When is the Norway-Senegal? Norway-Senegal. Oh. Ignore me. Wait. It was last night. And we won. Fuck. Fuck. I didn't realize. Hold on. Sorry. Can we... Sorry. We're going to go back to this. We're going to watch this bit because this is the most important bit. Badger. Here is the short, folks. Please like, subscribe, comment, all that shit. Badger. We're going on a little football tangent. Norway we play Ivory Coast. Oh, wait. No, 6 days ago. Ignore me. I've seen it. Ignore me. It's Ivory Coast I'm thinking of. You are right. Okay. Meow. Hi, Steph. Have fun with Dave. Thank you for the look. Norway playing Brazil, Japan after that. Look. There are 7 million people in Norway, okay? And they'll face Argentina. I think getting to the knockouts is great. It's on the 30th, so tomorrow. Right, thank you. I got excited. It's Ivory Coast. Senegal were in their group. And this Friday is England. When is Bosnia and... Honestly, I think they can. People are like, oh, it's just Holland. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? The Norwegian team is way more than that. They also, look, France is likely to win. Norway, I know it was 4-1, but Norway did put up a fucking valiant effort. Bosnia versus Yankistan is on the 1st. Gotcha. Right. I feel I've made my point clear with the short. It's Bosnia against America. Fuck you. Thank you, people. Thank you. Shits on your fucking entire motherfucking every time. Star. Asterisk. Swear. Resistance. I hope American children cry because the defeat is so great. It's Bosnia against America. Fuck you. France are phenomenal. Their wingers. It's like watching the Spanish women when you're like, I don't support them and they're so good. It makes me angry how good they are. France, I would say France is the most likely contender. I don't see... maybe an Argentina. I hope we get a surprise, which should be Brazil, Germany and Netherlands on paper. Portugal is shit. I don't know much about the Colombian team. I've heard that they are good.
Know that in a state of war or conquest, they would no longer exist in the same way.
Okay, back to politics. Sorry.
Backer of last resort in all things. And so that's why, you leave war to the state. The state's quite good at it. Everything else the private sector gets. So I would say it's less of a sort of accidental stupidity and more that's the design of capitalism, no?
Yeah, thank you, Ash.
Yes and no. I think the question's up.
Good morning, Glenn. You tell us something your mum doesn't know. Yeah. Oh.
That's so stupid. Socialized D's.
I heard the yes, and that made me really happy.
So first of all, don't forget, during COVID, literally, wartime tools were used. So in the US, the Defense Production Procurement Act was used to procure personal protection equipment and vaccines that came from the Korean War, right? So it's not that we don't then do it for other things, but we have to wait for a health pandemic when, all these excess deaths are...
She does not understand the British paradigm. because we had an equivalency in. I'm sorry, ma'am. You are very intelligent. I'm here for Ash. Folks, we had the same sort of approach in the UK, and what happened is a bunch of crony capitalists. This is making my point for me. I'm sorry, her example is making my point for me. They sold. They took a bunch of loans and grants and didn't provide PPE, or they sold fake PPE. People died directly because of this decision. Because the capitalists will put their financial interest first and foremost. Nurses providing life-saving care, doctors, paramedics, any form of healthcare worker, anybody who works in the supply chain, were killed. They were killed, guys. It was a huge scandal. Yeah, Michelle Monet is someone she gets something like 1.2 billion or something fucking outstanding, like ridiculous, colossal in terms of government contracts. She murdered people. The current system hasn't even held her accountable for those deaths. This is making my point for me. I like this woman, actually. I think that she's really intelligent. You are very intelligent. I love it, you guys troll me as well. You're a big smartly woman. Me like. Me on a date. You're a big little smart woman. Me like. Why am I not getting any text back, guys? I just don't understand it. Anyway, okay. Anyway, yeah. This makes my point. This makes my point for me. Like, I hope Ash brings this up, because Ash is like, yeah, so what about all of the interests of the capitalist class who've only ever shown, including the example that you're giving right now, that they will do everything in their interest for profit, not for good. And guess what? It was illegal to lie and sell fake PPE. She hasn't even been arrested. She lives on she has several private yachts still.
Happening for government to wake up. So normalize.
I troll out of love.
Right? First of all, that is possible. But do we do it? We first need to hold governments accountable. Do you even care? Right? So
no.
If we know how to do it with war, and we don't do it for these other things, then we should be saying that's a choice you've made because you obviously don't care. That's the first thing. Second, how do we bring the urgency, which you were talking about, that we have for war?
Why? Why don't they care? I think she's a numbers lady. She a number doctor. She do doctor a number. She do macro analysis with a lot of fucking stats. She doesn't have the complementary sociologist approach of which a Marxist economist would be able to bring in as well. Right? Marxism also numbers go. Numbers lady. Possible. We've seen speakers on YouTube and stuff before. I'm numbers guy. I'm numbers girl. But like, why? You need to start thinking of people as classes, and that's what Ash was Crockett. That's what Ash was trying to get at. But I just don't think she's too economy brained. She needs the complementary society part, which she's trying to hint at, but at a vibes basis. She brought in the concept of economic philosophy, which I agree with. Critically addressing underlying assumptions within the economy is literally what Marxists exist to do at the moment, right? To point out these contradictions. And if we can do it well, we try and point out the problems to common people, your neighbors, the people that you care about, your community. She seems unable to link the dots of understanding a class of entrepreneurs as actually an exploitative self-preserving class who no longer care about that period of nation-state identity because capital is so transnational they don't have to. I just thought about that. I had an analysis moment. But that's it, right? Capitals become more transnational. People can move much easier and resettle. You even have it out of China. You have this emergent bourgeoisie. Because they are threatened with the state, they leave and they live elsewhere. Write that down. Luckily, the VOD will be up. But like that's genuinely it, right? Like, it is not World War I. Oh my God, we need, British Empire. We need to bring capital in-house as far as possible so that we produce goods and industrialize for what that person at the time would see is their common interest, because they're probably more nationally aligned. Nationhood, in terms of actually the capitalist imperial class, is transnational. It's almost like nationalism is for the middle and proletariat classes, paradoxically now. I wonder if there's any more theory on that notion. I'd be interested in exploring that. Well, me and Ray K are doing a podcast series, and I love chatting with Ray. I am going to recommend that we don't go live. Live is different. I'd like to continue doing podcasting stuff with Ray. And also, one day a goal could be getting on Deprogram with the boys. I just ain't got no motion. So again, to help give me motion, let's try and build up the YouTube, please. I'd love to be able to do video essays. I'm way too fucking ADHD. I can't. Look, it's not how my brain works. I'm going to get more snacks, though.
No one says the 2030 agenda for winning the war. You want to win the war in 6 months max, right? So that's why, by the way, even with World War II, they had to get together with the trade unions in order to very quickly, within months, not years, transform, automobile production to wartime production. Because they had to do it quickly. So how do you bring urgency, but for real, not just in words, to problems of inequality, right? So Johnson tried it. He called it the war on poverty, right? So the wartime talk for something, social, but they didn't actually transform it with the wartime tools. And what is a wartime tool? It's clear on the objective, so you can't say, blah, blah, blah. Did you win or not? But how do you do it in a cross-sectoral way to go to the moon? It wasn't just aerospace. It was nutrition, materials, electronics, climate change. Similarly, it's how we move, how we eat, how we build. Green steel, green cement, or brown steel and brown cement. That's a choice. Germany, by the way, has green steel only because its public bank put it as a condition to the loan that was provided to the sector instead of just bailing them out like we do here. And so how do we then build that urgency? It can't just be fed from the top down in a technocratic way. That's the point of the book. How do we use, again, the lived experience, movements to really pressure governments to actually get serious about actions that are required, not just use words like missions. By the way, I didn't finish the answer to your first question. The first mistake that the Starmer government made was to say that growth was the mission. Every country wants growth. That's kind of like, obvious that you want growth, but growth doesn't happen without investment. And the missions approach is all about catalyzing public sector and private sector investment. What is growth? It's a function of investment. But that investment doesn't happen unless you, again, kind of make it happen. And that's why this idea of a social contract, conditionality, reciprocity, symbiosis is so crucial, that unless that's in the contracts, you don't get the investment. We are 28th in the UK, 28th for business investment. Forget the private sector, the public sector. Forget debt, deficit, fiscal rules. The private sector in this country doesn't invest, so we're 28th. The public sector also doesn't, so had we invested even the average of the OECD in the last 2 decades, we would have invested 500 billion more. That's the whole, right? So then if you're not investing, you don't expand productive capacity. That's the denominator of debt to GDP. So you end up with this ironic situation, which we had in Southern Europe, where there was all this pressure for austerity after the financial crisis, forgetting that it was the private sector that caused the crisis, right? We blamed the public sector and had all that austerity. And the irony is you ended up with a low deficit.
Okay.
Because
why? Who's we in that dynamic? Who is we in that dynamic? Media talking heads? Capitalist class. I was deeply involved in the anti-austerity movement in the UK. That, I guess, is my more organizing background on the streets with the people. And I obviously can't do it now because I'm disabled, but I remember the time period very well. Yeah, so it was the capitalist interested class that pushed that. And at best, it was left fundamentally uncritically engaged with at a core level beyond the groups that I was involved in who were socialists. And Corbyn was, I know I keep on bringing him up, but Corbyn was an attempt to fundamentally dismantle that notion of austerity and its role in the British economy. Exactly what we said at the time would happened. She's again, I'm sorry to say this, she's failing to see people as moneyed interests. Balkan Odyssey is an interesting video on the... Oh, okay, cool. Hi, Bri. Hope you're well, my love. Can we get a shouty for Bri, please? Look how fucked up my trousers are. I'm gonna sit and sew with you. And I'm thinking, guys, look at this. So my friend got me some cloth from Malawi, which is all of this. Oh, you can't see it very well because of the chroma key, but like this is cloth. I'm gonna thank you. I'm gonna put it at the bottom of these. These used to be jeans, and I've fixed them, and maybe like on the back of the pocket and stuff. But I also need to fix some stuff. So I hope Ash pushes back, like continues to push back a little bit here.
They had to. That's how the European countries, the southern European countries, got the bailouts. It was conditional on deficit reduction, and yet their debt to GDP rose. So even just basic math, right, x over 0 is infinity, you can reduce the deficit as much as you want, but if what you're cutting, including a healthy population, a more educated population, you know, research and development.
Because it's an ideological attack by capitalists, ma'am.
Cutting that, your denominator doesn't.
Because it's an ideological...
Sorry. You have a low deficit but high debt.
This is like taking me back to the anti-austerity movement. Yeah. Because it wasn't a serious economic plan. Maybe some idiots were like, yes, me do a very good capitalism. Me do capitalism now. No, it was literally an ideological approach that murdered people in Britain and didn't fucking work because it is in the interests of the people who were promoting it, the people who you were saying we can manage somehow to get involved in the state again. Yeah.
So I think just coming back to the wartime thing, how do we then bring that level of urgency, right? So to treat our social problems as seriously as we treat war, where no one says, oh, in 10 years we're going to solve it. They want to solve it quickly. That really is where then social movements and the state being held accountable to listen to how people have actually experienced bad policies and that urgency, and that's where you do also need civil society movements to come together. And we were talking before about the labor movement. We shouldn't forget, without the labor movement, we would not have weekends. We would not have Saturdays and Sundays. You know, construction workers wouldn't have hard hats. They had to fight for that. They were, you know, dying because stones were falling on their heads. So many of the things we all take for granted in our everyday were fought for by social movements, labor movements, women's movements, African-American movements, and so on. So that side of things brings the urgency, and then we should hold government to account to act, but to act in a very concrete way, and that's where the contracts matter. Otherwise, you just get a lot of common good washing. There's lots of talk about the goals, but it's not nested with the how.
You talked about the 5 points of the compass and using that as a sort of mechanism of accountability, right? You're able to look at government projects and private sector spending and
GDP,
compare
oh
against
yeah,
the
I
5
know,
points of the
I
compass.
know, I know, I
Could you
know.
just tell us a little bit more about that? You know, what are the 5
Sorry, I'm
points?
just going to try and fix
So,
these
and I call
shorts.
them elements because I do call it a compass, so to help us navigate. And again, it always comes back to holding us to account, so we don't just talk the talk. So the first is clear directionality and
I
purpose.
feel like she doesn't understand what a raw economy actually consists of. No, I think her understanding is pretty factually based in a ineffective paradigm. She's basically saying that a war economy requires hyper excessive control of the state in order to manage production through very, very specific contracting and very extreme, actually, limits on the rates of profit return in order to... It basically is a Keynesianism versus Hayek sort of approach, right? Of your neoliberal economists who have fundamentally been, like, proved wrong insofar that the wealth hasn't trickled down, but it was never about that. Wuhan battery removed over endless slavery. Hold on. Welsh miners in the UK, basically gave queer people rights in this country. Welcome in, board. Lovely to have you. Lovely to have you. A comment on the EU. You want me to or her?
This book, by the way, is not trying to rethink everything from scratch. It builds on those books but goes further. So unless we actually ground what I call challenges, right? You know, challenges, the space race was the challenge, going to the moon and back was the mission. So clear directionality and purpose where we can say yes or no, did we achieve it? The second element is who decides what that direction is. You know, for the space race, it kind of doesn't matter. It can be a bunch of scientists, Kennedy and the team. For the problems that do matter to all of us, whether it's care problems, housing problems, energy accessibility problems, we want as much co-creation and participatory.
Okay, if Andy Burnham's listening to this person, why did Cyril Ramaphosa, by the way, listening to this person? Huge mistake. Huge mistake. Good morning, Gaiman. Welcome in. Oh dear. This is... Girl, it ain't... Sorry. I actually have respect for her. She numbers, guy. I know I keep on stressing it, but her conceptual framing and understanding of power dynamics within capitalism is fundamentally flawed. And I have already given several examples right now in contemporary history where it has failed to the point of, like, killing people en masse in Britain. This doesn't go far enough at all. At all.
Ways in, and we end up with a completely chaotic situation.
I thought the Queen was trying to mind. Yes,
examples,
right, they did.
Examples.
Right, so for those who are wondering about the trade union movement and queer liberation in the UK, in short, because we're finishing Pride, guys, that's it. We have to go back to hating ourselves again in 2 days' time. Jokes, not going to happen. Basically, a communist called Mark Ashton, who unfortunately has passed from AIDS-related illness, got a bunch of socialists and communists and radicals together who were queer and did lesbians and gays support the miners. And miners were on strike in Wales, and they literally they fundraised in London, and they drove a van down and gave money to the Welsh striking miners. It built huge solidarity between the trade union movement and queer liberation, just like in South Africa. And whilst we see in Britain right now, I've explored this before, the chipping away of trans rights, the implementation of basically in a trans apartheid state in Britain, the trade unions, and there are some corporate trade unions who are shit, ignore them. The trade unions are coming out strongly for queer liberation, because that relationship of liberation is so much stronger than pink capitalism could ever be. Okay? And that is why this weekend, folks, again, just to say thank you, we supported 2 causes in Kenya. Thank you to everyone who donated to the fundraiser, and thank you for everyone who's involved. We offered solidarity to the Communist Marxist Party of Kenya and their first Pride event this weekend. And I'm so excited to see the future of queer liberation in Kenya. And honestly, I can't really explain it. Knowing how much work like my friends have done, my heart like explodes with like pride of just knowing them. Phenomenal work. Phenomenon. Yeah, it's almost like rooting your liberation at a class base where it's with the most populous group of people, like the workers, works. It did make a fantastic movie as well. A fantastic movie.
One in Camden, where I live. I've been living in Camden for the last 30 years. Yeah, she's a Tottenham supporter, by the way. So we will talk about their very close relegation. Supporter, thank you.
Fuck you, Spurs.
Actually,
Cut the mic. We're done here.
Should we just talk about this? Should we quickly move to the important stuff? So in Camden with Georgia Gould, when she was still Camden leader, we worked, she was curious about this whole missions approach, so the co-creation.
Epic, I love the connection.
That,
Sorry.
for example, the adult social care,
I didn't know, but it's deeply... what's
procurement
Baynard Rustin? We need that solidarity. In my country, sadly, most workers become virulently anti-queer the moment we dare to appear politically for our own causes. Something that I've learned, I mean, sending love and solidarity to you, Doc, that's very challenging. I can only, I suppose, give some advice. So for those who don't know, I've worked with, like, I think maybe several thousand projects of queer liberation across the world. It's really hard to accept this as queer people. Sometimes the dialectical reading of a situation is that it's kind of impossible to do at certain points sometimes. And the opportunities will arise in the future for queer liberation to become established and entrenched with the working class. There will be a moment. There has to be a lot of dark before the dawn. And it sucks. And I wish I in some ways, that's like a materialist understanding of society. I don't mean that it's normative, like, deterministic. Like, it's more that sometimes saying nothing is more powerful than saying something, because you need to wait until an opportunity arises. And good people who work quite hard on queer liberation, I think, get better at working out exactly when and how that is. But solidarity.
And the carries.
Sorry, I'm trying to
actually having a serious process, not a tokenistic kind of consultation, fill a form process. Another example is deep in the Amazon. We're working right now through my institute at UCL that I set up around these ideas with traditional communities, indigenous communities, and the Secretary of Traditional Peoples, Edel Moraes, who's absolutely inspirational. She says, we don't need an Amazon fund just to do good for us. We should be in the driver's seat to help govern that fund, because there's people in the forest. Hay personas en la foresta, I say it in an Italian way, but actually sounds surprisingly very much like the Portuguese more than the Spanish. There's people in the forest. Those people have been living there for hundreds of years, and they know the relationship with water. They know how to treat water in a more symbiotic way, nature in a more symbiotic way, preservation of the forest. Use the people in the forest to design the Amazon.
Bayer Rustin was a black gay socialist. Yo, let's look at this after. Thank you for sharing. The international homosexual belongs to no country. Hell yeah. We have a new emote as well, which is for just followers can use it as well. Let's take a look at this after. Bayard Rustin. Thank you. Gay rights. Oh, sick. Oh, later in life, he shifted towards neoconservative views. Uh-oh. No, we lost a queer. No. Upon his death, President Ronald Reagan paid tribute to his work. Okay, we'll look at this.
Especially, instead of this kind of NGOification of where the money goes with a lot of these programs. The third is sharing knowledge and learning. There's no point in talking about collective intelligence, innovation society, open innovation, if then along the way what we see is that the way that knowledge is treated is increasingly privatized because how we have chosen, there's nothing deterministic about this, to structure the patent system, intellectual property rights, which are fine to exist, but if we govern them badly so that we're privatizing early stage knowledge, early stage research, literally the tools like the hammer and the screwdriver, back in the day.
Hammer and sickle.
Sickle.
Sorry? It was a hammer and sickle, no?
Hammer and sickle. And if the patents are too wide, so used just for strategic reasons, too strong, hard to license, that's a misgovernance of knowledge. And what we saw
He's a gay colored man who helped to unban. Yes, I've done lots of like streams about the work that South Africa, because I did it around COVID as well, because the South African, even though South Africa's lived upright and very neoliberal, you still went for the TRIPS waiver and extended solidarity. Like, there are moments of like real fucking pride, I think, from the South African government, even all things withstanding. Yes, we did a deep dive into HIV medicines and patents, etc., etc. How patents equals murder, and specifically focused on the South African activists who have pretty much single-handedly saved the lives of millions of people from a disease that kills.
Wartime.
And guess what? All these gay people be socialists, innit? It's like there's something there. Like they care about motherfucking, they care about society or something. It's almost like that's in the name. Like you socialize labor and good. Whoa. I myself am just a boring normie, cishet. We have two openly trans people, and you're allowed to be cishet. You're valid, I guess. Honestly, I'm not sure how the environment is for queer people. Certainly not the worst, but I assume it could be better. Where are you? If you don't mind saying. If you don't mind me saying.
Urgency, they were able then to actually.
The urgency that they have is for their profits, though, ma'am.
Actually continue to misgovern that knowledge. So Pfizer and many of these other companies really took the government around the world for a ride, and only the AstraZeneca vaccine, which is called AstraZeneca simply because it happened to be the private company, but it was mainly
I think decent-ish, but like a bit liberal, a bit homo-nationalisty, you know? The Twin Cities Pride they set up was right next to a Dem table. Ew. People think that are gay and they're anti-human rep. They're not gay. No, hold on. I disavow. On behalf, as Queen of Gays, that's right. I got the mullet and the muscles for it. As Queen of Gays, I disavow Sam Altman and Peter Thiel. They're basically straight. That's how evil they are. I'm joking. Don't get your fucking knickers in a twist.
Mainly not only at Oxford that put as a condition to the collaboration, the AstraZeneca had to share the knowledge, that they had to join the patent pool so that the vaccine could actually be produced in Africa. That's an exception. That is not the rule. So how do we share knowledge, share learnings along the way? How do we get government also to wake up and become
Look at the Cuban model. You can't.
And actually to welcome trial and error, learning by doing, so that they become less reliant on consultants and others, and so on. The fourth is sharing rewards. That's, again, very basic, and I've written a lot about how to share.
It's not a reward. There is another fundamental issue I have with her paradigm here. It's not a reward, it's our labor. Do you think that the people who produce, the scientists who produce vaccines, research, etc., are making money in comparison to the shareholders? Sorry, do you think that we're paying for the actual labor properly? Maybe they'll get paid in some shares as well in order to ensure that they're compradors and they feel like they're winning, but they're not. This isn't rewards. This isn't a government favor. This is your power. This is your wealth. They add fucking nothing. Every single shareholder is a leech. Every single shareholder is a leech. There's a possibility of developing a form of socialized speculative capital. That is a conversation for a different time. Like, you are a net drain on society. Which, paradoxically, is the thing that she opened up this discussion with.
Equity schemes, whether it's through these reinvestment
I'm glad he tried, though, project. ANC dominance, though, innit?
Whether it's, again, through an Amazon fund kind of...
Those people are not queer, huge difference, agreed.
Sure the money is reinvested.
I think she thinks that she can make Dems better somehow, and Labour better.
Set up, but also in a project with Carnival in both Notting Hill, but especially in Brazil and Salvador and Recife and Rio, we're looking at how so much of the money that's produced from Carnival, literally the beverages, the food, the tourism, hardly any of that gets reinvested back into the communities that create Carnival. So
I wonder why.
Of not just socialization of risk and socialization of rewards, but getting
good morning,
reinvesting back into where the value has been created. And the last element is transparency.
Did you used to have a different username?
What the hell's going on? Who's earning what?
Are
and
you
why,
whom I think you are?
What and why? Because of all these intermediators, whether it's the Sercos, the G4Ss, the McKinseys, the Deloittes, or NGOs, which might seem really good, but they're kind of muddying the waters, and we no longer know literally what's happening in different areas. It's very hard to govern for the common good. And in my opinion, you have to have all
Can be said you really tried to make it.
Yeah. You can't pick and choose.
Lenny, I thought it was you. Hey, mate.
If you're not sharing rewards. You can't just share rewards if you're not sharing knowledge.
It's not rewards. It's not a reward. It's not a reward.
Transparency and accountability. So the UK has had some of its own moonshot projects. We had ARIA, and I always forget what ARIA stands for, but it was the Advanced Research and Innovation Agency, which was meant to deliver high-risk, high-reward, progress on things like AI and all sorts of things that arts and humanities graduates like me don't know about. And it was designed actually with less transparency than other public bodies, despite huge sums of public money. So it was made exempt from freedom of information requests. Right. And I suppose that was because a judgment was made that actually if you're going to have experimentation, you need freedom to fail. Right? That you need both of those things. And if you've got a high level of bureaucracy or even the potential for, a Daily Mail newspaper of, nut job scientists waste money on, I don't know, trying to teach bees to swim or whatever it is, you can't do that work. You don't have the freedom to fail. So
you do have Doge then, and they're bullshit.
On transparency and accountability, but also public institutions which can experiment and tolerate failure.
Again, very good question. So you studied only humanities, you said?
I did. Okay. English literature, baby.
Very good. That's why you ask good questions. So it's a very good question, but it goes beyond the ARIA example or beyond the DARPA example. So ARIA was basically modeled around the DARPA type of organization, DARPA, which again basically is responsible even for the AI, like early language, large language models, early speech recognition technology actually came out of DARPA due to these military objectives, and how they were structured was exactly as you said, ARIA has sort of imitated, which is, big bets. I actually interviewed people both in DARPA and ARPA-E, and they actually structure their human resource policy by how much risk you were willing to take. So if you do really easy things, you kind of don't go up the ladder in terms of human resource kind of, job, progression, but also how much impact your successes have. So the idea is kind of big impact, but they recognize you'll have to fail along the way. Who also says that? Venture capitalists always brag. They say for every success, every successful investment, I had to bear with 8 or 9 failures. Civil servants are not allowed to do that, right? Like if civil servants said, yeah, don't worry, we're gonna screw up along the way, but at some point we're gonna get it right, that would be a very different type of thinking within the civil service, and that's exactly why I set up this Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose, which is we can't learn within the state structures. We can't do what I said before, for example, outcomes-oriented procurement for school meals to be healthy, tasty, sustainable, if we think it's just an input-output model that you might not be learning along the way. So how do you, beyond just setting up—
What the fuck is this, Dross?
Back to the transparency question in a second, but the bigger question you're asking is learning, trial and error, risk-taking. How do we set up what we call gov labs?
Hello, cat meat.
Almost within government,
oh, your name.
Where you're explicitly allowed not to fail because that's the goal, but literally the trial and error. You can't learn how to ride a bicycle.
Oh no!
So safe place to experiment.
So reactionary anti-apartheid.
At some point, you got to achieve these outcomes.
That's awful to hear.
Allow civil servants to work together.
ZANU PF wannabe motherfuckers.
Outcomes-oriented way. In Chile, again, they have something called—
That's very disappointing.
There was also something called Mind Lab in—
You like my name? I'm not sure what to think of it.
In Finland. Nesta actually here is now outside of government. It used to be inside government, and it functions sort of like a gov lab. So I'm a big proponent of that, and that is transparent. That's the kind of experimentation and the kind of big, big bets that we should be having, which is a transparent process where government says, here's these really bold missions that we're going to try to achieve around hunger, poverty, so on and so forth. We're not going to get it right away, but here's what we're trying to do. We're going to talk to you about it. We'll also talk to you about—
Stephen's asking the exact question that I was thinking of.
To sometimes fall off the bicycle and you can't crucify us. That's what I advocate for. So if you then set up an—
This is absolute—
or an ARPA-E,
so
well, it is important for scientific knowledge.
This has already happened. Hello, Sanj. She even mentioned it earlier, the in-house chips manufacturing, which is why Greenland was almost bombed, right? Because it has the largest rare earth, the second largest rare earth mineral site in the world. She seems to think that she can micromanage privatization models to fix the economy by allowing them to have like a little bit more profit, but not as much profit as they're having at the moment, and that they'll willfully do that. I don't think that this approach will work. I actually think that this is the approach that Biden took. Which you could argue that the chips manufacturing, in order to offset the reliance on Taiwan and to create a modern industrialized base in America, A, only works so far whilst it's a long-term plan. B, I hope people can link this together. What is the most important thing in geopolitics that this is linked to? Like, and how I could never promote this way of thinking and her blah, blah, blah entrepreneurship thing. What is a really important factor to this? Can anyone read my mind and think what I'm thinking? If not, why are you even here? I'm joking. So what I'm thinking of is the approach to Latin America and national security. National security. Where it just so happens that a lot of very suspicious things are happening in Venezuela, Colombia, Cuba, etc. All of this is based on exploitation and goods of other people. By getting a capitalism to be a bit nicer to people in the imperial core. For a start, it's not going to work. Again, these are transnational capitalists. Even in Norway, when the wealth tax was raised, there was always a wealth tax. When they started implementing more social democratic reforms, and I think raised the wealth tax from like 0.7 to 1% or something, many Norwegians left. Norway's small. It is a very community-driven environment. I know I'm half Norwegian, for those who don't know. My mum's from Norway. I was there last year. Gorgeous country. Stunningly beautiful. So if you can't get people to be nice in Norway, where everyone knows their neighbor, and they actually have genuinely more of a culturally collectivist approach, how the fuck are you going to do that in America, outside of the military-industrial complex? How the fuck are you going to do that in Britain, where we have aristocracy who've done nothing and inherited wealth? Like, super profits are used to buy workers in imperialist countries. The paradigm that we're in at the moment, I guess, is they're not in Britain. Historically, yes, I'd agree, Sylvie. Er du norsk, Sylvie? Du en norsk name. You have a Norwegian name. You could argue, so Norway was historically not an imperialist or a colonialist country. It was actually colonized by several different kinds of governments, but it now partakes in international trade and speculative capital accumulation, which is at the expense of people, right? So it's not a historical empire, but it is a state that currently tacitly benefits from the colonialist paradigm that we have at the moment, right? But beyond that, inside Britain and a lot of EU countries, let's say the unsteady sort of balance of trying to strip imperial core workers from imperial global south workers, that definitely doesn't exist here, you know? They're part of the larger empire, which is the West. Yes, in terms of capital, they're also in NATO, right? Got absolutely ruined by the Black Death and was dominated by Danes. Yeah, I also, people don't realize. So when I was in Norway last year, I did a lot of research because I basically did like a bit of a dialectics into Norway. Just put the international side to one side, because I agree with what people are saying. Because Norway was colonized by the Danes and then the Swedes, they did not develop a broad aristocracy landowning class. They had a king and a queen, rapist apologists at the moment, but they had people who obviously had more moneyed capital interests, right? But it was very small in terms of it being like a powered class of people that meant, no, Norway never directly colonized other countries. It was subject to control by Danish, then Swedish, then eventually after. So the 17th of May, we celebrate Norwegian Independence Day. Me and Mum had waffles and waved our flags, you know? You gotta remember, guys, this is my family, and I love my Norwegian family greatly, for all of the problems there, right? The independence was in the late 1800s, I think. Then there was a small period of development internally where there was an emergence of a small capitalist class that actually, it didn't come from direct colonial control. It came from selling fish. I'm not even joking. People think like Norway was impoverished before oil. It wasn't. There was a lot of wealth to be made. They shipped Norwegian fish all over the world. Which is the history of my family as well. From that, there was a small amount of capital accumulation, but the partitioning off of certain sections of the North Sea that had loads of oil, essentially you had, I will call it social-minded as opposed to socialist. You could call it proto-socialist, right? You have to remember the USSR bordered Norway, and they were given a lot of Red Scare propaganda as well, even though the USSR were their allies as well. But it was unfortunately predominantly the Brits who helped Norway become liberated from the Nazis when it was occupied by the Quislings, who got shot in the head. That's just me describing history there, you know. There is, is it Jonte law? So you have a material base that is less stacked towards towards a aristocracy. And then you have things which are cultural codes, like the law of Yonte is a code of conduct originating in fiction and now used colloquially to denote a social attitude of disapproval towards expressions of individuality and personal success. It extends beyond that. It is like a cultural understanding, because it was semi-feudal for so long, that you need to collectively celebrate successes, because it is very anti-individualistic, right? So you have two things: a material base, which is much more mixed in terms of the classes of people, ranging from the agriculturist to the fisherman to a landowning class that was actually very small and politically not irrelevant, but inconsequential at the time, right? And a culture, a superstructure culture that's saying, alone you ain't shit. You ain't shit. That is what allowed for a very unique, brief period in time. It is being challenged by capitalists in Norway, but a very brief period of social emphasis on developing heavy industry, where at least 70% of that market is owned by the state, and there's no ambiguity. It's also, my dad worked in oil, and that's how he met my mum. This is also after the, oddly enough, lots of Norse, Finns, and Sweden I've heard that. Is Red from Michigan? He's from East Coast, and his dad is Norwegian. I think that they didn't. Yes, that's what I'm saying. They were never historically empire. But the Vikings in terms of pre-capitalist, I guess, invasions were very stabby in Britain and Ireland. But that's a different era. That's feudal relationships, right? So when Europeans are speaking about this era, they're not doing a dialectics. They're doing a we can tax people more and then we'll become Norway. No, you won't. You literally won't. No. Here's the distinction, I suppose, and not to belittle this economist, because I do think she's number lady, she's smart. I do. I think she's closed off to understanding the limitations of her approach, and that's because she does not engage in dialectics. She doesn't engage in dialectics. Britain is paradigmatically the opposite. We have a class of imperialists in this country who have inherited wealth from slavery. It's everywhere. The people who oppress my friends in Kenya are the people who oppress me, right? And that's why I have the politics I have. There is no slightly more ambiguous dialectical material base. There is literally just literally the feudal, the mercantile, then capitalist class are the aristocracy, and they own everything. And we have a very small bit of new money wankers from some neoliberalization that's used to rub our face in how actually working class people can do it if they pop their pussy, all that kind of bollocks, right? That's the paradigm at the moment. I encourage my American friends to realize that the sort of vague notion of the welfare state in the UK is fundamentally decimated to the point that historically austerity has killed 500,000 people in this country, and that the NHS is under attack from direct private capital. This is supposed to be a discussion about how Andy Burnham can fix things. I'm doing my Marxist mind reading. This is not it. The class of aristocracy, slave owning, ex-slave owning cunts in this country will literally try and kill people who fundamentally try and challenge their base. I need to read A Very British Coup, because Corbyn is genuinely the closest we've ever got. And I, to this day, believe that if they hadn't done everything they could and he did win, they'd kill him. I'm being serious. And there's no, that's when you immediately become a revolutionary and talk to people in Britain, right? And at the moment, we're just not there. Finn here. All the Nordics have participated in colonialism in some way. Norway participated. Oh, true. No, you are fucking right. I'm so sorry. I've forgotten Sápmi. You are 100% accurate. Thank you for reminding me. I just visited Sápmi last year. Yes, Northern Norway. You're 100% accurate. I apologize. Northern Norway is Sami territory. I went to Tromsø last year. I met Sami people. I went to a festival with loads of Sami activists. Ultimately, land back. And I would actually say, historically, I would say present day, the colonial relationships are more intimately felt in terms of like the High Court of Norway saying, you know, is it the Alta River project, the dam project on Sápmi land, and the wind turbines, they're illegal. But then the government and capital interests are doing nothing. So we are reaching a critical conjuncture when it comes to the relationship between the Norwegian state and the Sami people. And I support people like our based queen, Greta Thunberg, who's like, fuck you, I'm out with the Sami people. Also, don't forget, there is parts of Sápmi is in Russia as well. Russia is a colonial state right now. The Kola Peninsula, etc., etc. But firmly agreed. Thank you for challenging me on that. Female judges, matriarchal. So yeah. Under Viking law, as a woman, I'd have more power. The jam check as well. Yeah, is that colonialism or national supremacy? No, it's colonialism. It's their land. Now, the land back model that most Sami folks, I think, advocate is not 100% succession. In the same. I only really know Norwegian Sami communities, so I don't know if it's the same elsewhere, right? But the point being that there are contemporary capitalist relationships with the energy sector that is on their land and is weirdly my ex-girlfriend who had a PhD. I saw her last year. We were climbing in Sheffield when I was in remission, and I was like, yo, I met Sami people and they've used your study. They've used your PhD study to challenge people in the High Court. But like the High Court has not fundamentally, it's ruled in their favor, but nothing has changed. Yet another case in point. Wasn't challenging. It's okay. No, I was wrong. I was absolutely wrong. I was wrong. And you are right to. The thing is, I actually care and have covered Sami stuff a lot. So thank you for reminding me to not be a fair weather friend to the things I care about. Yeah, increasingly I'm disappointed by this woman. This ain't it. She ain't no John McDonald. This isn't gonna work.
Knowledge, to have that kind of basic research that's not constantly scrutinized, but that can also be done through kind of big research agencies, right? Like CERN, which is a
my long-term goal is to get back to Sheffield.
Sylvie, untransparent entities.
Went to uni in Sheffield. Love Sheffield.
Spent proper money compared to DARPA.
For those who are interested, I went to Sheffield Pride a week and a half ago now. The VOD's still up. Sorry, I have to show you because it's so cute every time. Guys, when Othello gets interviewed, my dog gets interviewed at Pride. He's so cute at Sheffield Pride. Shut up. What's this lesbian doing on my screen? I love him so much, guys. There's so many me's. I hope I'm not there. Were you in the background? Here we go. Is it going to jump to... Yes. Hold on. By definition, the Nazis were colonists when they entered Poland. Does it have to do with fixed borders and nation states? maybe this is a distinction between colonialism and imperialism. Imperial control can be the direct management of a separate nation through, I suppose. No, that's still colonial. That's a good question. So, it's Sami territory. They've traditionally lived there for millennia. Their livelihood is contingent on it, and the further north you go, basically the Gulf Stream goes all the way around the top of Norway. So Tromsø it doesn't freeze over. It's been historically a dock for generations, and there have been both Norse. Maybe this is it. It has been a mixed settlement area where you have had Norse kingdoms working alongside Sami trading. Sometimes fighting, sometimes collaborating, sometimes trading, as is often the way in pre-feudal and feudal contexts. Contemporaneously, there are areas that the Sami people need, that their livelihoods are contingent on, and they don't necessarily have this is going to be our border, and this is where we are. It's almost, and I'm happy for others to add to this, it's almost like, because the current relationships with the Norse, the Norwegians, is fundamentally breaking their capacity to economically engage in a Sami way of life, that contract, that agreement, as it were, is broken. So they want the capacity to have direct control of the assets on their land that disproportionately affect the well-being of Sami people and directly and negatively impact their economies. Colonialism is the territorial rule and settlement as a method. That's the thing. There has not been mass settlement in Sápmi. There was Norwegianization that was an attack on the Sami way of life in like the 40s and 50s that my mum grew up with and has done a lot of work to try and de-radicalize her of the hatred, the ethnic hatred. Imperialism can be maintained through IMF loans without territorial control. I suppose it could be framed as an imperial relationship then, in that it has a direct impact on those economies and that way of life, because they have their own parliament in Sápmi territory, in Sami territory, Sápmi. But when it comes down to it, and has come down to it, the courts still are like, yeah, we rule in your favor. The government will do nothing though, and you'll have to appeal forever. It sounds like ethnic cleansing. Oh yes, definitely. I would say I know some stuff. There is a huge movement of Sami reclamation of identity and culture. Excuse me. That was awesome to be around when I was in the north, in the Arctic. But obviously that can only go so far. If you don't own at least a direct relationship to the means of production, you will be forcibly assimilated, and the sort of vibe of like the traditional custodians of the land does not put bread on the table of indigenous people. It's not enough. It's actually a bit patronizing. It's very similar to how natives were treated in Canada to those who are more... That is something that I probably am less familiar with, but there are streamers like Lossu, who I think is in Canada, who can maybe extrapolate on that a bit more. Okay, sorry.
I was a young lady at the time. That makes it sound like...
Yeah, so... No.
Okay, this is me at Sheffield Pride.
Try and go through. We can have a look at the places.
Yeah.
Right, there's going to be dog interview in a second.
Thank you for the... Doug, thank you for gifting a sub.
All my gay boys. I told you I live for my twinks. I told you. I don't lie here. I live for my twinks. That's my main bitch. I love him. And that's his husband here. I'll kill for them, okay? That's how it goes here.
Antifa groupie. Her name. Okay, hold on.
W Duck, I see you. Hi, baby. Hi, baby boy.
He's just making sure that.
So if you saw a cute poodle at Pride in Sheffield,
Okay.
that was us.
That was sexual health stuff. So, men. Othello is my dog. Yes, you can.
Look, oh, it is so cute.
Can I stream this as well? This is.
I love him so much. He's little. You want me? I'd fucking die for this dog. Oh, babe.
Speak your truth. Speak your bisexual truth.
Othello's bisexual.
Yeah, he's like. That was perfect. No worries.
Oh, gay. Okay, back to this. Badger.
The U.S.
Sorry, this is complete bullshit. I've tuned out because she literally is like, and I've invented a quango and I can fix it. No, you can't. No, you can't. What, for all of his faults, what Corbyn knew is you need to give workers more power over the economy or this won't work. And you do that through not just like the quangoization of the economy. You do it at minimum through cooperatives. That's it. That's it. And that's why we're TO-pilled here. And that has drawbacks. And you probably need to listen to Chinese economists to understand how to mitigate that, right?
It wasn't just the supply side. It wasn't just the science. They then used demand side tools, again, like procurement. So the companies benefiting from the DARPA contracts could then scale. So startups scaled up, right? So you can't just choose an institution like ARIA here, imitate the US one, spend very little on it, make it just about kind of science because you want to look fancy like, you know, the US military industrial complex and not relate that tool to all the different other levers. And so a recent report, we actually just launched it.
I mean, I feel like I'm coming to my conclusion about this. This woman is fantastically intelligent. This is why ideology and methodology is important. Genuinely. She is so stunted by the fact that she cannot see things through class relationships, that she cannot see how the interests of the capitalist class have for so long been let loose with an accumulation of capital that's just murders people in Britain, that you can't, like the quango fixing and tinkering at the seams of like becoming the new China is impossible. How can you become China without whatever you think of China? And like I said, there are elements of it that I certainly wouldn't implement in my own situation, but that's up for the Chinese people to deal with, not me. How do you do that without a party that is, at least to a certain extent, the dictatorship of the proletariat? How do you do that? And how do you do that when China is dealing with trying to be very harsh on a new emergent bourgeoisie class, right? And some of those Chinese people leave. And they become our problem then, right? When they settle overseas because they betray the revolution in China, right? Or if they stay and work with the government, they have their power heavily, heavily, heavily managed. We don't have that relationship, okay, with the economy in terms of government. Actually, this is just going to be another vessel for public-private finance initiatives, public-private partnerships. That's it. But just doing it better somehow, because I've intellectualized myself all the way back to the same point that's failed and failed and failed again. Bit disappointing. Ash did try pushing back. I think that she's wrong. Let's see what the comments have said. Cool. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, this gives me hope. This gives me hope. Folk, by the way, we got over 100 people without a raid in today watching. Thank you so much for people who are sat watching me stream, watching this dyke with a mullet yap at you. I can say that word, you can't. I love that about me. Only if you are one, you can use that with me. Because I'm beautiful and handsome. at the same time. But we're 2 followers away from my follower goal. We're on 4,098. So if anyone's watching and you're not following, come get more of this definite not waffle where I do the same point again and again for a while. But yeah, thank you all for being here as well and trusting me with your time. Yeah, people are like, nah. People are like, nah. Thank fuck. Capitalism is just saying it wasn't done right. What a day to be alive. Yep. The UK is a private sector and it's about looting and economic rent seating. Praise Jeebus. Praise Jeebus that Novara Media is not buying this shit. Praise Jeebus. Capitalism needs to end. The working class must liberate themselves and take control of their own labour. She's very good and very highly respected. It's important to understand she's not against capitalism. She wants to make this worse. Whilst we're on this, neither is Gary Stevenson. He's not against capitalism or rich people, but highlights post-World War II consensus that a fairer society should be instituted for and underpins democratic capitalism. I have faith. Liberals and capitalists are really the most insane sunk cost fallacy of all time. I have faith. I have faith in my fellow human now. This information is not dialectical but idealistic. Pre-watch. That's what I just said. Oh my god, guys. Maybe, look, obviously we'd find it here. But like maybe our yapping's working. Maybe when you go out and yap to people, right? And you try and do dialectics secretly, where you speak about like history and financial interests, but you do it in like, oh mate, I might look, mate, me the other day in the pub. Mate, look, ever seen, we're talking about the social media ban. This is me. My apolitical mate is, and their family are with them. Would think Marxism means I want to gulag their fucking family and eat, like, you know what I mean, right? Okay. Cool. Look, mate, call me a fucking conspiracy theorist, but ever since Epstein, I don't trust that our government's doing things for people. I think they might just be doing it for rich fucking wankers, and some of those people might be pedophiles. And I watched a video, and it's a rich wanker who's saying that the media has made Israel look bad. And I just kind of feel, guys, like, I feel like this shit's connected. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. What do you think? I feel like Keir Starmer kind of probably likes these people. And I think he might secretly be one of them, right? Trying to bring in just that slight frame of dialectical thinking. Yeah. Mock yourself. It makes it a less standoffish conversation. But if you have people who try to intellectualize like why the market is magically good, like I did on my short the other day about how privatization is Nazi economics, which is just a material fact, right? And they're like, actually, capitalism can never be authoritarian. Actually, like, fuck them. I will destroy you. I will destroy you in the marketplace of ideas. Sorry, that's so cringe. That's so fucking cringe. But like, no, I will philosophically argue with you and show you why you're a dickhead. But my common human being who I care about in my community in the working class, be very humble. Be very, very humble and inviting. That's how I try to have these conversations. And I've noticed there were some changes being pushed slowly. Keir is an arse deep in the cocktail crowd that lops off the old section of society to win on some donor-related issue. Bang! That's factual. We have like the Mandelson class. And the decisions economically he's made, right, to place things like speculative finance at the end of the housing projects that they have, the housing development projects that they have, as like facts that can back that up. Mate, they're trying to privatize fucking NHS, innit? I literally could have died this year because of these changes to the NHS. That's how bad it is. what you've said, Vox, is it's accessible. What does authoritarian mean? Is being a landlord authoritarian? Yes. They still let your hi monkey. You missed our actually really productive conversation about DSA earlier, where I was saying the DSA. Somebody asked in good faith. I know some stuff. What happens if is her name Daria? Sorry if I'm getting the name wrong, because I actually like am a Brit bonger, and I'm like, good for you, kind of from a distance, right? What if she does an AOC and capitulates? Daria Lisa, thank you. Daria Lisa. Spanish pronunciation, mate, I'll fucking try, okay? I tried. Mino Pueblo Españolo. Dos cervezas, mate. Hi, Jupiter, welcome in. What is a chair? Gay? 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 But basically saying, yeah, join the DSA and make it better. Not the country, but the language. Yeah, basically, like, what do we do if she does an AOC and is like, oh, I'm actually going to just, like, support funding Israel now. A, the DSA threw her out, so do that. B, join the DSA. Stop doing a Hassan and making it just about the officials that are coming into power. Okay? Make it about you. Make it about you and your community. My mum literally did die this year because of the privatised portions of the NHS, criminal standard, a lack of care and many lies, with my MPs carrying water for the pricks. I'm really sorry, mate. I'm really, really fucking sorry. That... I feel genuinely so sad to hear that. Our small dream is just being hacked away by people that this woman seems to think we can ask and think tank into being better. They'd rather die than support Israel. I mean, that's kind of how I feel. I also went through her policies like I did with Plattner's policies being shit. There was some actually good stuff in her platform that I support. That the limitations can, I think, be built on. And Monkey, if you haven't seen, there is a socialist movement that's building off the successes and failures of the SOCDEM movement in Spain, right? And there is a revolutionary history in Spain as well that does make that organizing easier. But still, it kind of has been the point that I will always make that if you want to be a Rosa Luxemburgist like me and you care very passionately about the well-being of the working class and extend it to workers overseas, you need to get to a point where you reach critical mass and critical consciousness. And we are not there. And this is where I agree with Hugo. The opportunities for both the SOCDEMs and the Spartacus League are given to people from what the DSA is doing. And I see that as a good thing. Because the current paradigm of neoliberalism is making people more reactionary. Is that dialectical materialism 101? No, that would be metaphysics and epistemology. Materialism is... So what this person, I know some stuff, what this person's saying here is this information is not dialectical but idealistic, which is what I've been going through. You can't talk about the government focusing on good outcomes when those elected or only interested in getting re-elected act in the interest of a special interest groups, right? Capitalists. The capital class, who are historically the owners of slaves and the means of production. And got a load of fucking benefits from imperialism, right? So what this person is rightfully saying is she's talking in vague notions of how to fix capitalism by saving it from itself. What we are saying is your framework of understanding the world is wrong. You are ideologically approaching what we agree is a problem And you are failing to first begin your analysis by looking at the material base. And as Marxists, what that means is, to put it simply, who got the money and who fucking don't? Who got the land and who don't? What are your classes for a Maoist? What are the classes in your society? And what interests do they have? She isn't focusing on people. She is focusing on the rich. She's like, I'm going to strengthen my way of the trickle down better somehow with magic. But in terms of it being like epistemic materialism versus idealism, it's just it's scientific pragmatism, right? But remember, Marxism, whilst Marxism basically accepts and would continue to accept the contemporary scientific approach to material reality, Marxism is a social analysis. We are looking at humans as a society where we are making claims about the material basis of our society. I need to get in remission, guys, so I can be a lecturer. I would love it so much. This is capitalist reformism. Yep. Yo, okay, I have faith. Everyone is like, oh my God, I love this. I love this. At least people aren't buying this bullshit anymore. She's saying, no, in fact, you actually can polish a turd. And if there are correct parameters in place, creating state and private turd polishing cooperation, there is potential to make said steaming cord capitalist store lovely and sparkly. Couldn't have said it better myself, mate. Yep. Right, I'm glad Ash asked about China. I think, is there a China section? Let's see what she has to say about China. Isn't China already doing this? That's what she has to say about China. Okay? Her think tank Quangoism is bollocks. Complete bullshit.
China, not that I think that Xi Jinping is in the room, would be like, yo, that's us. You know, how come there isn't such a...
Hold on, let's go back, sorry.
You know, market economy,
what we saw with other instruments. You know.
Move on a little bit and I guess talk about the politics part of it, which is, it seems to me that you're saying, look, we need market economies, but the state should have this role in, you know, determining a sense of purpose, right? And like setting direction. And China...
Ash, it's not just that. The state is the landowning class, and the mixed ownership means things for specifically targeted investment like biotechnologies and medicines. It doesn't mean, like, the material base is so fundamentally different, right? So it's you cannot replicate that China model without having that. You can't. Capitalists will just steal things.
Not that I think...
Capitalists in China leave and try and steal things, you know? Are you on later for Haswatch? I do Haswatch on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tonight, in 2 hours' time, actually. I'll just stay... Guys, I've been on for hours. Thank you so much to people who have tipped and subscribed. I haven't made a huge amount of money today. We do have an ad break coming up. If you would like some ad-free viewing, subscribe to the Hot Sauce Show. If you've appreciated my analysis and would like to hang out more, I have, hopefully, fingers crossed, an interview for some basically part-time work that would be like consultancy work for sort of 3-4 months that I really need because I'm like... Yeah, I have like literally no money. Me no money. So I'll stay on with you folks until 5. If you cannot subscribe it, it's okay. If you stay around for the ads, I really fucking appreciate it. I'm sorry, I do have to grab... Thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for those Bezos bucks. Wather, thank you. Super fucking appreciate it, mate. Completely free for you. Thank you. You have all the streamers that you could give your Prime to, and you gave it to me. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Sorry, it's very hot here, so goddamn, Elron. Oh shit, we have a hype train coming in. Folks, we have a hype train. If you want to see a lesbian do a bunch of push-ups, I'm not going to do that today because my muscles still hurt from working out on the weekend. But we'll have music, okay? We'll have some fun music for the hype train. You can throw biddies or subscribe to help me, I guess. Thank you so much, Aaron, as well, to help me pay my rent to my parents this month, and pay for my bills for my plasma therapy and stuff. You can do that as well. If you are very rich, you can also do that. If a hype train comes in, I'm sorry, thank you, but I just like really need to piss. I am desperate.
That Xi Jinping is in the room would be like, yo, that's us. You know, how come there isn't such a big analysis of China in the book? I mean, there's, you know, sort of, there isn't a lot of an exploration in China in the book.
Yeah, it's actually a really good point. Maybe I should have. So first of all, China is spending huge amounts in a mission-oriented way, literally trillions, to reduce their carbon emissions, not because they think about good, but because they, like, if you look at the skies in Beijing, you know, it's incredibly polluted because of the speed of industrialization that they went through. So the level of, and I have actually talked about China, especially in the entrepreneurial state. I compared it to the US and to Europe, but also argued that they didn't actually have a decentralized network of state.
Thank you so much for the number one hype train. Boop, 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 boop. That's the hype train redeem. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sorry. Let me just see who that was. Sorry. Christina Pipina. Thank you so much. Okay. Right. We are in a hype train. Biddies, subscriptions, all those things. What should we have? We're gonna have so on the weekend we fundraise directly for the Communist Marxist Party of Kenya, and for their first Pride event, and they got some banging tunes, guys. So let's get the fuck on it. Music. Where is it? Not this. They're sick. I know a bunch of these people. They're very cool human beings. Where 2020. Rap. It was for an election, but they are very like they stand on a revolutionary platform. Here we go. Raise your red flags, guys. I can't do no push-ups for you though, sorry. I'm too fucked.
Communist Party of Kenya. Manubuko mole. Kabisa. Wantuololonge mibadi kata mateni. Mibadi tudiwo.
Sinibuka tunapea kura. Sinibuka tunapea kura. Sinibuka tunapea kura. 22 sigemishamua. Sinibuka tunapea kura.
Thank you to everybody who extended solidarity to our friends in Kenya this weekend as well.
Anatambua mashida za vijana pale pole anajenga uwanja ye uokolea hadi kwa matanga pale mingine amejenga didarasa hao wengine wametupima tu sana kazi zao zote wakuzifanya tukikula nyama vitambejia ile ganji wametunyang'anya
vijana wote situkona buka vako zetu zote anazita mbua 22 ni endo tunachagua juma shida zetu hawezi kuruka msi whitens mawera zita kuwa team CPK hatunaga tupupa tuna kamsla hawezi kutuchuja ha wengine watoibuka ndio buda
I don't know what to do with myself when I'm not doing push-ups.
Kitu amefanya mta atubongi yeni msimpo anava vishoshi ye uokolea ma youth kama broski.
That'll be Baton Rouge if I have anything to say about it. Good luck, mate.
Atubongi yeni msimpo anava vishoshi ye uokolea ma youth kama broski.
Sinibuka tunapea kura. Sinibuka tunapea kura. Sinibuka tunapea kura. 22 sigemishamua. Sinibuka tunapea kura.
Yes, I think that might be the same as well, Elron. 22.
Tukonya lobiro walunge gani hero jomi badhi yosedi wo mendeleo bosiro bogero nyakachiro kobiwe walilo tije wabotio jofisade maboringo kniamedo finyo giboneno hiro buka emenchunjo piny ochungne maendeleo makiny kura wabomi mo coping okonyo nyithiki ochulo nyaka fees gik mawachogi oka wonda mag
It'll be rouge all right, hell yeah.
king gik mosetimo dongo dongo nge matino konyo nyithiki ochulo nyaka fees gik mawachogi oka wonda magiril kendo game koni walonge gani king gik mosetimo dongo dongo nge matino
Right, folks, I'm just talking to the artist about the shirts that we're developing. Thank you so much for the hype train as well. Okay. So I feel like we've right, sorry, let's lock back in with what she has to say about China. None of them are talking about like relationships to either capital or land. Yeah, when we go off on an ADHD tangent, the badgers come out. Okay, let's get back to it.
The Chinese Development Bank, massive public bank that provided, like to Huawei, something like a $6 billion guaranteed loan.
It's a snake.
How much Elon Musk received from the U.S. government. He got like triple that for his different companies. But the point is, China still, the big question for China.
And Iran still fucked you. All that money, and you're like, can't even do a war properly? Fuck you, America.
Can you actually, in the long run, compete if the way that you're actually providing this finance, whether it's for green or for something else, blue, is through these very large institutions that are not very flexible and agile? But actually, if you look at what's happening to China, I call it the adaptive state. It's definitely entrepreneurial, but it's also very adaptively learned from others. That's why back in 2019, I did an interview for the FT, and I said exactly what Marco Rubio then said, which is that China is learning what actually happened in Silicon Valley at the same time that the US is unlearning it due to all the cuts that were happening precisely to those institutions. But the big question for China, of course, is the democratic kind of deficit, right? So is what I'm talking about in the common good, the co-creation bit, the participatory bit, crucial? And the answer is yes. I believe that we're not talking about just the state telling us what is good for us. It is, at least in democratic societies, as much as possible where that good is something that we also talk about and debate together. And that's why the third part of the book, so the first part.
So does China. You can't directly elect people, no. And I would prefer that you could, but this is a very rudimentary understanding of democracy. The discussions happened inside the Communist Party, and you can vote directly for some officials in China, like the average human being, and you all can join like unions and stuff. Would I like that to be expanded outside of the party in China, particularly as they grapple a more emergent bourgeois class? Yes, of course, but that's for people in China to resolve. Again, the baseline of our democratic norms are under capitalist control. They're intertwined. Like, socialism is inherently more democratic than what we have now. Based in we purged everyone but white Christian nationalists, and now we can't invade a golf course by the recently lost Bulls. Lol. I mean, that's funny.
Part is theory.
Yeah.
The second part goes through the elements. The third part are places. Where do we meet? Where are the youth centers, the community centers, the public libraries, the public pools, literally the places where people even meet? So they're not just kind of driving, or at home, doing their apps. Where do we meet to even contest each other, to debate? And a lot of what I think should be
yes, exactly, Red.
Reform is precisely.
It's centrists who are using this diluted rhetoric. Yeah, this has been disappointing. She was recommended to me. The thing that gives me hope. This is waffle. The thing that gives me hope. The Soviets show us that not to do socialism. That's going to piss people off. There was a period of USSR control of the economy that was really good, and governance that was not what I would want, right? But you have to think in decades in socialism. It's a long-term project. The US showed us how not to do capitalism. China has showed how to mix the two. Sort of. Again, this is close. Capitalism can work for smaller businesses meeting consumer demands. Doesn't have to be capital. It doesn't. You just think that it's the market, and you can socialize that market through co-ops. Market socialism can work for smaller businesses meeting consumer demands, investment, actual, I guess, like innovation. And yeah, people will lose their jobs and things will fail under that, because that is actually a part of the human model as well. And socialist governments limit financial speculation, real estate exploitation, natural monopolies, and manages natural resources. Yep. Land. How can people talk about China and not talk about the land? Like, for fuck's sake. So yeah, even people here are not quite getting it. Like, China is introducing mixed ownership, which is capital is essentially people who make super profits and then control society because of the assets that they can buy from that capital. China doesn't allow the people who could become capitalists to have at least too much power. It would be an ideological illusion to say that they have none, right? They still employ people. There still are people who maintain labor conditions and benefit from workers on top of their own labors. But the state controls them. That's the distinction. It is a really, really carefully managed economy that I think nobody across the political spectrum like really tries to get to the core of. Particularly as you see things that I think are confusing for people, like the recent 5-year plan in China. Because remember, I was going to go to China for some meds for my autoimmune disease, but I'm not now. Is introducing international capital into biotech. Like, but it's done through a managed economy that is centralized, right? That is unique. And it is really you can only have that so hyper managed because of the direct power that the government has to offset as best as it can, not as best as I'd like, but as best as it can for the class of capitalists. Is that the way that Cuba's heading to with the enforced changes? On that note, thank you. I saw something that is... If you remember the last time I spoke about... I don't know is my answer to that. Nobody can tell the future with this. But... So, what I said the other day is... changes. Cuba is smaller. Cuba is geographically incredibly different. Is the proximity of it to America and the fact that it is an island nation that has only a little bit of light industry and has not diversified its agricultural base substantially means that the way that it can have any form of like self-development is really complex. The introduction of the planned market changes, as I said, I think are worrying. And that if there was ever a place that could maybe challenge that, it's Cuba, because it has actually a very democratic form of, I guess, revolutionary politics. But I also said this could also just not be enough for Americans. This could be the creation of a red bourgeoisie that we see, which is horrific, right? And at that point, I don't know. It would be an ultimate betrayal of the revolutionary era of Cuban development and create a class of communists who say are capitalists, who wax lyrical about the revolution and stand on the the coattails of actual liberation heroes. I don't know. There's going to be so many moving pieces. We can only hope. Cuba clearly has an incredibly impassioned socialist base of people inside the country. So we'll just have to wait to see what they do. But I said it might not even be enough for America, and it's not been. Cuba is hit with even more sanctions. The move will deepen the engineered economic crisis that millions of Cubans are currently suffering. Get this. On Tuesday, Marco Rubio announced additional sanctions on 5 more Cuban entities, including state-owned mining and logistics companies and the Cuban army financial system. The measures also target the wife of Fidel Castro's nephew, Alejandro Castro Espin. I think that guy might be a cunt. Alejandro? If that's who I'm thinking of, that guy is genuinely a prick, though. It might not be. No. I'm thinking of someone completely different. Nope, ignore me. The latest sanctions comes just day after the government of Miguel Diaz-Canel, under the immense pressure from Washington, opened the Cuban economy to private interests. It was a clear move towards economic liberalization that has been described as historic. It also allowed for the private ownership of land for venture capitalists in Lady Gaga, Alejandro. Tourism, the tourist sector, right? Which is just going to come from America, and they're just going to buy up land and property, and then what's the government going to do? That I think that's really, it's really worrying. It is really worrying, and still it's not enough. I don't know. I feel like there was a cunty dude named Castro. One of their kids, one of the revolutionaries' kids, is like a genuine piece of shit. I can't remember the name. Or if not kid, like nephew or some shit like that. Okay. Where should we move to next? Yep, I'm glad that this happened, because I think it's entrepreneurial state, mission-oriented moonshot economics. Bollocks. Complete bollocks. What does she say with, should we fix capitalism or design a new system?
Market, but not fundamentally kind of rethinking it. I haven't read the book yet, so apologies if it is more fundamental. But I just wonder, given that capitalism is inherently kind of oriented around capital, and kind of, I feel like the fundamental principles of it seem at odds with the common good. And so is it the government's role to incorporate the common good into how the market is redesigned? Or is there any scope or kind of consideration of a completely different system that we might need?
Right, again, excellent question. And this is where I'm often in two minds. So in terms,
This is where I rule her out or rule her in, by the way. The answer to this is critical.
What I've dedicated my last kind of 20 years to is actually working with governments to get stuff done. If I just go in saying, forget capitalism, communism is better, or whatever, it's not just communism, you ain't going to get very far. That doesn't mean
Some of us have made great careers out of doing exactly that.
But how many, and I don't mean this dismissingly, I think you're great, do you actually work on the ground every day?
What's your outcomes?
With actually trying to improve very specific kind of practical outcomes for citizens that require governments to wake up, change.
Navarro Media contribute to the conversation by showing just how flawed your approach is. The thing at the core of this at the moment is we are in such bad late stage capitalism that like people, you can just appeal to people's workers' inherent feeling that it's fucked. We're fucked. Things are fucked. She's saying that you can't go, and she's right to a certain extent. Out in the West, you can't go into a group of civil servants and say we're going to do a communism. They won't listen to you, is what she means. She's not wrong there, and she's just saying this is a long-winded way of saying I'm pragmatic.
Perhaps you do, by the way, because I don't know actually what you do, but it's too easy just to dismiss it and say capitalism is shit, we need a better system, this woman's just talking about how to get the market to work. So, and I'm actually saying this in a, how do you say, I don't want to say therapeutic way, I'm kind of also talking to myself, because of course we know the system doesn't work. Of course it needs a complete radical change, but I personally, and I might be wrong, think that the most radical thing we can do is actually spend time on the very concrete, everyday tools that every day are wasted, that every day are often the scene of corruption. Procurement for school meals in Italy is literally where so much of the corruption actually happens. So what do they then do? They put it in an agency for anti-corruption, which makes it even more risk-averse and nothing gets done. So that just happens to be what I'm interested in. And
yeah, your approach is wrong and won't work. I don't know what to tell you. Didn't work in South Africa, didn't work in Italy, won't work here.
The fact that there's so many varieties of capitalism. If we just say capitalism, it's like there's some big blob. Believe
What's
me,
tailism?
Brazil under Lula is very different from capitalism under Bolsonaro. And if you don't believe that, if people don't believe
yes, it is. I think that's right.
It's the bourgeoisie bohème that like to talk about capitalism, communism, but then don't actually say what happened under Lula that is so different from what happened under Bolsonaro. Does that mean that capitalism under Lula is great? Of course not. Capitalism, for the reasons you rightly suggest, have some inherent problems.
Then why isn't she having a discussion about landowners and dialectics? I think that this is genuinely the philosophical problem with liberalism. Because she's not stupid. She isn't. She's reaching a critical stone wall of, but it's fine for there to be a landowning class who also have capital, who I can bend to my will. It hasn't worked since the 1950s in the UK, when there was a literal world war that meant that for the first time there was a form of class consciousness in Britain, where people were like, hold on, everyone just died for this? You have to give us stuff back now, right? Is when a communist party is chasing social issues instead of adding them to its revolutionary horizon. I don't think that she's not a revolutionary at all. No, she is a Quango NGO head. My advice, Canada, or just look at the US, is listen to its. I know. Well, no, we're in the same place as well, Vox.
Kind of, how do you say, tired and cynical with those who, including myself, because this is my, part of my brain says the same thing you say. So
then I strongly encourage this economist to expand the notion of it just being about capital and labor relations as money and workers, and expand it to a Marxist principle of capital, which is how people make capital money for themselves, because they are used as the same thing in the way that the market is used to mean capitalism, and it's not. And to explore, the land is owned by the Chinese Communist state. Not one person has spoken about this. Do you not understand? As I was explaining, well, you can critique Norway, that's fine. The Norwegian model was reliant on the fact that there was the aristocracy was almost non-existent, very, very small. That's how it worked. The base, the economic base. So you go to therapy and find a Marxist therapist.
Kind of inherent in the work that are just about saying, oh, reform or revolution.
I'm gay and I strongly support a well-washed ass. Hell yeah.
The revolutionary thing we can do is to be humble enough to actually put time in and day out to retrain the civil service from this bullshit curriculum they've been given from day one, to actually work with governments to deliver school meals for every child that are healthy, tasty, and sustainable, and not what Reagan said, which is that ketchup was a vegetable because he wanted the cost of school meals to fall. This stuff is life or death. And it is why I do probably right now sound a bit dismissive. But having said that, I, like Ash, actually read a lot of Marx, right? So Marx was one of the most interesting people who actually talked about capitalism. People think Marx just talked about communism. The best thing in Marx, Capital Volume 1, 2, and 3, and not just the little short Communist Manifesto.
I agree with this.
Some people have read and pretend to have read Marx, was deep analysis about how capitalism works. Deep analysis of internal inconsistencies.
And this is why we say Marxism isn't about, like, I'm just going to be very real with you. When people are like, here's my quote from Marx or Lenin or Stalin, I'm like, it's the methodology that's important. The application of the methodology.
Consistencies, deep analysis of certain solutions. And I think if you look at the places that have a better form of capitalism, one surely, feature of those places is where labor, not civil society, I don't like it when labor is put into this big blob called civil society, labor has a voice at the table in terms of how companies.
She needs to study Yugoslavia. No, that's just Norway that she's advocating for. And I don't know how many times I need to say this. It's coming home. You heard it here, guys. If you don't support England in the footy, you're anti-Marxist and you will be banned from chat. We're joking. Sorry. I forget that socialism when no humor. I apologize. Hi, Anglo love. Guys, we're one follower away, by the way, from... Wait. There is no way she's saying this, lol. Look, guys, also, if you follow, we have... Look, we're one follower away from my goal, which is 4,100 followers. And look who we have here. If you get a follow... Going to bed. Good night, love. Look, you get a cute... Oh, my God. Thank you so much for the follow. We did it. We defeated capitalism. I'm joking. Okay. The goal is never ending. Support England or perish. Easy choice. Dies. I told you, the second England come out of the football, I'm Irish again, okay? I was born in a Dublin street. That's it. That's it. Ooh, ah, up the rock. Say ooh, ah, up the rock. Yes. I just realized that I wasn't following before. Void, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I feel like we need a little bit of fun now. Should we look at some communism's video games? And I will see if I can play some. I tell you what, I'm going to leave Venezuela for tomorrow. Tomorrow on Tuesdays, we do normally deep dives into things. Okay, a super quick update on Ebola. Basically, I've been following it. It's getting worse. The response is really lacking because of cuts. I'm worrying. I'm worrying. I am worrying. I'm worried, basically. May I suggest this diva for another time? If this is who I think it is. Oh.
There is a massive structure.
Yeah, legend. Fucking legend. Ali McForever. My greatest... Okay, so for those who don't know, I'm Irish. I was adopted out of Ireland when I was born into a Norwegian-British family and grew up just outside of London. I love my family very much. Sometimes kids need to be adopted. I probably didn't. Bunch of reactionary attitudes in island, and the poverty led us to the state that we were in from my biological mother. But the only bad will I have, because obviously I had no control. I don't have a nice Irish accent. It's so pretty. You got a nice little Dublin accent, you know. Such a nice accent.
Actual difference between an audience that feels informed and one that is actually being educated. Think of all the hours over all the decades. You've consumed thousands of hours of media. You are highly informed. You know about every cabinet reshuffle, political gaffe, or party leadership spat. But do you know where the world's critical mineral reserves are? It doesn't count if I told you. Did you know?
Yes. Brazil and Greenland. Yes, ma'am. Please come on my channel. You're cool. I literally wrote an article, a series of articles. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Know before. Do you understand the actual financial logistics behind industrialized war? Again, before I told you. Had you any working understanding of what the bond market was? Or has the BBC just been feeding you a decades-long political soap opera that occasionally swaps the Tory head for a Labour one? Information keeps you trapped in spectacle. Education is what frees your mind. I get comments like, who can we follow? Who can we trust? Will you give us a list of your favourite creators? I don't trust anyone in 2026 on the internet, in an information war. You don't need to trust anybody. You don't need anybody to tell you who you can watch. Being media literate is not you having a reliable list of good creators. It's being able to
Which is literally what the government is trying to do in
everyone
in the UK.
And know how to watch it. How to answer those questions for yourself. Is this worth my time? Is this misleading me?
Hi Lucy, hope you're well, my love.
Information. Being informed means you know what's happening.
There is Anglo.
Means you know why.
There is a shirt. Hold on, sorry.
Who benefits from this? And what do they...
Sorry to interrupt. I completely agree. And I hope that I can cultivate a space here because of the unique fact that streaming is a conversation. I hope that I am able to offer folks with, I guess, what is the greatest gift of my education, which is critically addressing sources. Like I told you, my dad was like, I think Keir Starmer is an honest man. And then I gave him loads of information about why he isn't an honest man. And that's a lie. And all of his ideas came from being told how to think by the BBC. Now, you can't go and tell people that. I've learned from arguments with my dad that you're being told how to think because people will critically address things. Like, people aren't stupid. They're being told something and that's not their fault. They're being made stupid by a system. That's different, right? They're being indoctrinated to the point that they don't even know they're being indoctrinated, right? And you just got to hint at, like, I'm not sure. I mean, I hope that I can foster an environment where people can do this. And if people feel that that's otherwise, I'm very open to feedback. Is this not why they are clamping down on social media more? Because we have these small, brief windows of people like this content creator saying, you should be encouraging people to critically address everything from everywhere. And use a framework, and that framework should be Marxism. Marxism, socialism with lesbian characteristics, as we call it here.
I need you to think about it. If you don't think that the media is lying to you, let me educate you. The Information Research Department was set up...
Euro, they will double down because they feel they have no agency. Yes, sometimes. And get quite aggressive about it. And I think if we're super honest with ourselves, there's times where I've been like that. I've been super fucking aggressive about my liberal beliefs, like, a while ago. But, like, doubling down on it and being like, no, I can't be wrong. I can't be wrong. I am smart. Either someone will come out of that and be like, oh, hold on. I think I might be wrong here. Or they won't. And we can't have much influence on that beyond trying to build a world where we have a better conversation. I'm trying to learn how to speak to those who don't have the same political views. Yeah, we have the theory chat here because we're fucking politics geeks. I was, just before you came in, morning Verlin, I was speaking about how to make dialectics for the common human being. Don't fucking call it dialectics. Don't even call it history. Like, okay, I could call in England, hands up the Brits, mainly the English, but in Britain, gilet wearing rain boot wankers as a class, which means aristocracy rich kids, right? That's what that means in common parlance. I could talk about that instead of talking about, it's fucking gilet wearing wankers. They own everything, mate. They own fucking everything, mate. That's actually a dialectics, because that's true, right? Instead of being like, as we do in accord with Mao, who broke down the class divisions and their interests in society, which is good Marxism, right? You have red trousers in it, if I work in the theatre, darling, Exactly, see? Literally, people know. People know, right? Like, Mao is the textbook Marxist peak, right, of analysis of his society, and is why they were able to have a revolution. But we're not at that point, I guess, in the UK. We're talking to people to actually. This is why we love the deprogram approach, right? And the Yugo boys. You have to deprogram people. Push them away from ideological piffery. Mau, 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 mau. Mau, mau, mau. Thank you for the 5-stream streak. Mau, 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 mau. Is LB on? Because I want to raid into her in like maybe just under an hour. Is LB on? No, I don't think LB's on. I was gonna do the "It's coming home" quote from Marx. I was gonna make a meme for her, because I think that would be really fun. Oh no, she'll think I'm rubbing it in. She'll think I'm rubbing it in when I actually genuinely really sad about South Africa. Kairos is on. Audra Rains is on, who's a lovely human. There's a couple of people on who we could go into. Yasmin's on. Alex is on. I'll see how we feel when we're done. Our home and native land, lesbian love, LHS, if Canadian. Anglo motherfucker, you are so lucky I love you. Don't you dare be talking about Canadian love here in this day and age. After one good footballer hurt
It was set
a decent
up by
team.
Ernest Bevin. Ernest Bevin is the
I need to
man
grab
who
a drink.
insisted that
I'll leave you with
Celtics
this
because
great analysis.
needed to see the Union Jack on a big bloody British bomb. And for the entire duration that this thing ran, Parliament was not told what it did. It wasn't until 2019 that the British government declassified only a tranche of these IRD files. Among that tranche is a specific list of British forgery operations and the techniques they used to conduct them. Their method, the British state method for information control, was not outright censorship. It was framing. And so this research department produced what was called grey material, so unattributable content that appeared to come from independent sources. They would then seed that into the media environment by passing it discreetly to sympathetic journalists and academics and publishers. It fed material into the BBC, it fed material into the British Council, and it was used to project pro-corporate, pro-imperial narratives, impersonating third parties, manufacturing phantom organisations, and planting fabricated documents in the foreign and domestic press. Controlled opposition is actually a defined intelligence term that is used in these documents, not limited to a journalist who seems edgy but keeps pointing you back towards institutional narratives. They created phantom organizations, these entire publications and lobby groups and research bodies that appear to be representing independent opposition, but were directly funded by the British state. Most of the media is funded. Most of it has a political agenda. You can still get information from clearly captured publications that is useful to you. You don't need to live in a void and not consume any media just in case you might get propagandized. You are already deeply propagandized. Just accept it. The difference between someone who is giving
True, Anglo.
and someone who is educating you. Let's take the Andy Burnham bus story for an example. The way
Queen, this has been my thing. This has been my yapping. This has been my yapping as well. She's saying, thank you, I know some stuff for sending this my way. People genuinely think Andy Burnham's going to nationalise things because the media says so. You are factually wrong. You are not immune to propaganda. Trust yourself more than just what the BBC tells you.
The way that this was framed by the British media was that Andy Burnham re-regulated Greater Manchester buses. The fare is a £2 flat fee and children travel for £1. Therefore, Andy fixed the buses. Every word of that is true. Every word of that is accurate. It is also the entirety of what most people who have watched 5 years of British news coverage about this know about it. Being educated on Andy saves the buses rhetoric requires you to understand for him to re-regulate them, they had to be deregulated first. It requires you to understand that despite the fact that Labour have held his seat in Greater Manchester since 1983, despite the party verbally protesting Thatcher's government while she did that, the truth of it is they didn't stop her, and for 40 years they held the seat, they never changed it. They ran contract after contract for 40 years, allowing private bus operators to charge taxpayers extortionate rates.
And they still allow private companies to manage it. It's not nationalisation. So I'm sorry, this content creator is even wrong about that.
Labour then spent another decade acting surprised they had done that. Better get Burnham to do the bare minimum. In a role where he had complete power to totally nationalise the...
Good. I shouldn't have lost faith. My new queen, my Irish queen, ready to swear fealty.
...and make them free. He chose just a little bit of re-regulation. Not that much. There's still private contractors running the buses.
Idi Amin was a very nice man who did... Idi Amin... No. No. Idi Amin was not anti-imperial for a start. I would say Idi Amin stole and distorted genuine anti-colonial struggles for really horrific, nefarious means.
Privilege. But now he has clawed back just enough control so that they're not allowed to completely drop a bus route without asking.
But you are right to question things.
What a win. Private operators still own...
Just don't go full the other way, I guess.
...contracts into public...
I kind of do know what you mean. Like, anytime Israel's like, Hamas... Actually, anytime Israel says anything now, I'm like, nah, you're probably lying. It's probably complete bullshit, innit? But still, I have to go through the steps to sort of challenge my framework. Question everything, but don't be a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, and it's the same with Robert Mugabe. If you read Mugabe, Mugabe was a capitalist, right? Who actually initially worked hand in hand with an awful lot of Western governments. The end conclusion of what happened with Mugabe is fucking terrible, though, and not socialist at all.
They are still turning massive profits. The media bent over backwards to deliver praise to
the worst he's not even framed as a communist, is he? I don't think Idi Amin is framed as a communist. I be corrected if I'm wrong here. Military rule, repression, economic mismanagement. Yeah, it's a junta. Right. Yeah. No, this is just fascism. It's a junta, like under the junta in Myanmar, where it's like we're gonna keep the same economic base of oligarchs and extractive capital, particularly in post-colonial and presently colonial contexts, but I am gonna do a military version of that and say I'm against imperialism. You're not, right? Because you're against maybe the structures of colonialism, like the British officers, but then you just replicate the exact same economic model for your citizens immediately after and commit horrific war crimes and shit as well.
Subject to a mid-year...
Which is not a communism, that's Pol Pot shit.
Depends on ridership numbers and whether the central government will fund the subsidy. In order for you to get excited about Andy fixing the bus, you have to be completely ignorant to deregulation. You need to be completely ignorant to the Transport Act of 1985. You need to be completely ignorant to what existed before Maggie Thatcher, a publicly owned, funded by local authority system with a statutory duty to provide integrated transport, including in areas that are not profitable. You had that.
And that previous economist would be like, and I'm going to train the civil servants to do that. To do Burnham. You understand the difference here. This is great, by the way.
First they took it away, waited for you to forget that they took it away.
I didn't forget, brother. Ali, I didn't forget.
Gets to be the savior to bring it back. You also have to be ignorant to the alternative, what is actually possible. In Luxembourg, all public transport exists at a national scale across all needed routes and is free. But the window for acceptable debate in Britain is so narrow that this argument is framed entirely within the assumption that some fare must be charged somewhere and that private operators have to be involved. That's not neutral. That is that pro-imperial, pro-corporate, privatizing virus, illness of the mind. Burnham told residents...
I fucking love Irish people so much. Yes, completely agree.
They would need to ditch their cars for the finances of this cheaper bus service to work. This is a system that requires constant changes in your behaviour to ensure that private operators remain profitable. That's the difference between being informed and educated.
Banger. Oh, banger of a video. Yes, she lives in England, I think.
There is a mass...
Don't stop her from being Irish. Folks, I put a short out earlier. Me shouting, I hope American children cry. Good like, subscribe, all that stuff. Oh, God. What are these comments going to be? Hopefully they're not. Football, the great unifier. Excellent. I'll be back when the USA. Also, being a lesbian is a phase. I don't think that's even worth my time. Thanks, Stephen. Yeah, so I will just get this homophobia, by the way. I could do a your mom joke, but I don't think I can be asked. Who is this worthless pile of trash? I'm fucking triggered. Thanks for the... Oh my god. Thanks for the algo boost, though. Oh my god, that's so funny. Holy shit, I didn't think British teeth was actually a real thing. British teeth are better than American teeth, by the way. Like, you're so indoctrinated, you think that that's a thing. Sorry, I'm dealing with facts. I know that Americans don't. See, this is the thing, guys. I think I understand the YouTube model now, and it's not very nice. I kind of I know that if you say, like, really outlandish things, you'll get this. Like, you literally will get this. American teeth is turkey teeth, Mountain Dew mouth. It's to do with, guess what, guys? Privatization. Americans think fake. Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, Americanization of teeth is becoming increasingly a thing. But yeah, literally being like, fuck you, America. I want Bosnia to win. Some butthurt Americans are like, you're a fucking lesbian. And you have a gap in your teeth. Guess what? Girls find it cute. Ha ha ha. But it's bad, isn't it? Because people are like, use the term. People are literally like, people can't help themselves but react to it. Like, oh no, I'm finding a horrible part of the world out. Because I'm like, on Twitch, obviously I can talk to you guys, and I'm like, we have such good conversations here, guys. I'm so fucking grateful to, like, the respect people give each other of people within the tent of leftism, right? And genuinely, I feel like we here have fostered an environment where people actually do have really good discussions. And then on YouTube, I'm just like, your country's shit. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm a dyke on what? Oh no, oh my god. But like, I mean, yeah, it should be specific. It's not unhealthy to have fake teeth. Well, I mean, it can be. No, it can be. You can get infections if they're not like planted properly, and then your teeth are like rotting inside your fucking skull, basically, and you don't even know because they're covered in fake teeth. Depending on which kind of fake teeth you get. But yeah, like, no. 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 Not good. Bad, not good. Let's take a look at USSR video gamings. Do you love video games? Then you should know that there's a very interesting museum in Moscow dedicated to old Soviet arcade machines. Video games are not only a Japanese thing. Okay? I don't know why that made me laugh. I know. I guess, you know, I know, bro, but thank you. That's funny. After all, one of the most popular video games in history, Tetris, was created in Russia. I want to put that song on now. Tetris song. Hi, Lost Angels. Welcome in. I am the man who assembles the blogs. Have you seen that? We'll look at it after. To the USSR. Oh, this is a banger. This is a fucking banger. We've watched this before. To assemble the blocks, like I am the man who assembles the blocks. It's like a history song that they do. I am the man who assembles. Hip hurrah to the USSR. Long live Stalin, we love you. Right, we'll look at this after. Now let's look at some old Soviet video games. In Soviet Russia, people played video games. Video game player. Russians had the technology to put the first satellite in space, animal, man, and woman, woke, and even the first space station. So creating some video games doesn't sound like a hard task. If you're in Moscow at Bamunskaya, Street 11, you can visit the Museum of Soviet Arcade Machines. It certainly is a great way to spend a few hours going back in time. They have a display of an old arcade machines made in Russia. They're not only to be watched because you can play them, and many of the machines are still in working condition. If you can't go to Russia, here's the website to show you how to do it. Cool. Oh my god. Okay. We're gonna play some games, guys. Arcades for I can't read Cyrillic. A card game. Do you love car video games? If you do, have you ever played some ancient games? You will believe you've played this one before. This is what many would call a tedious game from the Stone Age, but try to win and you'll see this isn't easy at all. Oh no! It doesn't work! No! No! Okay. War games? Click the crap button. Is it all flash? Oh no. They might be lost to time. That sucks. That sucks. Who was the girl you were just watching? Ali McForever. Welcome in, none as well. An old Flash extension? Okay, Crazy Communism. Let's try. Hold on. I want to play a video game. I'll look in the background. Enjoy. No, sorry. Enjoy. We'll end on this. Oh, thank you.
But they're making me work till I'm dead. The bourgeoisie have it so easy.
Hi, Igloo. People may have seen this before. There's no closed captions for some reason. Sorry.
The people of Moscow are hungry, but think what a feast there could be if we could
create a socialist state. I shall do after this. It's a banger, this song.
I am the man who arranges the blocks that descend upon me from up above. They come down and I spin them around. They fit in the ground like hand in glove. Sometimes it seems that to move blocks is fine and the lines will be formed as they fall. Then I see that I have misjudged it. I should not have nudged it after all. Can I have a long one, please? Why must these infernal blocks tease? I am the man who arranges the blocks that continue to fall from up above. Come Muscovite, let the workers
unite.
Collective regime of peace and love. I work so hard in arranging the blocks, but the landlord and taxman bleed me dry. But the workers will rise, we will not compromise, for we know that the old regime must die. Long live Lenin, kill the Tsar. We salute the sickle and store. I am the man who arranges the blocks that continue to fall from up above. The food on your plate now belongs to the state, a collective regime of peace and love. I have no choice in arranging the blocks, and the Bolshevik rule, what they say goes. The rule of the game is we all are the same, and my blocks must create unbroken rows. Long live Stalin, he loves you. Sing these words, or you know what he'll do. I am the man who arranges the blocks that are made by the men in Kazakhstan. They come 2 weeks late and they don't tessellate, but we're working to Stalin's 5-year plan. I am the man who arranges the tanks that will make all the Nazis keep away. The Führer is dead and Europe is red. Let us point all our guns at the USA. We shall live forevermore. We can start a nuclear war. I am the man who arranges the blocks that are building a highly secret base. Hip hip hurrah for the USSR. We are sending our men to outer space. I work so hard in arranging the blocks, but each night I go home to my wife in tears. What's the point of it all when you're building a wall and in front of your eyes it disappears? Pointless work for pointless pay. This is one game I shall not play. I am the man who arranges the blocks.
Banger. Banger, 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 banger. I kind of want... Not history, not this one. I am the man who arranges the blocks. Ooh. Ooh, orchestra. Oh, this is during COVID, I think. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can get this to work now. We're gonna play the Soviet game. It's not working still. Thank you for the follow. It's not working. Go to my extensions. Fuck! What the hell do I do? What the fuck do I do? Here, you come. Die, motherfucker! I'm guessing this is what I do. I have no idea. Let's play a different game. Thank you. What do I do? I crashed immediately. Okay, okay. Car. Shit. I am the man. This is really hard. Oh, are you kidding me? The fucking hitbox is gigantic. Okay, so this is... I need to slow down, that's what it is. Hold on. Fuck your chicken strips. L driving, shut the fuck up. Ban that chat out. I'm joking, I'm joking. The noise. The noise. The noise that hurts so much. Soviets would learn about war. I actually have a Soviet 22 rifle designed to be heavier than it needed to be, so would learn to use it. What's a Mosin? What's a Mosin? Remember, guys. Oh my god, that noise is like that hurts my skull. Okay, let's try the bowling game. The World War II rifle the Soviets used. Okay. I am the man who is high and out of love. space. Okay, we're playing old USSR games. Okay. What the fuck do I do? Guys, help. Oh. Right, I'm hitting a cunt. Shit. Hold on. Okay. Right. Quick. It went fast. How did it go so fast? Yeah, you prick. Yes. Fuck you, game. The man who assembles the blocks, oh shit, from outer space. A child's caliber, lol. Oh, I didn't press anything. I am the man. We love you. I am the man who... I guess. It feels like something like a proto-version of Space Invaders. Oh. Yeah, you dickhead. I lost. Okay, I get it now. I am the man who assembles the blocks. Fucking shit, Funk. I suck at this game. Shit. I pressed. Shit, I'm just a bit slow. Okay. Fucking. The feedback is not amazing, as you can imagine, with the button control. Shit, they went fast. So funny, it's not even translated to Russian. It just starts and stop. It's just start and stop. This. Communism when no iPhone, though, guys. Ooh. To the USSR. Me and Julia bought a game called Peak. Oh yeah, no, I know Peak. Sorry, I've played Peak for fundraisers before. It is really fun. I'm really bad at it. Metal version of the International. Okay. You fucked up, you fucked up, you fucked up, you bitch. What the hell is this? Oh no, that's the Stick song. Why do I feel like this is going to be really shit? No. Yeah, no. Try the International rock cover. Okay. Fucking cunt. Okay, shout out to the Soviet workers who are doing my fucking head in with this game. Yes! Tonight. Oh. Fuck yeah, Tito. Sorry, I'm locked the fuck into this game. For those who are joining, we're playing a game from a video game console that was developed in the USSR. God fucking damn it. Can anyone remember what the video game was called? Oh, fuck it. Okay, I'm done. I hate it. It's done my head in now. Gaming is woke and communist, and I hate it. I'm gonna have a look at the USSR video games. Okay, I'm gonna read out soon and prepare for my interview. Soviet bus simulator. No, I want to learn about the... No, not this. Got to give them credit. They made games. I think it's all this era, like Pong and Tetris and all that shit. It's just like, oh my god. Okay. I'll try. I potentially might have some paid work coming up. We'll see how the interview goes. Fingers crossed. Wait. Chill. I meant the actual console. I had an Atari when I was younger. I think no, SNES was the first video game console we got. Thank you. Soviet Union video games console. Oh, okay. This is it. Turn it. Okay. It was manufactured by the Ministry of Electronics Industry and released only in the Soviet Union. It's released for 4 years and is the only known games console that uses the something or other chipset from General Instrument. The price system varied from 150 rubles to 96 rubles. It went down in price. That's communism. Console uses an integrated AC adapter and it's 9 volts and has a massive 2.5. Why is everyone that likes Soviet stuff so fucking neurodivergent? The console uses an integrated AC adapter with a voltage of 9 volts and has a mass of 2.5 kilograms. This is like me with my landmines. I like knowing these things as well. Okay. It can play Pong, hockey, squash. What the hell is this? It was made by Raf Burr. Oh. Is there a homegrown game, though? I don't know computer. No. But what's this? Dendy is the Chinese... Yeah. Dendy consoles were manufactured in Taiwan using Chinese components on behalf of the Russian company Steepler. Oh no, but made in the breakup of the USSR. Never mind. They had a NES clone that they literally just stole and said, "What's copyright? I think this is it. Chill, right?" Yeah, fuck your copyright. Fuck your copyright. Okay. What should we end on? What should we end on? Who is live? I'm done for today. Thank you so much, folks. My brain is goo. I have been on for, like, how long have I been on for? Almost 7 hours. God damn. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. I'll find some word for us to go into. Thank you so much. Yeah, nearly 7. I am a little bit better with my treatment. Just not in remission. Bye-bye. I will be back. Same time, same place tomorrow. I'll let you know how the interview goes. Importantly as well, does anybody, if anyone wants to watch after the interview, I'm going to watch the new House of Dragon episode. On Discord, where we can hang out. For any of my nerds, let's go into Audra. I'm feeling in an Audra Reigns vibe. They are a really good vibe. They're gaming, folks. Be lovely to Audra. They are lefty, queer, black content creator. They're lovely. You get some sick gaming after your politics as well. Socialism with lesbian characteristics is the raid message. Go enjoy yourself. I didn't mean to. Oh, fuck it. There you go. That's what you get. That's what you get. Yeah, Audra's lovely. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Rusty Spoons. Right. There you go. Go enjoy yourself. I'm back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Thank you for hanging out. Lots of love.